Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Plymouth within the floor of the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Well, good morning, everyone. All right. Well, you know how we're going to start this? I'm going to ask you those questions. And just in case you're wondering, does this podium up here mean that I'm going to talk to you for quite a while this morning? It does. All right. So first, let me ask you the questions. Has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror? Secondly, is there any other matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention at this time? All right. Again, as I've said for weeks now, thank you for following those instructions. And so where we are now in the process is, I just want to explain a little bit to you. We're going to do what we call the arguments in charge. All right. And that just means I'm going to give the charge as my instructions. All right. I'm going to instruct you on the law that you are to apply in this case to the facts that you're going to find. And then the argument part is we're going to hear the closing arguments from the attorneys. And the way we do it, the way I do it is I kind of split it up. So I'm going to give you first half of my instructions. We'll talk a little bit about the specific charges in this case. And then after the closing arguments, I'll come back and give you some more general instructions about how you, the burdens of proof and how you are to go forward and do your deliberations and handle the deliberations. All right. So they take a while. All right. And they can be, well, they can't, I was going to say rather dry, but they are dry. And so what the parties and myself have agreed to do is I'm going to we printed out the instructions that I'm going to read to you. So you'll have those with you, all right, as we go through this morning. And so some people find that helpful to read along and comprehend. Some people don't. So if it's distraction, you don't have to read it. But some people find it helpful, so we thought we'd do that. You also should know that you'll have these instructions. You can bring these with you in the deliberations. So you'll have this whole outline of what the law is so that you are to apply. All right. So at this point, if we could hand out the copies of the instructions. Oh, you already have those? Oh, I forget how efficient our court officers here are. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start the instructions now. All right. Now, so my instructions on the law are going to be delivered to you in two phases. As I said, first, I'm going to instruct you on the specific indictments that have been brought against Ms. Clancy. After I conclude my instructions regarding the charges, the Assistant District Attorney, Ms. Sprague, and Attorney Reddington will each deliver their closing argument. Remember, the arguments of counsel are not themselves evidence. They're provided to assist you in organizing and understanding the evidence that's been presented during the trial and the conclusions that each party would like you to draw from that evidence. At the conclusion of the attorney's closing arguments, I'll give you the second part of my jury instructions. And in that phase, I will go over a number of very important principles that will guide your overall evaluation of the evidence, your deliberations, and your eventual verdict. The instructions are to be taken and considered in whole. All right, so the first and second part are equally important. So you to consider all my instructions as a whole. You'll notice, as I said, I'm reading these instructions to you. Excuse me. I apologize for doing that, but I have to give these instructions clearly and accurately. So as I said, to assist you in your deliberations, I provided you with written copies of these instructions. However, those written instructions are not a substitute for the oral instructions I'm giving now. So please listen carefully. All of my instructions are equally important. You're not to overemphasize one portion of these instructions or ignore other portions. These charges has specific factual elements that the Commonwealth must establish beyond a reasonable doubt, and I'll review those elements with you in detail at this time. Now remember that the law presumes the defendant to be innocent of the charges against her. This presumption of innocence is a rule of law that compels you to find the defendant not guilty unless and until the Commonwealth produces evidence from whatever source that proves that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. So now I want to go into the instructions that are specific to this case. First, I'm going to have a drink of water. Thank you. Now, in this case, Ms. Clancy is charged with 3 counts of murder.
Oh my goodness.
I want to talk first about the issue
Can't
of
believe
criminal
you took a drink of
responsibility.
water. Oh my goodness. So
Now, to
unprofessional.
prove the defendant guilty of any crime, the Commonwealth must first prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was criminally responsible at the time the alleged crime was committed. The Commonwealth bears the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed the crime with which she is charged, and also that the defendant is criminally responsible for her conduct. The defendant has no burden to prove a lack of criminal responsibility. Criminal responsibility is a legal term. A person is not criminally responsible for her conduct if she has a mental disease or defect, and as a result of that mental disease or defect, she lacks the substantial capacity either to appreciate the criminality or wrongfulness of her conduct or to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law. The phrase mental disease or defect is a legal term, not a medical term. It need not fit into a formal medical diagnosis. The phrase mental disease or defect does not include any abnormality characterized only by repeated criminal conduct. It is for you to determine, in light of all the evidence, whether the defendant had a mental disease or defect. If the Commonwealth has proved to you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was not suffering from a mental disease or defect at the time of the killing, the Commonwealth has satisfied its burden of proving that the defendant was criminally responsible. If the Commonwealth has not proved to you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was not suffering from a mental disease or defect at the time of the killing, then you must consider whether, as a result of a mental disease or defect, the defendant lacked the substantial capacity either to appreciate the criminality or wrongfulness of her conduct or to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law. To establish that the defendant had the substantial capacity to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that any mental disease or defect that may have existed did not deprive the defendant of her ability to behave as the law requires, that is, to obey the law. The word appreciate means to understand rather than merely to know. Criminality means the legal significance of conduct. Wrongfulness means the moral significance. The Commonwealth must prove that the defendant knew and understood that her conduct was illegal or that it was wrong. It's not enough for the Commonwealth to show that the defendant merely knew or was intellectually aware that her conduct was illegal or wrong. Rather, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that a mental disease or defect did not deprive the defendant of a meaningful understanding of the legal or moral significance of her conduct. The defendant must have been able to realize in some meaningful way that her conduct was illegal or wrong. In considering whether the Commonwealth has met its burden of proof, you may consider all the evidence that's been presented at this trial. You may consider the facts underlying the crime and evidence of the defendant's actions before and after the crime. You may consider the opinions of any experts who testified and give those opinions whatever weight you think they deserve. Now, in a moment, I'll instruct you on the elements of the offense that the Commonwealth alleges that the defendant has committed. Remember that the Commonwealth must prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was criminally responsible at the time that the crime was committed. That is, that the defendant did not lack criminal responsibility at that time. Therefore, it is the Commonwealth's burden to prove at least one of the following beyond a reasonable doubt. One, that at the time of the alleged crime, the defendant did not suffer from a mental disease or defect. Or two, that if the defendant did suffer from a mental disease or defect, she nonetheless retained the substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness or criminality of her conduct and to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law. Now, as I previously instructed you, your decision should be based solely on the evidence and the law of this case. If the defendant is found not guilty by reason of lack of criminal responsibility, the district attorney or another appropriate authority may, and generally does, petition the court to commit the defendant to a mental health facility or to Bridgewater State Hospital. If the court concludes that the defendant is mentally ill and that her discharge would create a substantial likelihood of serious harm to herself or others, then the court will grant the petition and commit the defendant to a proper mental health facility or to Bridgewater State Hospital. Periodically, the court reviews the order of commitment. If the defendant is still suffering from mental disease or defect and is still dangerous, then the court will order the defendant to continue to be committed to the mental health facility or to Bridgewater State Hospital. There is no limit to the number of such renewed orders of commitment as long as the defendant continues to be mentally ill and dangerous. If these conditions do continue, the defendant may remain committed for the duration of her life. If at some point the defendant is no longer mentally ill and dangerous, the court will order her discharged from the mental health facility or from Bridgewater State Hospital after a hearing. The district attorney must be notified of any hearing concerning whether the person may be released, and the district attorney may be heard at any such hearing. However, the final decision on whether to recommit or release the defendant is always made by the court. Now, I'm going to go over at this point the specific elements of the charges against Ms. Clancy. So I want to talk first about murder in the first degree. The defendant is charged with 3 separate indictments charging murder, 1 count each relating to Cora Clancy, Dawson Clancy, and Callan Clancy. The instructions I'm going to give now apply to each separate indictment relating to each child. There are 2 different degrees of murder. There's murder in the first degree and there's murder in the second degree. If you find the defendant guilty of murder, you shall decide the degree of murder. The Commonwealth alleges that the defendant committed murder in the first degree on the following theories. First, that it was murder with deliberate premeditation, and then second, and or it was murder with extreme atrocity or cruelty. To find the defendant guilty on any of these theories of murder, you must be unanimous. That is, all of the deliberating jurors must agree that the Commonwealth has met its burden of proving every required element of that theory beyond a reasonable doubt. You should check the appropriate box or boxes on the verdict slip as to each theory of which you agree unanimously. And I'll go over a little bit later the verdict slip and how that is going to be handled. Now, so if you're unable to agree unanimously that the Commonwealth has met its burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt either of these theories of first-degree murder, you shall consider whether the Commonwealth has proved the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of murder in the second degree. So I'm going to begin by instructing you on the elements and the additional requirements of proof for each of these theories of murder in the first degree. And then I'll instruct you on murder in the second degree. All right. So number 1, I'll first define the elements of murder in the first degree with deliberate premeditation. To prove the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree with deliberate premeditation, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt the following elements. 1, the defendant caused the death of Cora Clancy, Dawson Clancy, and or Callan Clancy. 2, the defendant intended to kill Cora Clancy, Dawson Clancy, and/or Callan Clancy. That is, the defendant consciously and purposefully intended to cause Cora Clancy's, Dawson Clancy's, and/or Callan Clancy's death. And 3, that the defendant committed the killing with deliberate premeditation. That is, she decided to kill after a period of reflection. I'll now discuss each of these requirements in more detail. The first element is that the defendant caused the death of Cora, Dawson, and/or Callan Clancy. A defendant's act is the cause of death, where the act in a natural and continuous sequence results in death, without which death would not have occurred. The second element is that the defendant intended to kill Cora Clancy, Dawson Clancy, and/or Callan Clancy. That is, the defendant consciously and purposefully intended to cause the death. The third element is that the defendant committed the killing with deliberate premeditation. That is, she decided to kill after a period of reflection. Deliberate premeditation does not require any particular length of time of reflection. A decision to kill may be formed over a period of days, hours, or even seconds. The key is the sequence of the thought process. And it would be first, the consideration whether to kill, second, the decision to kill, and third, the killing arising from that decision. There is no deliberate premeditation where the action is taken so quickly that a defendant takes no time to reflect on the action and then to decide to do it. In deciding whether the defendant intended to kill the deceased and whether she formed that intent with deliberate premeditation, you may consider any credible evidence that the defendant suffered from a mental impairment or was affected by her consumption of prescription drugs. A defendant may form the required intent and act with deliberate premeditation, even if she suffered from a mental impairment or consumed prescription drugs, but you may consider that evidence. Now, I want to talk about the second theory of first-degree murder, which is murder with extreme atrocity or cruelty. Now, you shall consider this theory of murder in the first degree regardless of whether or not you find that the Commonwealth has proved murder in the first degree with deliberate premeditation, which I just discussed. To prove the defendant guilty of murder with extreme atrocity or cruelty, the Commonwealth must prove the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, that the defendant caused the death of Cora Clancy, Dawson Clancy, and/or Callan Clancy. Second element, the defendant either A, intended to kill Cora, Dawson, and/or Callan Clancy, B, she intended to cause grievous bodily harm to Cora, Dawson, and/or Callan Clancy, or C, intended to do an act which in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. The third element was that the killing was committed with extreme atrocity and cruelty. Extreme atrocity or cruelty, I'm sorry. I'll now discuss each of these requirements in more detail. The first element to this theory is that the defendant caused the death of Cora Clancy, Dawson Clancy, and/or Callan Clancy. A defendant's act is the cause of death where the act is a natural and continuous sequence, results in death without which death would not have occurred. The second element is about the defendant's intent, which the Commonwealth must prove in at least one of 3 ways. These are that the defendant, A, intended to kill Cora, Dawson, and/or Callan Clancy, or B, intended to cause grievous bodily harm to Cora, Dawson, and/or Callan Clancy, or C, intended to do an act which in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. As you can see, to this intent element, the Commonwealth satisfies its burden if it proves the defendant's intent beyond a reasonable doubt in any one of those 3 ways. The first way of proving intent, that the defendant intended to kill, is the same as the second element of murder in the first degree with deliberate premeditation, which I discussed a few minutes ago. The second and third ways of proving intent are different from any element of murder in the first degree with deliberate premeditation. So the second way is that the defendant intended to cause grievous bodily harm to Cora, Dawson, and/or Callan Clancy. Grievous bodily harm means severe injury to the body. The third way to prove this is that the defendant intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. Let me help you to understand how to analyze this third way of proving the defendant's intent. You must first determine whether the defendant intended to perform the act that caused the death. So if you find that the defendant intended to perform the act, then you must determine what the defendant herself actually knew about the relevant circumstances at the time she acted. Then you must determine whether under the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known that the act created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. In deciding whether the defendant intended to kill, intended to cause grievous bodily harm, or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result, you may consider any credible evidence that the defendant suffered from mental impairment or was affected by her consumption of prescription drugs. A defendant may have the requisite intent even if she suffered from a mental impairment or consumed drugs, but you may consider such evidence in determining whether the Commonwealth has proved this element. Now, the third element in this theory is that the killing was committed with extreme atrocity or cruelty. Extreme atrocity means an act that is extremely wicked or brutal, appalling, horrifying, or utterly revolting. Extreme cruelty means that the defendant caused the person's death by a method that surpassed the cruelty inherent in the taking of a human life. You must determine whether the method or means of killing is so shocking as to amount to murder with extreme atrocity or cruelty. The inquiry focuses on the defendant's actions in terms of the manner and means of inflicting death and on the resulting effect on the deceased. In deciding whether the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant caused the death with extreme atrocity or cruelty, you must consider the following factors. 1, whether the defendant was indifferent to or took pleasure in the suffering of the deceased. 2, whether the defendant's method or means of killing was reasonably likely to substantially increase or prolong the conscious suffering of the deceased. Or 3, whether the means used by the defendant were excessive and out of proportion to what would be needed to kill a person. In considering whether the means used by the defendant were excessive and out of proportion to what would be needed to kill a person, you may consider A, the extent of the injuries to the deceased, B, the number of blows delivered, C, the manner, degree, and severity of the force used, and D, the nature of the weapon, instrument, or method used. You cannot make a finding of extreme atrocity or cruelty unless it is based on one or more of the factors that I just listed. You may consider the defendant's mental condition at the time of the killing, including any credible evidence of mental impairment or the effect on the defendant of her consumption of prescription drugs in determining whether the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed the killings with extreme atrocity or cruelty. A defendant may have committed the killing with extreme atrocity or cruelty even if she suffered from a mental impairment or consumed prescription drugs, but you may consider such evidence in determining whether the Commonwealth has proved this element. Now I want to talk about murder in the second degree. In order to prove murder in the second degree, the Commonwealth must prove the following elements. 1, that the defendant caused the death of Cora Clancy, Dawson Clancy, and/or Callan Clancy. 2, that the defendant, A, intended to kill Cora Clancy, Dawson Clancy, and/or Callan Clancy, or B, intended to cause grievous bodily harm to Cora Clancy, Dawson Clancy, and/or Callan Clancy, or C, intended to do an act which in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. The requirements of proof for murder in the second degree are the same as for murder in the first degree with extreme atrocity or cruelty, but without the element that the killing was committed with extreme atrocity. All right. And I discussed those elements earlier when I discussed the charge or the theory of first degree murder committed with extreme atrocity or cruelty. So they're listed in that other section. All right. Now, I want to talk about manslaughter. If you find that the Commonwealth has not proven the charges of first degree or second degree murder, you shall consider the lesser offense of manslaughter. Now, manslaughter is an unlawful killing unintentionally caused by wanton or reckless conduct. Wanton or reckless conduct is intentional conduct that creates a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm will result to another person. An omission or failure to act may constitute wanton or reckless conduct only where the defendant has a duty to act. To prove that the defendant is guilty of manslaughter because of wanton or reckless conduct, the Commonwealth must prove the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, that the defendant caused the death of Cora, Dawson, and/or Callan Clancy. 2, that the defendant intended the conduct that caused the death of Cora, Dawson, and/or Callan Clancy. And 3, that the defendant's conduct was wanton or reckless. I'll now discuss each element in more detail. The first element is that the defendant caused the death of Cora, Dawson, and/or Callan Clancy. As I've said before, the defendant's act is the cause of death, where the act in a natural and continuous sequence results in death, and without which death would not have occurred. The second element is that the defendant intended the conduct that caused the death. The Commonwealth is not required to prove that the defendant intended to cause the death. And the third element is that the defendant's conduct was wanton or reckless. Wanton or reckless conduct is conduct that creates, a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm will result to another. It is conduct involving a grave risk of harm to another that a person undertakes with indifference to or disregard the consequences of such conduct. If the defendant realized the grave risk created by her conduct, her subsequent act amounts to wanton or reckless conduct, whether or not a reasonable person would have realized the risk of grave danger. Even if the defendant did not realize the grave risk of harm to another, however, the act constitutes wanton or reckless conduct if a reasonable person, knowing what the defendant knew, would have realized that the act posed a risk of grave danger to another. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to prove the defendant acted negligently, that is, in a manner that reasonably careful persons would not have acted. The Commonwealth must prove that the defendant's actions went beyond negligence and amounted to wanton or reckless conduct, as I've defined that term. So in deciding whether the defendant knew or should have known her conduct created a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm would result to another, you may consider any credible evidence that the defendant suffered from a mental impairment or was affected by her consumption of prescription drugs. A defendant may have the requisite knowledge even if she suffered from a mental impairment or consumed prescription drugs, but you may consider such evidence in determining whether the Commonwealth has proved this element. All right. So that's my instructions on the specific elements of the charges in this case. So at this point, I'm going to ask the attorneys to deliver their closing arguments. I just want to remind you, as important as they are, the closing arguments are not evidence. All right. And I'll go over that a little bit later, but I just want to remind you that. And so after we go through the closing arguments, I'll come back and give you the balance of my instructions on the law. All right. And so, counsel?
About 5 weeks ago that we met like this, and I indicated to you that thank you for incredible service. That, all of us mean that sincerely. You took literally more than a month out of your lives and sat here attentively, incredible, through some of the toughest, most gut-wrenching things that any person can be subjected to. And I think I indicated that, sadly, jurors carry this trauma with them for years. And the service that you have performed, I have never seen before. You have listened to evidence. You have been fair. You have been objective. You've listened to the judge's instructions, and you've carried them into your heart, consistent with your oath, which is a very, very solemn oath. Passed between government and Lindsay, who has placed herself on her country, which country you are, as a jury of her peers. When you consider what's at stake here in the sense of what we've been dealing with, Cora, Dawson, Calvin. She knows loss. And that's why we think of Cora, Dawson, Calvin. For a minute. They are the victims of this case. They are the victims of the horrible, horrific act that has been laid at your feet as jurors to decide whether or not Lindsay is guilty. Beyond a reasonable doubt, as His Honor instructed you and will instruct you, what that means, that standard of proof that we as citizens in this country are so blessed to have, proof beyond a reasonable doubt before the government charges any citizen with a crime. I don't care how many cops you have in here, how many DAs are sitting here, how many people are sitting in the front row, and they're all going to sit there and be proud of this prosecution. I told you in the opening statement that this is a prosecution that has ripped the soul out of this girl. This is what they had. This is their family. How does this turn into this? How? Because of the damn medicine and the lousy medical care that she got. You can troop as many paid experts as you want to come in here and tell the jury, oh, well, she didn't say that she heard voices inside her head. She said she heard voices from outside her head. She said she was making chicken McNuggets. There was a bowl on the sofa. She wasn't making chicken McNuggets. She said something. As I think and I muse and I try real hard to tell you what my opinion is, that this woman was acting in her right mind when these children were killed. So, when you consider the evidence in this case, you consider the person who is in front of you, who is the defendant, as the government refers to her, and as His Honor wouldn't likely tell you, even though a person is a defendant in our system of justice, you don't have to defend against anything. The government has the burden of proof. When the DA decides to charge someone with a crime, he has the burden of proof. His assistants have the burden of proof to prove, number one, that Lindsay is guilty of this offense beyond a reasonable doubt, and then prove, number two, that Lindsay, at the time, killed her children, was not suffering from a mental disease or defect that caused her to have a lack of substantial capacity to appreciate, to know, to realize that what was being done while she was in a psychosis. But we'll laugh about that. It's just another woman, I guess, is just going to make an excuse. She's depressed. GAD, general anxiety. Give her a couple of pills, she'll be all right. You know from looking at the objective evidence in this case, this young lady, believe me, I don't have many clients like that. This young lady did nothing wrong in her life. She was a nurse, a daughter, a wife, and a darn good mother. You can see from the objective evidence, you can see, and you'll have all the exhibits for you to look at, and you can see by looking at these photographs, which you will have in the jury room. You can see the Facebook postings. You can see what she indicates about, for example, I just randomly grabbed this one. A son, my prince, that they would have you think she killed him first, cruelly, because she didn't like him. That is repulsive. So she's living real life with Pat, her kids, having a great time that summer. Life is good. She had to go back to work. In an opening statement, I told you, I said, watch the evidence. Watch the manipulation. Because that's what this case was built upon originally, and how it developed as the case progressed until it's in front of you. And how does that happen? Well, in the very beginning, going all the way back to when the first 911 call that you had to suffer through was made, you could hear in the voice, Pat Clancy, the horror, what he had obviously experienced. You can see from the evidence that's before you the injuries that she suffered. You will have in the jury room the exhibits that indicated the extent of the injuries from, I don't have to go through all of them, the extent of the injuries to slitting her throat, to slashing her wrists, throwing herself out a window, blood all over the bedroom floor, window open, screen slashed. Oh no, screen wasn't slashed, my bad. That's what she thought. It's called a delusion. She was in a psychosis when she thought that. Probably right here, sitting here, believes that she slashed the screen. She didn't. It's objective evidence. And why did we spend almost a week showing you the extent and the severity of that suicide attempt? The reason that we had to do that is because they were arguing that it was a fake suicide. Dinky little cuts, no bleeding. She didn't mean to kill herself. She's going to throw herself out the window, I guess, and slide down the house. Remember that one hanging off of the window, sliding down the house, and Lindsay screwed up, and she hurt herself bad. You know that's not what happened. You know that she made the testimony of Dr. Velkovich, that she made a very, very significant suicide effort, slashing her wrist, slitting her throat. And isn't it interesting when you consider objective evidence? Googling slitting a throat, Googling suicide, Googling drugs, Googling side effects, Googling ketamine treatments, Googling all of these drugs, Googling the effects of Tufts medications, lorazepam, sertraline, hydroxyzine, lorazepam, buspirone, trazodone, fluoxetine, zolpidem, myrtazine, clonazepam, quetiapine, diazepam, quetiapine. It goes on and on and on and on and on. You have the chat, you have the descriptions to see. And obviously, she wasn't consuming all of these at the same time, because one thing this kid did was try to do what she was supposed to do. She took the drugs as she was told to take them. She was religious in her obligations to take care of her health. She went to Dr. Tufts when she was a young lady living in her house with her husband and her babies, respected nurse, wife, friend, mother. Should have kept drinking, huh? That was a big deal, wasn't it? Remember that? We're just going to assassinate this young lady in every which way we can. Remember that evidence? Oh. I was concerned. She was drinking 5 drinks a day. She was worried about, you heard the evidence up to 2019. What are they talking about? She wasn't drinking while she had her kids. She wasn't drinking while she's breastfeeding. She would have a couple of beers with her friends. That's bad. You put that over in the bad pile. Right here. We spent all that time showing through Dr. Lapasada's testimony that this was a legitimate, dreadful, horrific suicide attempt. You think about this beautiful young girl throwing herself out a window. That's a quarter. I don't know if you have to play pool. I challenge you to tell this jury why we spent a week showing that she committed, as your witnesses
Counsel, address the jury, please.
said, their witnesses, serious suicide attempt. Remember that? Tried to kill herself. So now they'll back off on that and they'll agree. A serious suicide attempt. That's why I say, watch the evidence. Watch the manipulation. Remember the argument with the bands. She took the bands out of the bag, put the gloves on, talks to Dr. Lapasada on the Zoom, slams the bands down out of the paper bag, does the movement of the bands and yells at Lapasada and says, wrapped. They were just wrapped. They weren't knotted, because you gotta get Lindsay tightening the band, right? You gotta hold it. You gotta hold it for a minute. You gotta hold it for 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes. That's why she needed the bands not knotted. And then she said, it's like this. And they sprang open. Remember that? Dr. Lapasada said, yeah, I saw what you did. And she walked away like if the glove won't fit moment. Quarter number 2. What did Patrick Clancy testify to? You heard his testimony. He indicated clearly, unequivocally, they were knotted around the necks of those children to the point where he had to struggle. And it's your memory, not mine. If I say something you don't recall, forget it. It's what you remember the evidence to be. But clearly, I would suggest he struggled to get it off of Dawson's over his head. And a police officer saw through the window. This is horrific stuff. But it's objective, and it shows the manipulation. This government, this prosecution is a mess. They would take their evidence and argue to you that she did not tie a knot and walk away, because as Dr. Laposada said, you're talking about 4 or 5 seconds, so somebody passes out. No, they got to have the 4 minutes, and that's not what the evidence shows, is it? So, as we move on, Lindsay's in the hospital. And this whole thing about conversations, and she's talking to people, and the kids are in the basement. Her throat was crushed. You heard the 911 tape. You draw the inference, whether or not there's a conversation about where the children are. I tried to kill myself, the kids are in the basement, all that. You determined whether or not that was something that could be discerned. And the police investigation, because as His Honor indicates, there are two things here. Number 1, proof beyond a reasonable doubt that she's guilty. And number 2, proof beyond a reasonable doubt that she was not suffering from a disease or defect, as His Honor instructed you at the time of these killings. Those are the 2 things they have to prove. And when the police charge somebody with a criminal offense, they have an obligation to investigate. So at the end of the day, when you're talking about, well, we've got the charges are before the court, you can sit there in the court, you can feel proud of yourself. Do a good investigation. You even know what this, you'll see the photograph of the cup and the powder. What is it? They don't even analyze it. Did they take pictures? Did they analyze? Did they test the blood? Did they do lousy investigation of this? Well, that's okay, because she was guilty. And they put her in the hospital. And she's the evil woman killed the 3 innocent kids. And they're going to stand there while she's chained to the bed, paralyzed. You heard testimony from Dr. Zeisel. They weren't little fluffy cuffs that were securing her to the bed. They were handcuffs, not the medical treatment. Medical treatment would be, like restraints, so you don't do whatever, pull lines out and things. We're talking about when the big men were in there with their guns and their badges, and they're sitting outside the door, and they're going to make sure that Lindsay Clancy, paralyzed, chained to the bed, doesn't get up and run away from the hospital, I guess. And they just have to suffer their way through. I guess I worked 8 hours. I had another shift I had to work that night. This is the treatment. And what's important about that is what kind of treatment did this young lady get from the healthcare providers? Remember Meg Collins? She came in this court. Meg, you might remember. Tall woman, short blonde hair, squared away. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. She was not only a nurse taking care of her in the hospital, she advocated for her. She stood up for her patient. She protected her. During the pandemic, you know that Meg Collins was in that emergency room when half of us were hiding at home behind our computers, hoping that we're not going to die in a week, drinking our Chardonnay at 11 o'clock in the morning. Meg Collins was in a hospital treating people and advocating for them. That's an example of what nursing is all about. Not having attitude, not treating somebody like they're to be disdained. And what's even worse, she comes out of a coma. She is intubated. She has had major surgery of her broken, crushed spine, vertebrae, rib, thyroid. Massive, not my words, medical records, massive testimony, blood transfusion for the blood loss. And when someone, you've heard evidence, comes out of surgery, they're delusional. You've had anesthesia. You've had think about having your tooth pulled. Think about the trauma that somebody has when they're in a hospital bed laying there, paralyzed, unable to feel the lower half of their body, but able to feel with the meds and the pain medication and everything else, the damage to the spine. And then the hospital has a meeting. Remember the other doctor, I think it was Dr. Shah, the Indian woman? Wicked impressive. She was amazing. She had the facts. She was able to tell you exactly what she observed. She was able to tell you what they were doing to treat Lindsay. She treated her like a human being. She was a damn good doctor. Came in here and told you all of her observations about her and told you one of the things that ultimately that they were concerned about is they had to have this big confabulation about, we're going to take her off the, the healthcare process. They had to have lawyers. They had to have people there. They had to have her signing documents. They had to determine whether or not she was going to be signing something to have her parents take over because Pat was not going to be responsible for her care. Lawyers, cops, handcuffs. Do I need a lawyer? Write that down. Where are you? You're out there somewhere. Write that down. Boy, she wanted a lawyer. That's a bad thing. Must be guilty. Let's put that in the guilty pile. That's why she said that in a delirious state, dealing with all of these people about that issue. But what's even more nefarious, you think about it, as I said, your eye on the ball because of the manipulation. Paul Zeisel, big deal. I'm friends with the guy. You heard evidence that I called him. I was with Pat a night or two after this incident in the bedroom with all the blood. I was with Pat taking evidence that the police didn't even see in their thorough investigation. And I was able, as you know now, certainly, to grab this. Why wouldn't the police have grabbed this? They're all empty. You can see when they were prescribed. You can see what they are. You can see what she took. You heard the testimony. It's tough to take a handful of pills. Remember the guy saying that yesterday? Tough to take a handful of pills. Well, no, they were crushed. Oh, shit, they were crushed. Okay. Where's the residue? Where's the crusher? Where's anything? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Great investigation, guys. So you have a situation where they leave this behind. They don't even look at it. One of them, and again, your memory, not mine. One of them testifies, well, they might have looked at it and saw it and just didn't seize it. Seriously? They go down to the kitchen, they seized every pill bottle that was in the cabinet, along with the books. And speaking of books, one of the things that they found, smoking gun. Good moms have scary thoughts. Hallelujah. Put that in the guilty pile. We're going to put this in a plastic bag. We're going to show it to a jury so they know that this young lady had scary thoughts. Turns out that Jolada gave it to her. So you have this evidence. You have evidence of sleep aids. You have evidence in the bag. Because obviously this stuff was just thrown in there. It wasn't in a bag when I saw it inside this thing here and we seized it. and we held it to 3.5 years. Anybody care about it? No. You had evidence that police knew that I had it. They could have it, they could look at it, they could analyze it, do whatever they wanted. They didn't have to. This here, you heard evidence. This is a little wish jar that they bought on their honeymoon in Hawaii many years prior to even having kids. And when you look inside it, you see that there's all sorts of little folded up pieces of paper. Some of them are dated, some of them aren't. They go all the way back to 2017, 2018, 20. And they reference her wishes to have healthy kids, her wishes for her kids to be successful, her wishes to have a good birth. Second time around, hoping for a good birth, worrying about the child with I forget, where they rub the thing like. This woman lived for her kids until she had the pleasure running into Dr. Tufts of her 2 months experience. And after she ran into Dr. Tufts, it was not a wonderful life anymore. And what did Dr. Tufts do? And everybody laughs at me. I said the television. Okay, I know it's a telemedical thing on your telephone or on a Zoom. Take more pills. You have the medical records. You heard the testimony. You know her concerns. You know her fears. Does this seem like a young lady that didn't care and wanted to score more drugs off somebody? That's another repulsive allegation. I think the evidence is pretty clear. There's no basis for that at all. She was scared. September into October of 22, young, vibrant, hardworking. You've heard all this, not my words, witnesses' words, holding goals for herself. Hardworking nurse, hardworking mother, would take the kids to the Kingsbury Club. That's another thing. Sounds pretty snooty, doesn't it? Oh, they're at the Kingsbury Club. It's a swimming pool and a place where you can exercise. Watch the manipulation. Because now you've got a situation where you've got manipulation with the Kingsbury Club, you've got manipulation with these other items here, and you've also got manipulation of Paul Zeisel. Told Lindsay what to say. Say that you're hearing voices. Think about how ugly that is. Because you know beyond a reasonable doubt, even though we don't have any proof, we have no burden. You heard from Sheila. Remember Sheila, the woman that's the reverend or whatever, she's the chaplain at the Brigham and Women's Hospital. She didn't know Lindsay from anybody that night when she came in all broken up. And she told you that she continued. She was there when Lindsay came out of, was extubated. She was there when Lindsay was going through her treatments. She was there for 8 days before Paul Zeisel even knew Lindsay existed. But they would be in here telling you that Lindsay saw the psychologist because the lawyer went and got the psychologist to go and speak to her. And then you have these guys here, the cops. They're having meetings, talking about it. They're talking about it. Must have been the shrink. Must have been the psychologist. Must have been Zeisel. He's the guy that told her what to say, and he did not. How can you ruin a man's reputation with the career that he has had and still has, thankfully, to put him in a position where he tells a broken young woman who is vilified by our society for killing her 3 children, that he goes in the hospital and tells her to say she heard voices. Disgusting. So now you know that she told Sheila first that she heard voices. Command hallucination. She didn't say come in. I heard voices. It was a male voice. Told me, you had these other guys that came in. The government's rebuttal witnesses. Very, very impressive. Very, very impressive. The first two, Mac, put him aside. You've got the other doctor as well. So Mac is, why he was freaked out when I asked him where he stayed. When the other guy looked at me like his eyes were bugging. Why did I ask where he stayed? Whatever. Point is, they don't see her for years. Years. And why? The other guy, Halburn, I think it was Halburn, he had to wait until maybe it was the last man, I forget. They had to process his payment from the DA's office through the school. Who cares? If you have an obligation to try and be objective, to try and even look as though you're competent and objective, why would you wait for so long? Why would you go with another guy? Why would you take this young lady and have her in a room and question her one right after the other? Wouldn't you like to sit there and be questioned by Dr. Mack? Boy, that'd be an experience for 3 hours, 4 hours. And the other guy is going to pepper his questions at her as well between that period. And the next day, she can take tests and then go back at it again with Mack and with Halbrun. And she was cooperative. She was pleasant. She was friendly. She answered the questions and she owned what she did. Huh? She never ran from anything. She's gone through evaluation after evaluation after evaluation, recorded. You'll have the video to look at as they're questioning her, as she's sitting there in her wheelchair, hour after hour after hour, 3 years after this incident, but that's okay. They're busy. Paul Zeisel was there, literally, in Brigham and Women's, because I called him. Because I was asked to represent this young lady. You heard evidence. I saw her in the hospital. I saw her laying in the bed broken. I saw her laying in the bed practically dead. I reached out to Dr. Zeisel. I asked him, please, can you talk to this woman? Concerned, as he testified, for her mental well-being. What kind of demons, what kind of horror was in her mind as she lay there paralyzed and hurting and medicated, swollen, tubes, pops, chains. He went and talked to her. Big deal. I asked him to go. You judge the credibility of a person. Did Paul Zeisel have the ring of truth when he told you that he's there out of humane feeling to try to help this young lady? And he's been by her side for 3.5 years. Same thing as Sheila. Why would Sheila, for all this time, visit with Lindsay as she testified at the Tewksbury Hospital? She's not getting paid. She's not a hired gun. She's not somebody that's coming in to say something at my request. She loves Lindsay. He's a good kid. He's a beautiful soul. So you have Zeisel that has been with her all that time. You've got Sheila who's been with her all that time. You've got evidence that her mom and dad who lived in Connecticut come up and they stay and they visit with her and that they sit with her. And God forbid they actually sometimes have dinner. Remember that? They get the Tewksbury records. Boy, there's a good score. Let's go through the Tewksbury records and see what she's doing on the anniversary of the deaths. How about on their birthdays? Can you see them sitting there going through the medical records? Okay, doctor, what did she do then? She propelled herself down the hallway, met with her parents, laughed, had dinner, watched TV, talked on the telephone. God forbid. She's not curled up in the fetal position, wailing, self-flagellating constantly for 3.5 years. She's acting like a human being trying to exist. But they go through the records and they want to get those dates and use them against her. Manipulation. And then you consider we're 3 weeks away from a trial. The guy yesterday that's looking up to the heavens while he's testifying, Caesar, tells you that he wanted to establish a rapport. Can you imagine? You know that you're 3 weeks away from your murder trial, and you know that this is doctor number 3 who's been hired by the government to come in and evaluate you and testify against you, and he's going to establish a rapport. There is no rapport, but yet he was cooperative, she was friendly. Interestingly enough, just like the treating doctors don't talk to each other, they don't communicate with each other, they don't have access to medical records. She signs the HIPAA forms. They don't know what her records are, but they know for sure what Dr. Resnick had in his report. They know for sure what Dr. Zeisel had in his report. They know for sure what Meg Spinelli had in her report, and they incorporate that into their report. But then you have the MMPI and the other psychological tests that were administered to her on the second day of the Mac Heilbrunn team interviewing, interrogating, questioning her. She passes the MMPI. Testimony is presented. She answered the MMPI honestly. And they're pertaining to state of mind. They're pertaining to questions about what occurred. They're questioning this young lady as to what her state of mind was then, in the middle, and now. And she didn't lie. She didn't malinga. She didn't exaggerate, and more importantly, if anything, she minimizes. But she certainly was off the chart on the suicide scale. And then you have testimony from Dr. Resnick, Dr. Zeisel, Dr. Carney, and they were paid for their testimony. We're all paid, like I said, not the jury so much, but the judge, myself, Chrissy, everybody gets paid. These doctors came in and testified. Phil Resnick, the man is something out of a scary movie. He has the world record of investigating, examining, and treating people in psychosis that kill their children, filicide. He has a world-renowned record for checking fakers to see if a person is malingering. Their doctor agreed that his article on Voices is a leading article with research in the world. Their doctor agreed that he, Bill Resnick, is an expert on malingering. You heard him testify by Zoom because he had surgery. But he showed up by Zoom and testified that, again, 4 months after this incident, he met with Lindsay, he evaluated Lindsay, compared, looked at all the records, just like all the rest of them. Everyone says they looked at all the records, the police reports, grand jury minutes, everything else. He indicates clearly, in his opinion, that she was in a state of psychosis at the time of this death, ×3. Has any of the government doctors rebutted that? One of them, Heilbrunn, said it's possible either way. That's not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. The other one, Mac, you can accept his testimony if you wish, but I suggest that you probably won't. And then you're left with the doctor yesterday who didn't even know what killing during the course of the psychosis was. And when I was questioning him about it, he agreed. And I said, don't just agree with me. You're just agreeing with me because I said that? And he basically said, yeah. What kind of expert testimony is this? It's a mess. But the government uses them to try to rebut a man like Phil Resnick, who tells you that she was suffering from a horrific mental disease and defect at the time of the killing of her beautiful children. Why? The how? And the fact that under the law, as His Honor has given you, she's not criminally responsible. And the burden is on them right here. Prove to you that at the time of the killing, as Dr. Resnick says, that she was suffering from a disease or defect. As Dr. Zeisel said, that she was suffering from a disease or defect. As Dr. Condi said, she was suffering from a disease or defect, and Condi took you down the road of all of these medications as a psychopharmacologist, as a doctor that specializes in prescription medications. And you got the evidence. So you're able to look at that and determine, see what the side effects are, what she was complaining of, and look at her records. I mean, they have really turned her inside out. I mean, they've got every single text, every single email, every single picture, everything that she did in college. Oh, that's another thing. She lied, according to the guy yesterday. She lied to Pat about being on Prozac. They were dating for 3 months. She's living in Boston. She meets this kid. She thinks that she might like him, and they're dating. Oh, excuse me, before you go out with me, let me tell you that about a year ago when I was studying for my exams, because I'm nervous about talking in public, I got on Prozac. Seriously? That's what the government is arguing in this case. You're going to have this journal, which talks about her being, this is how controlling she was, manipulation. In the opening statement, you may recall that the district attorney said that she was a hard-charging, manipulating woman that was controlling, and everything in their life was controlled, and she ran it to the water, to the carrots, to the beets. You look in this book, and as you might recall, Ms. Rossi testified when asked, did you feel that she was being controlling of you? Because she says, for example, Monday, 10:24, Kellen, put down for a nap. Hopefully we'll nap for 2 hours. If he wakes shortly, let him resettle himself. Bottle when he wakes up. Then it goes on and on. Make salad, romaine lettuce. He likes peppers, broccoli. Cut the sweet potatoes in chunks. Thank you, with the heart. Another good score. You look at her journals that she took. You'll see, as you go along, in the dates that she's recording in these journals, she's talking about the drugs that she was prescribed. And look at the first page. Look at how detailed. Dates, how she felt, 10 milligrams Prozac, and it goes on like that, goes on through November into December. December 9th, 10th, 11th. Horrible intrusive thoughts. Horrible thoughts in the AM. Horrible thoughts. Horrible thoughts. No motivation. And then finally, horrible thoughts, no motivation, deeply depressed. Then that's around the time she went to Women and Infants Hospital, right? Looking for help. Look at this. As she runs into January, there's nothing other than little chicken scratches because her mind was gone. In January, as she's on these drugs and she's suffering from what you've heard is postpartum depression that can lead to postpartum psychosis, and you have these men coming in here that don't even know psychosis from schizophrenia as experts, telling you that if a woman doesn't have these symptoms, like it's a disease, symptoms of postpartum depression within 4 weeks, that's it. Lights out. You're not a person that can be considered. You're not a real person for purposes of postpartum depression and or postpartum psychosis. Well, I suggest that he's wrong. I suggest the second guy's wrong and the third guy. Well, actually, I didn't even know. It's your memory. If the gentleman, Mac, even knew, I think he said 4 weeks. It can go up to a year or longer. But we don't really know because you heard the evidence. There's no evidence. There's nothing in the DSM, but that's the Bible. God forbid you should go to Europe. You should look at the World Health Organization records. You should look at the way they treat pregnant women that have problems with their children. No, we're the most advanced country in the world. But we still have doctors that come into court on a murder trial and talk about 4-week cutoff on something that they don't even know exists. They've never treated it. They've never written about it. You have terrorism experts. You have an expert that comes in and talks about his focus and his interests, and it's about juveniles and drugs. And like I said, kids that like to drink and smoke weed. Those are the experts, quote unquote, to support their burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Lindsay was not suffering from a disease or defect at the time she killed her children. You all remember this. October. This is not an evidence, it's microidentifications, too big. So, but basically it shows clearly and unequivocally the depths of despair that this young kid was in, trying to raise 3 kids, trying to be a wife, ready to go back to work. Did anyone say that she was just lazy or just didn't want to go back to work? That's manipulation. They're arguing. She didn't want to go back to work. She didn't want to go back to work because she didn't want to leave her kids, especially Callan, because she loved her children. They were her life. Manipulation. And when you consider the journals, I don't know, you ever watched the movie there, The Shining, with Jack Nicholson? Remember the scene when he's sitting there in a state of complete psychosis, and he's writing a book and he's typing, and the wife finds the book and opens it up and looks at it and says, all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. Repeated after repeated after repeated. And he says, do you like it? You look at the records of her Googling drugs. You look at how many times, how many hours of the night in the afternoon she's looking this stuff up, in between taking care of the family, in between all of the stuff that was going on with visiting doctors, seeing doctors, going to Rhode Island, being told, no, we can't help you, calling a suicide hotline, we can't help you, calling another suicide hotline, we can't help you. My God, what does she have to do? She was reaching out for help, and she was not getting it. She turns herself in to McLean Hospital. You saw the doctor, nice woman. She's testifying. She didn't know. I suggest to you that she didn't know hardly anything, let alone psychosis involving a young lady like her going through what she was going through. The government bears the burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. They bring, for example, Ian Whiffen. The guy, you might remember him, was the guy that's, I guess he developed or helped develop Celebrate. What you got when you look at the records, you don't measure on an Apple Watch. Well, I shouldn't say Apple Watch because we know that they didn't have the Apple Watch, but on a cell phone. You don't measure going down the stairs. You measure stair climbing, right? That's what the testimony was. And there were 3 stairs that were climbed. Okay. The last record is 5:38. At 5:38 p.m., we went through that on cross. What happens to the phone? Don't know. It was on the bed. Was it dropped on the bed and it left there for 20 minutes? She could have been anywhere in the house during all that period of time, right? Right. You've got a compressed period of time that Patrick leaves to go to the restaurant to pick up the CV, and you heard the guy yesterday say, and then she sent him off to go to CVS. It's on the way. It's on the way. She didn't want him out of the house long. She was in distress. She wanted him home to help with the bathing, to help with the kids, to help putting them to bed. How long is he going to be gone? She Googles it. Is that something that is so nefarious? You think that goes right along the line with the book about good mothers having bad thoughts. My God, she actually Googled the time frame that Patrick would take to go to 3B and pick up the food and then leave and stop at CVS on the way. So I guess the government is suggesting she's not in a psychosis. So she's Googling Miralax because the doctor earlier that day told her that the baby Cora needed Miralax. Why would she do that? Because remember the government's opening when they told you she wasn't suffering from the psychosis. She was a woman that didn't want to live her life anymore, wasn't happy being a mother, didn't want to live that life. So she's going to kill her kids and hopefully throw herself out the window and not paralyze herself, and then she could run off into the sunset, I guess. That's what their theory was, along with the fact it wasn't a real good suicide, it was fake. Well, now we know, don't we? The mess that this young lady was in her brain, my brain is being damaged. I will never be better. That's the evidence. That's the evidence that we have in this case. Burden of proof is on them to prove to you that at the time that she killed these three beautiful kids, that she just wanted to move on with her life. And I suggest to you, just as there's no chicken nugget residue, and then when you look at those photographs, there's a slice of a cucumber, there's a slice of a carrot, there's no chicken nuggets in that bowl. Patrick wouldn't know what the kids were eating. She was the one that would cook their dinner. She was in the refrigerator, but the guy yesterday is like, oh, no. Patrick said that the child was eating the chicken McNuggets in the bowl. No, she was getting food out for the two kids, not the little baby, two kids for dinner. There's no evidence that she's lying. There's no evidence that she's malingering. And finally, you remember there was a big deal about whether or not the voices are within the head or whether or not they're outside of the head. Dr. Resnick's article with the largest research on voices malingering in the world indicates that 38% of almost 1,000 people that were examined report voices from inside their head, and it stops. You're going to buy that guy yesterday? He doesn't know what he's talking about. This young lady is not guilty of the killing of her children because she was suffering from a disease and defect, as His Honor instructed you. And they're not going to be able to prove otherwise. And it's their burden, not ours. Thank you.
All right, Como.
There's no dispute that Lindsay Clancy was suffering from mental illness and that she tried to kill herself. There's no dispute about that. All of the evidence that you've heard, even the experts that the Commonwealth put before you, say that she was suffering from mental illness and she tried to kill herself. That's not the issue in this trial. The issue is whether at the time she killed Cora, Dawson, and Callan, she knew the difference between right and wrong, and whether she could conform her behavior to the requirements of the law. This case is not about our mental health system or how it treats women or what's in the DSM-5 and what's not. That's a distraction to get you angry and passionate about an important issue, but an issue that's not on trial here. What's on trial here, what the issue is here, is what Lindsay Clancy did the night of January 24th, 2023, and what her mental state was at the time. And you can use her psychological history and records, the treatment records, to look at both before and after she killed the kids, to look at how she got to that point, what her thought process was, what her motivation was. But it's not the system or the DSM or any of that that caused her to strangle her kids. In fact, she had more access to treatment and care and support than a lot of people do. She had health insurance that covered multiple doctors, multiple specialty programs, treatment at South Shore, at Mass General, her stay at McLean. She had prescription coverage to cover the different trials she went through. She had support at home. She had 18 weeks of maternity leave with the opportunity to extend that as much as she needed, which is excellent, which is what all women should have. But she had that. She had support from both sides of her family, hers and Patrick's. The two older kids, Cora and Dawson, were in preschool 3.5 days a week. And she had the nanny, Elaine, who helped with Callan 3 mornings a week. And she also helped her with housework and with food prep. This wasn't a woman suffering from a lack of care, a lack of resources. She had an abundance of help, an abundance of care. She had all of that and more. And, you know, this doesn't mean that she wasn't struggling, that she wasn't dealing with mental health issues. She was. She had depression. And whether that's from bipolar or major depressive disorder or postpartum depression, it all boils down to she was depressed, right? And she was trying to deal with that, trying to get help for that. But it wasn't the fault of the providers that she was struggling with this or that she wasn't getting better. They were doing the best they could. You have the records, you heard the testimony. They were doing the best they could with the information she provided them. And that wasn't always accurate information. That wasn't always the full picture. And they were doing the best they could with her level of cooperation and compliance with the plan. Take her medications. You know from the records and from the pill bottles what she was prescribed and how she was supposed to take those medications. And you know from the pill bottles what she actually took. And sometimes those two things didn't align with what she told her providers, what she told Patrick, what she told her mother. You take the Zoloft, for example. The prescription was for 1 25 milligram pill a day for 7 days, and then to go up to the 50 milligrams after 7 days. She told Dr. Tufts that she took the pills as prescribed for 7 days, went up on the 8th day to 50 milligrams, and that's when she had the insomnia and the other side effects and symptoms. She told Patrick that she took the pills for 7 days and they had no effect, so she called Dr. Tufts, who then told her to increase the dose. Well, you know what she told Patrick is not accurate because the pill bottle says, take it for a week and then increase it. That was the plan from the beginning. That wasn't the result of a phone call to Dr. Tufts. And you know what she told Dr. Tufts isn't accurate either because only 7 pills were taken from the bottle. So that leaves you 2 options. Either she took the medication as prescribed, 1 pill a day for 7 days, and then didn't increase it, which she says is what caused the side effects and the insomnia, or what she did was not take it as prescribed. She didn't do it 7 days and ease into it and then increase it. She either missed a dose or increased it early before she was supposed to. Either scenario is not good. She knows as a nurse the importance of following the instructions of your medications. She knows how important it is to follow the plan and do what's on the bottle and do what your provider tells you and to give that accurate information to your provider. She didn't say, I went up a dose, went up to 50 too early. Maybe they could have adjusted that and tried the 25 milligram for longer and eased her into it. But no, she told her that she did what she was told and then went up and had these problems. So you can see that in a lot of the medication she has. You have the pill bottles that were turned in by Patrick, and a lot of them don't even have many pills missing from the bottles. Some of them have none. The Buspar prescription, the first one, there's only 2 pills missing. The second prescription, no pills missing. The Lamictal, she never took those pills at all until the night she tried to kill herself. So there's a lack of compliance there, a lack of follow-through, a lack of communication with her providers about what was happening with her and how she was taking the medications. And defense wants you to believe that this is a woman who's begging for help and willing to do anything and everything her providers tell her to do to get better. And she was asking for help. She wanted help. She wanted to get better. But she wanted to get better on her own terms, doing things her way, the way she thought she should do them. And as a nurse, she knew that's not the right way to approach it. She knew that an accurate medical history, accurate information about your side effects and symptoms, what your thoughts are, That's important for your providers to know. And she didn't do it. And it seems that the reason that she's not necessarily fully compliant and she's doing what she wants to do is she has this desire to be herself again. She just wants to go back to who she was, and she wants it now. And she doesn't want any side effects. She just wants to be herself again and wants it now. And that's understandable. That's relatable, to want to get that magic pill that will fix you immediately and you can go back to being yourself. But she knew that's not how it worked. And you know that's what she was thinking, because in the searches on her phone, she's searching for things like, which antidepressant works the fastest? How fast does Wellbutrin work? And she's searching all of these different medications for the side effects and symptoms, some of them that she never even discusses with her doctors. And, you know, again, it's relatable that she wants to get back to where she was, but she had discussions with her providers about how these medications work, and that it takes time for them to get into your system, and it takes time for them to work. She even texted her mother about that, about how she knew that she had to be patient, that it took weeks for the amitriptyline, for example, to get into her system and worked. And she knew all of this, and she couldn't be patient. She couldn't wait. She wanted faster. She even told Dr. Tufts, it's a note in the records, that she knew the problem was that she wasn't focusing on one provider and following one plan. She knew that going from doctor to doctor, practice to practice, South Shore to MGH, to different programs, not the best way to deal with the situation. She said it in her own words to Dr. Tufts, you need to stick with one provider and stick with one plan to see if it works. And she actually turned down help from at least 2 locations at various points. We talked a lot about the women and infants records, and you know, you don't have to believe what I say about them or the witnesses say about them or defense. You can look at the records themselves. Page 9, it says right there, Patrick was the one who said over medication was the issue. Not the doctors there, not the people evaluating her. What they put was depression, RO, rule out adverse medication effects. That means they have to look into it to see if medication's a problem. But there's a difference between an adverse effect, a symptom, or a problem with a medication and being over medicated, taking too much of a medication or taking too many at one time. There's a difference there. And women and infants never says she was over medicated. What they also don't do is turn her away. It's not that she went there and they said, can't help you, go away. They told her, it's in the records, based on the onset of her symptoms, they weren't sure if it was postpartum or peripartum. They saw she had an issue. They wanted to help her. It says there, we offered her. They offered her 3 programs. They offered her the inpatient medical management program. They offered her a partial hospitalization program for general mental health. And they offered her an outpatient program. It shows they put a lot of thought into that, into offering her this care. When they gave her 3 separate options, considering she's a young mom, maybe she doesn't want to be away from home, but we'll give her the option of being in the hospital and getting her medications right. But we'll also give her the option of the partial hospitalization where she can, be here during the day and go home to her kids in the evening. And then that third option of being an outpatient and being able to be at home with her kids and come in for appointments. It was very thoughtful of them. It was very well planned out to give her these 3 options. And it's kind of the exact opposite of just turning someone away and saying, go away, we can't help you. And her response, I'm going to talk to my provider about it for guidance. And she goes to Dr. Tufts. She sees Gelada at some point. You look at the records, she never discussed those options with them. She told them that women and infants turned her away and said she didn't qualify for the program. She didn't discuss those 3 programs that they offered her. So basically, they give her this offer of help, 3 different forms of help, and she's just, no, doesn't want to do them and doesn't discuss it with her provider. And also that first time she goes to Mass General, to the emergency room, they offer her a bed at McLean, and she turns it down. She wants help. No one's saying she doesn't want help, but she's making these decisions and doing these things that aren't helping her get help, that are turning away help because she wants the help in a certain way, in a certain time frame. And, you know, all during this time, between September and December of 2022, she's interacting with friends, with family, teachers, gym staff, the nanny, people at gymnastics, interacting with them in public spaces, in public ways, driving her kids around, all throughout that time, able to know the difference between right and wrong, able to conform her behavior to the law and to the requirements of society, and interacting with others and presenting herself as a functioning adult, a functioning mom. You know that she knew the difference between right and wrong during that time because she had those thoughts at the beginning of December of harming her kids. And she told Patrick and her mother about them. But who she didn't tell is important and very telling. She didn't tell a single provider, not Tufts, not Gelada, not Jennifer McAllister, not Dukes, no one at McLean, no one at MGH, no one at South Shore, didn't tell any of them. And why? Because the police might take away her kids. That's a rational thought, that telling mandated reporters that you're having a thought of harming your kids, that they might be taken away for their safety, that's a rational thought. And it also shows she knew it was a bad thought, a wrong thought, because you don't think someone's going to take your kids away because you're thinking something positive or neutral. It's because it's bad, it's because it's wrong, it's because it's against the law. So she knew that it was wrong. And she was able to conform her behavior to the law because she didn't tell those providers. She went in and met with them and talked about what she was experiencing and talked about her depression. And not only did she not tell them, she lied to them. They asked her, are you having thoughts of harming others? Do you have homicidal ideation? She told Tufts no. She told Gelada no. She told Dukes no. She told Goodhart no. Every day at McLean, she said no. At MGH, she said no. So not only is she hiding it, she's lying about it. She's controlling her behavior. She's controlling the presentation she presents to her providers. And then we get to her being admitted to McLean. You know, up to that point, all of the drugs she's taken from September through December, they weren't given at the same time. The most she ever had at one time was 2 to 3 medications. And usually if it was 3, that third medication was the Benadryl or the hydroxyzine that's like Benadryl, or the Ativan or Valium as needed for anxiety. But most of the time it was 2 medications. And the way they did those medications, you heard from Dr. Satoff, a man who's examined thousands of patients with psychosis, who's treated women with postpartum psychosis, who's treated women who have killed their children, that man who apparently has no expertise. You heard from him that the medication trials were reasonable and rational. She tried a medication, it didn't work, or they had side effects, they stopped the medication. They tried something else. They tried a different combination. And unfortunately, with mental health, there's no blood test or CAT scan or MRI that you can do that says, well, you have bipolar or you have schizophrenia. It unfortunately doesn't work like that. So what the providers have to do is rely on what the patient's telling them. Hope that information is accurate. Rely on what they're observing about the patient and make a diagnosis. And then based on that diagnosis, have a treatment plan. And every patient reacts differently to medication. One patient could do fine on it, the next not. So they have to do that trial and error process, and it's normal, it's typical, it's reasonable. And that's what they did for her. And even if you believe that the number of different medications she took over that time, or the combination of those medications affected her negatively, after McLean, they were out of her system. Some of them had been out of her system for months. Zoloft, she stopped in October. other pills she stopped in November or December. And that last one, the Seroquel, that she really had a bad reaction to, is out of her system. The only medication she's on leaving McLean is trazodone for sleep and Valium for anxiety. And that's it when she leaves there. And why does she leave there? He wants to go to Corey's birthday party. And that's relatable, that's understandable. She wants to be that mom again who can throw her daughter a party and enjoy it. It's completely understandable why she would want to leave, but she also knew she wasn't there. She knew how she was feeling. She knew she was depressed. She knew she needed help. But she wanted to be that mom she was more. And there was nothing McLean could do to keep her there. She said she denied suicidal ideation. She denied homicidal ideation. She said she wasn't hearing voices or seeing anything. They saw the entire time she was there, no signs of psychosis. In fact, every doctor she saw, from Tufts in September all the way through Tufts at January 23rd, none of them saw any signs of psychosis ever. So they're all wrong. All these different doctors at all these different practices, they're all collectively together wrong. That doesn't make sense. She shows when she's leaving McLean, no signs of psychosis. And they even give her a task to do to see if she can manage her mental health outside of the hospital. Make an appointment, pick a doctor, make an appointment. And she does it. She decides on Dr. Tufts. She makes the follow-up appointment. She gets the documentation and gives it to them, showing she can manage her mental health. They have to let her go at that point. She's there voluntarily. There's no grounds to keep her if she's not showing she's a danger to herself or others. So they let her go home. And at home, again, all throughout January, she's showing her ability to know right from wrong and to conform her behavior to the requirements of the law in all the activities she does in January. First, there's the birthday party. She's throwing the birthday party. She's monitoring the kids, making sure, typical mom birthday party stuff. Everyone's eating, getting cake, singing happy birthday. You saw her in the video. She appeared happy and smiling, normal. Everyone that interacted with her said, seemed a little tired, but okay. The Museum of Science, you have that video. The Museum of Science in Boston can be crowded and overwhelming on a good day. And she's there with 3 kids under 5 with her husband. You see her monitoring them, caring for them, doing the exhibits, showing them what to do with the exhibits. If you watched that video and you didn't know who the Clancy family was, and we asked you, pick out the woman who is depressed, pick out the woman who wants to kill herself, pick out the woman who's about to kill her kids, you couldn't pick her out. She's completely calm. All her behaviors are typical and normal because she's able to control her behavior. She's able to be suicidal and feel those things, but control her behavior, control her thoughts, and present that image to the world. She's able to do it at the Cape Codder as well, similar scenario. She's able to watch the kids when Patrick goes to brunch. She's able to watch the boys when Patrick and Cora go skiing on the 16th. She's able to interact with the Carneys on January 22nd. And yeah, they both initially said she was quiet, but then they both admitted she was always kind of quiet. But she was able to interact with them, chat with them in the kitchen, seemed okay. In between January 7th and January 21st, her mother never comes to the house to intervene. Her sister, a licensed social worker, a mandated reporter, never comes to the house to intervene or help, never makes a report. And they're in contact with her every day, texting with her, calling with her almost every day, and never see any signs that they should be concerned or worried or intervene. And you have those text messages between the defendant and her mom. And her mom obviously was very attentive, very caring, asked very pointed questions. How are you doing? How are you sleeping? How are the medications? Obviously, a very concerned, loving mom. How does Lindsay answer? I'm getting a little better. I'm sleeping better. She said the only time her sleep was interrupted is if Cora had a bellyache or one of the kids was up. But she's doing better every day. She's sleeping better. She's feeling better. She still says, I'm not myself. I'm not where I want to be, but she's moving in the right direction. And we have that text from her mom the day she leaves on the 22nd, headed back home. I'm glad to see you're doing so much better. Now her mom now wants you to believe that she lied to her, that she wasn't doing better and she was just trying to encourage her. But there are so many things you can say to your daughter who's struggling with mental health other than lie to her if you want to encourage her. You've got this. Take it day by day. I'm here for you. We're going to get through this. But she wants you to think she lied to her when she said she was doing better. But you know that wasn't a lie. You know that she was doing better, or seemed to be, and that her mom said, I'm glad you're doing so much better, because Patrick said the same thing. He said she was doing better in January. Every day was better. The 24th was the best day. They had hope because that's what she wanted to show them. The only person during that time that she gave even a little glimpse of maybe she wasn't doing that much better was Dr. Tufts. And she told Dr. Tufts that she was feeling depressed, which is why Dr. Tufts prescribed the 10 milligrams of amitriptyline a day, very low dose. And then she told Dr. Tufts again, still not helping. And so Dr. Tufts raised it to the 20 milligrams. Again, a very low dose, a dose a child could take. And that shows how cautious and conservative Dr. Tufts was being in the treatment of this patient who had had those interactions with medications previously. She was being cautious and conservative and acting with care for the patient by slowly increasing the medication. But even with Dr. Tufts, she still denied having a suicide plan, denied wanting to hurt anyone else, denied voices, denied visual hallucinations, showed no signs of psychosis, all the way up to January 23rd, nothing. And if you look at their journal, you look at this journal that defense counsel showed you, she's very detailed, excuse me, about when she took medication, what she took, the amount she took, what the effect was for months, starting in October and going all the way up to January. And where it stops, January 18th. Someone who's been so meticulous about everything all the way up to January 18th, and it just stops. It's as if she's decided she's done trying. She's decided that it's too much and she doesn't want to do it anymore. And so she just stops keeping track of the prescriptions. And then we get to January 24th. Everything that happened that day, every person she interacted with, every situation she was in, shows you she knew the difference between right and wrong, and she could conform her behavior to the law. The doctor's appointment first thing in the morning. She's able to drive there. She's able to interact with medical professionals. She's able to seem absolutely fine and normal. And this is a doctor who's treated the kids since Cora was a baby. This is a pediatrician who's known the family and has known Lindsay for almost 5 years. A woman who's trained in recognizing the signs of postpartum depression. She told you she looks for flat affect, she looks for teariness, and some other things that she told you. She saw none of that. She was able to control herself and interact with her in a perfectly normal, concerned mother way. Able to get home from that appointment. She plays with the kids, she takes them outside, she's sending those messages and photos to her mom and to Patrick, basically saying, look, this is a good day. I'm having a good day. Everything's good. I'm getting better. Here's proof. This is what I'm doing. You start to see the planning at about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. When this is on her phone, you can see her search for Miralax, kids Miralax at 4:02. And then a little while later at 4:13, you see her search for takeout from 3V. And then immediately after, she does the Apple Map search to see how long it takes to get to 3V. Well, defense wants you to believe that, she was checking that because she didn't want him gone for too long. She wanted him home. She was in distress. If you're in distress, don't send him anywhere. Make food at home, have him cook, get delivery, get DoorDash. Go to one of the other restaurants that Patrick mentioned that were 2 minutes down the road. And she didn't have to look up on Apple Maps to see where this restaurant was. You heard from Patrick, they had been there at least 3 times in the months before. She had lived in that area for 4 years. She knew where it was. She knew generally how long it would take to get there. What she needed to know was how long specifically on that night it would take to get there. Because she knew she would have a limited amount of time to do what she wanted to do. And what she had decided to do was to kill the children and then kill herself. And so she needed to know, not generally, but exactly how much time will I have. And then obviously sees that that's not enough time. So then she searches CVS. And not only does she search CVS, she calls them. Calls them and asks them if they have kids Miralax, and they say no, but they have Pedialax and one other medication. And then she asks, is it in stock? Because she needs to know not only what they have, but is it in stock? Because she's adding to this errand that she's sending Patrick out on. And she has to make sure she's not interrupted. She doesn't want that call at 5:33. She wants him to go to CVS and have the medication there and get it, and then go on to 3V, so she has time to do what she needs to do. So that's why she's calling to see what they have and make sure it's in stock. It's a level of planning there and thinking and decision-making that Dr. Satoff referenced. And then after that, she texts Patrick, it's been a long day, can we do 3V? And he's on board with that. And she's like, okay, check out the menu, let's get on this. And he asks her what she's getting. She tells him the Mediterranean Power Bowl. He says he's getting the pork belly risotto. 5:10 p.m., she's calling that order in. She's talking to the hostess. She gets the order accurate. She is able to answer questions about how she wants her food. She's able to recall and give Patrick's phone number and his name as the person picking up. And then Patrick's leaving to go get the food. And as he's leaving, the kids are in the living room on the couch eating. The defendant's in the doorway near the basement door. And she says to him, oh, by the way, can you go to CVS? Acting like it's this last minute thought, like, oh, by the way, can you get this? And not something that she's been planning for over an hour. She knew about the Pedialax and she knew about 3V and she knew all of that before she even asked him about dinner. But it's like, oh, can you go to CVS on your way and get kids Pedialax? And he, of course, is like, sure, I'll get that. And he heads out the door at 5:15. And that's the time he leaves because he says to her, yeah, just text it to me. And that's such a normal kind of interaction that we have in your common sense and life experience. You're headed out the door to run an errand and someone in your home says, oh, while you're out, could you get me X, Y, and Z? And you're like, yeah, sure, just text it to me. Because you don't want to get there and be like, oh, what did they want me to get? It's such a normal interaction, right? Can you get this for me? Sure, text it to me. And he heads out the door and she texts it to him at 5:15 p.m. And then he goes to CVS. Even though she's told him what to get and they have it, he still makes that call at 5:33. She calls him back at 5:34. And then he heads out to 3V and then comes home. And when he gets home, puts the things on the counter and it's quiet. It's quiet in a way that a house with 3 kids under 5 should not be during waking hours. So he calls out to them, no answer. He goes to the basement door and opens it and yells down and no answer. And he closes the door. He calls her phone, no answer. He goes upstairs and is able to unlock the door and see the blood and see the window open and go down to her. And when he goes down to her, she's no longer actively bleeding. He doesn't have to put pressure on any of her wounds. And he says to her, "What did you do?" And her response is, "I tried to kill myself." And then it's, "Where are the kids?" In the basement. It's not, "I heard a voice. I was compelled to do this. I didn't want to do this. Go help the kids. They're hurt. They're in the basement. Go save them." No. It's, "I tried to kill myself, and the kids are in the basement." And defense wants you to believe that conversation couldn't have happened because of how she sounded on the 911 call. But you heard from the doctors, people can deteriorate over time. When he first gets there, she's able to talk to him. And as that progresses, she's losing the ability to talk. And there's nothing in the medical records about her throat being crushed or her thyroid being crushed. You can look at that. Her thyroid was bruised, her vertebrae were broken, but her throat wasn't crushed. She had the ability to make sound and to communicate. And if you listen to the 911, he's talking to her, and then he's answering the 911 dispatchers about what she said. So even if we can't hear her clearly and we can't understand what she was saying, he could. You know from all of the evidence that you have, putting aside the experts, but all the evidence you have in terms of crime scene photos and videos and the witness testimony and all the medical records, you know how she killed them, where she killed them, what time she killed them, and the order that she killed them in. Even without what she told the doctors about the order, that's something you can infer from the evidence. Because you know, in order to bring the kids to the basement and strangle each one of them, and then come upstairs and get a knife and have a phone call, and then go upstairs to the second floor and either take handfuls of pills or crush them, however she did it, take the pills, and then cut herself. And it's not just 3 cuts, it's the hesitation marks, and then the cuts themselves. And then you know she bled in a couple spots for a little while, because you heard from Sherry Crook how the pooling in front of the mirror is someone, basically the blood dropping down and someone there for a period of time, and then over closer to the window, the same thing. So she's bleeding in front of the mirror for a period of time, over by the window for a period of time, and then she goes out of the window. And whether she dove out or climbed out and slid down, whatever you think that evidence shows from the shingles and everything you've seen, whatever happened, she goes out of the window and she's on the ground. And by the time Patrick gets there, she's no longer bleeding. So for all of that to happen in that short amount of time while Patrick's gone, she had to have started killing the kids immediately after he left. Now, defense wants you to believe that it was after the phone call, that after the phone call, she heard the voice and killed the children. But there's a few things about that don't make sense. First is what she told Dr. Satoff, that when she gets the call, she's at the fridge getting chicken nuggets out of the fridge to make dinner. You heard from Patrick, when he's leaving, Dawson is sitting on the couch eating chicken nuggets and green beans out of a bowl. There's the crime scene photo of 2 bowls on the couch. Yes, the pink one seems to have some vegetables in it, but there's the blue one there as well. And Patrick saw Dawson eating the chicken nuggets and green beans. So why would the defendant make that up? Why would she say she's doing that during the phone call? Because if she's already killed the kids because of a voice and being compelled and it being against her will and she's like a puppet, then she can't get a call and miss it and then call the person back and have a conversation and then hang up. A puppet can't do those things. Those are decisions and choices and actions that she's controlling. So she has to explain away the phone call because her behavior and her ability to have the phone call don't make sense if she's being compelled by her voice, if she's not in control. And you, further on that, you have the phone. You have the flights climbed. There were 2 flights climbed. You can see, you have Ian Whiffin's report. You can see there were 2 flights climbed. The first ends at 5:33. So it makes sense that she has killed the kids in the basement and she has come up the stairs, and at 5:33, she's in the kitchen and she's getting the knife. And then Patrick calls. Everything she's done, everything from the research to making sure what they had, to telling him to get it, to making sure it's in stock, all of that, and he still calls her, he still interrupts her. And then she gets the knife and she goes upstairs, and she's at the top of the stairs by 5:38. So the phone calls from 5:33 to just before 5:35. So if you want to believe that the voice happened after the call, and the killing of the kids happened after the call, between 5:33 and 5:38, she doesn't go down and come back up and come back up and come back up. There's nothing on that phone about that. And there wouldn't be enough time for her to bring those kids down to the basement and strangle each one in 3 minutes. You heard from the doctors, and Dr. Lapisato included, it could take up to 30 seconds for each child to go unconscious. And then strangulation would have to continue for another 1 to 2 minutes to cause death. And Dr. Lapisato wanted you to believe that the band could just stay there around their necks by themselves. But you have the bands. They're exercise bands. You pull them, they resist, you let go, they snap back. I had to hold them up to show her in circles like around someone's neck. And when I let go, they expanded. They don't stay around someone's neck on their own. You have to pull them. And you know they weren't knotted. Patrick never testified that they were knotted. So I'll take this one. He testified that he didn't have a clear memory, but he remembered that they were possibly looped. And I asked him, like, when you're tying your shoe, that first loop before you do a bow? And he said, yeah, kind of like that. So not knotted, not tied, but even his memory wasn't the best. You heard him on that call. And that's why we had to play the call for you, because you could hear him. You could hear when he found each kid. And you knew that he had the phone with him when he found each kid, because his voice, it never sounded like he was in another room. It always sounded so painfully right there. And so you know he's holding the phone and he's not untying knots, and he wouldn't have had the time to untie knots in that short amount of time. And then you have the firefighters looking in the window, seeing him with Dawson, and he's not untying a knot or unlooping something. They say they see him in an unwinding motion, unwrapping. That's why you had to listen to the 911, to show that she did stand over their limp bodies and strangle them for 1 to 2 minutes after they went unconscious. Because those weren't knotted, they weren't tied. They don't just stay there on their own. And even if you wanted to believe that at 5:38, she goes upstairs and puts the phone on the bed, and then she goes down and kills the kids, and she does everything. 5:38 to just after 6 p.m., because he's making the call to her at 6:09. There's not enough time between 5:38 and just after 6 p.m. to kill all 3 kids, to get the knife, to take the pills, to cut herself, to bleed, to go out of the window, to stop bleeding, and Patrick to get there. In 20 odd minutes, it's not enough time. So you know she killed those kids as soon as he left. And when she got the call from him, she had already strangled them. And she didn't tell him. She didn't ask for help. She didn't say, oh my God, what have I done? She's a nurse. She didn't go down and try to do CPR and help them. No, she lied. She stayed calm. She presented herself as normal. She had complete control over her behavior and her emotions. She had a normal conversation with him because she didn't want him coming home, because she needed to finish her plan. She still had to kill herself. So why did she do it? Defense would have you believe that a mother who was this good, who loved her kids this much, which we're not denying, would never harm her kids this way unless she was so mentally ill that she was hearing these command voices and had no choice. But that's not the world we live in. Dr. Resnick told you, most women who kill their children do it in child abuse. Most women who kill their children don't do it because of mental illness. Mothers kill their children, and it's horrible and it's awful, but it happens. So why did she specifically do it? She was depressed. She was exhausted. She was done. She didn't want to try anymore. She felt damaged. But those kids were her protective factor. Those kids were keeping her from ending her misery. And so she had to remove the protective factor. And I'm not saying she was happy about it. I'm saying that it was what she had to do to end her misery. But it was a choice. It was a choice. She could have kept trying. She could have, moved down to her mother's. She could have killed herself and left her kids alive. But it was a choice to take them with her. It was a horrible choice. And it's a choice that we don't want to think about that a mother could make, because that doesn't make us feel safe or comfortable in this world. But it's a choice she made. She knew it was wrong because she sent Patrick out to do it. She could conform her behavior because she waited until he was gone and didn't tell him what was going on those phone calls, didn't call 911 for help, didn't lock herself in a bathroom upon hearing this voice. She knew it was wrong. She didn't take advantage of this situation. She created this situation, this opportunity to do what she wanted. And when she woke in the hospital and she knew she was alive and the kids weren't, she knew what she did was wrong. She said she felt horrified. And then, while still with a tube in her throat, she's asking, do I have a lawyer? And it's not what defense said. It was after surgery and she's delirious. Look at the records. She had surgery on the 27th. She's asking if she has a lawyer on the 26th. Do I have a lawyer? Because she knows what she did was wrong. And then we get the justification, the excuse of the voice. And there are a few reasons why the voice doesn't make sense. The first is she immediately obeyed it. Dr. Resnick, their expert, the one who knows everything about postpartum psychosis, he teaches other psychiatrists and psychologists. He writes books and chapters and articles about how this is a huge red flag if someone immediately obeys a voice. You heard him talk about Andrea Yates, about how she heard voices to kill her children for months. And what did she do? She committed herself 5 times. She tried to kill herself twice to avoid harming her children.
Counsel,
That was all accurate.
let's move on from that.
Lindsay Clancy hears his voice one time and does it. Doesn't try to lock herself in the bathroom, call Patrick, call 911. Doesn't try to leave. Leaving little children alone for 20, 30 minutes, not the greatest option, but it's better than killing them. She doesn't try any tactics to avoid the voice. She just obeys. Another red flag that Resnick was asked about and teaches and writes about is that she only heard the voice one time. She never heard it before, and she hasn't heard it since. So how that works, it's a red flag that she's making up the voice. Another one is that what she said, the voice told her isn't consistent. At the hospital, she says the voice said, you have to kill your children so you can kill yourself because they'll suffer without you. What she tells a lot of the doctors is, it says, this is your last chance. You have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself. And then she tells the chaplain, you have to, a third version, you have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself because they're in danger. There's these three different versions. Another flag red flag, it doesn't make sense that the voice, she's saying the voice says all these different things. And then the fourth thing that doesn't make sense about the voice is that it's vague in its command. It doesn't tell her how to kill the kids, where, with what, nothing. It says kill the kids so you can kill yourself. So she had to choose where, the basement. She had to choose how, strangulation. She had to choose with what, exercise ban. Choose again, exercise ban. Choose again, exercise ban. She had to choose how to kill herself. Now, if you're being compelled by this voice and you have no free will whatsoever, you're just doing, your body's acting on the voice, why wouldn't you just kill yourself the same way you killed the children? You strangled them, you hang yourself. That's acting on compulsion, that's no choice. She tried 3 different ways. And none of them similar to what happened to the kids. And I'll take this other quarter now and explain to you why we got into the superficiality of the wounds and why we got into the height of the window and why we got into how she didn't take enough pills to actually kill herself. We're not saying she didn't want to kill herself. We're talking about that third prong of suicidality that Dr. Satoff talked about. Remember, he talked about aloneness and feeling burdensome, but that third category, capability. She wanted to kill herself, but her natural instinct to live was fighting against that. So she took pills, but you heard the toxicologists, they were all at therapeutic levels or below, except the Seroquel, which was a little elevated. She cut herself, but you saw the cuts on the meaty part of her arm horizontally. No arteries, no major blood vessels. Didn't need to be stitched the next day. The one on her neck didn't need to be stitched at all. She knew as a nurse, those weren't going to kill her, but she was trying. And then going out of the window, 12, 13 feet, she landed the wrong way and ended up paralyzed on the frozen ground. But, you know, the idea that falling out of a 12-foot window is going to definitely kill you, not necessarily. And so she wanted to, she was trying in all these different ways, but she just couldn't get over that third prong, the capability of actually killing herself. And that goes against it being a voice. Because if she's compelled to do it, if this voice is making her do it, she would just do it. There would be no fight. There would be no struggle. There would be no resistance to dying. But there was. I guess the third one is Dr. Zeisel. We've never said that he told the defendant what to say. Not one witness, not one piece of evidence. The only person that said that Dr. Zeisel, that we were trying to say Dr. Zeisel told her to make up the voice is defense counsel. He's the only one that asked about it. He's the only one that brought it up. We have never said that in this courtroom, and no witness has said that we've asked. She knew what she did was wrong. She could conform her behavior to the law and chose not to. And she didn't expect to have any consequences because she expected to die with her children. And we get to what we have to prove is that first degree is deliberate premeditation and extreme atrocity and cruelty. You know it was deliberate premeditation because of the way she killed them and the way they died. And the order also shows a rationality. The order she killed them in. Because Cora and Dawson are older. If she had tried to strangle one in front of the other, they would have known this is bad. And they would have tried to intervene or run and hide. And she had a very limited time. She didn't have time to try to find a child who ran off and hid. So taking Dawson first and moving him to a separate room, having Cora stay with Callan and having Dawson go in another room, that's rational. That makes sense. That's ordered thinking. And we didn't show you that post that she made about Dawson being a handful and not being compliant to show she was a bad mom. We showed it to you because it proves she knew that he was a handful. She knew that he was less likely to be compliant, to just go along. She knew that he might struggle. And so it made sense rationally to remove him and separate him first and kill him first. And she brought him into that room, into the office, and closed the door. And she wrapped that band around his little neck. And she squeezed until he was unconscious. As the blood's pooling in his face and causing those blood vessels to burst, causing him pain and panic and confusion. And defense calls Dr. La Posada to say, no, it wasn't 20 or 30 seconds. It was only 5 or 10 seconds until he went unconscious. I'm sorry, how many seconds is it okay for them to have been in pain and panic and confusion? How about it wasn't okay for 1 second for any of those children to feel that? And they all felt it, all for up to 30 seconds. And then she continued strangling their limp bodies for 1 to 2 minutes to make sure they were dead. Deliberate premeditation. And then extreme atrocity and cruelty. The indifference that she showed to their pain, to their struggle, to their suffering, leaving them there on the floor with the bands around their necks, completely indifferent because she had a plan and she was following it through. Just think of that. The being strangled and the pain and the confusion that they're going through, and it's being done by their mom. Their mom is the one that's hurting them. Their mom is the one that's killing them. That's extreme atrocity and cruelty. She didn't see them in that moment as individual human beings with rights, with dreams, with futures, individually belonging to them. You heard about the 3 kids. Cora wanted to be a doctor and a mom. Dawson wanted to be a firefighter. Callan never got the chance to dream. Who knows what future he would have dreamed for himself. She killed them, and she left them there on the floor with the bands around their necks. She didn't bring them up to their beds and put them with their favorite stuffed animal and cover them up gently and lovingly, leaving them peacefully there. No. She left them discarded on the basement floor like broken toys because she was done playing the game. You know to a moral certainty, she is guilty.
All right, thank you, counsel. Now, members of the jury can sit here for a while. Does anybody need a short break? I think that would. All right, so we're going to return now to the instructions that I have. In rereading my instructions, I just kind of want to make sure that something's clear. So I'm going to ask you to go back to page 6. I think we were talking about murder in the second degree. Everybody get there. All right. And what I just kind of wanted to make clear, you may consider the defendant's mental condition at the time of the killing, including any credible evidence of mental impairment or the effect on the defendant of her consumption of prescription drugs in determining any of the elements in the murder in the second-degree charge as well. I mentioned that for some of the others, but and specifically for the charge in murder of second degree, there's an element regarding intent. Okay, so I just kind of wanted to make that clear. Probably is suggested in that, but as I read through it, I just kind of wanted to remind you that you can, as I said, you can consider the defendant's mental condition at the time of the killing, including any credible evidence of mental impairment or the effect on the defendant of her consumption of prescription drugs in determining the elements in murder in the second degree. All right, so I hope that cleared things up rather than confusing you any. But now I'm going to go to the general principles in regards to this case. All right. Now, as I said to you before, I'm incorporating the instructions that I gave earlier before the closing arguments with these instructions. So I want to talk about the presumption of innocence and the burden of proof. Once again, the indictments against Ms. Clancy are only an accusation. They're not evidence. The defendant has denied that she's guilty of the crimes charged in these indictments. The law presumes the defendant to be innocent of the charges against her. This presumption of innocence is a rule of law that compels you to find the defendant not guilty unless and until the Commonwealth produces evidence from whatever source that proves that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. This burden of proof never shifts. The defendant is not required to call any witnesses or produce any evidence since she is presumed to be innocent. The presumption of innocence stays with the defendant unless and until the evidence convinces you unanimously as a jury that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. It requires you to find the defendant not guilty unless your guilt has been proved beyond a reasonable doubt. Your verdict, whether it is guilty or not guilty, must be unanimous. All right. Now, reasonable doubt. The burden is on the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the charges made against her, as I just told you. But what is proof beyond a reasonable doubt? Well, the term is often used and probably pretty well understood, though it's not easily defined. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all possible doubt, for everything in the lives of human beings is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. The charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if, after you've compared and considered all of the evidence, you have in your minds an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. When we refer to moral certainty, we mean the highest degree of certainty possible in matters relating to human affairs, based solely on the evidence that has been put before you in this case. I've told you that every person is presumed to be innocent until she is proved guilty, and that the burden of proof is on the prosecutor. If you evaluate all the evidence and you still have a reasonable doubt remaining, the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be acquitted. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to establish a probability, even a strong probability, that the defendant is more likely to be guilty than not guilty. That is not enough. Instead, the evidence must convince you of the defendant's guilt to a reasonable and moral certainty, a certainty that convinces your understanding and satisfies your reason in judgment as jurors who are sworn to act conscientiously on the evidence. This is what we mean by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, I want to talk initially about my function of the judge. My function as a judge in this case has been to see that the trial is conducted fairly, efficiently, and in an orderly manner. It's also my responsibility to rule on what you may consider as evidence and to instruct you on the law that applies in this case. It's your duty as jurors in this case to accept the law as I stated to you. You should consider all of my instructions as a whole. You may not ignore any instruction or give special attention to any one instruction. You must follow the law as I give it to you, whether you agree with it or not. That's not just because I'm the judge. It's because every person who comes to court for trial is equal and is subject to the same law. And if jurors in each case were to apply what they thought the law should be, and the jurors in different cases had different views, then the parties in those cases would not be treated equally. The law that I'm instructing you on is the law that has been established by our legislature and our appellate courts, and it applies to everyone. And you must apply the law as I instruct you. Function of the jury. Your function is to determine the facts of this case. You are the sole and exclusive judges of the facts. You alone determine what evidence to accept, how important any evidence is that you do accept, and what conclusions to draw from all the evidence. You must apply the law as I give it to you, to the facts as you determine them to be, in order to decide whether the Commonwealth has proven its case. You should determine the facts solely on a fair consideration of the evidence. You are to be completely fair and impartial, and you are not to be swayed by prejudice, by personal likes or dislikes towards either side, or by any personal view you may have the nature of the claims or the defenses in the case. Your decisions must rest solely on the facts that you find and the law that I give to you in these instructions. Nor are you to be influenced by any personal likes or dislikes you've come to feel towards any party or any attorney. In this courtroom, every person is equal and is entitled to a fair and impartial verdict in accordance with the evidence and the law. You are not to decide this case based on anything you may have read or heard outside of this courtroom. That, with the exception of that, is the observations you made at that view, and I'll talk about that a little bit later. You are not to engage in any guesswork about any unanswered questions that remain in your mind, or to speculate about what the quote-unquote real facts might or might not have been, beyond what has been proved by the evidence. You should not consider anything that I've said or done during the trial as any indication of any opinions as to how you should decide this case. If you believe that I've expressed or hinted at any opinion about the facts of this case, please disregard it. I have no opinion about the facts or what your verdict ought to be. That is solely and exclusively your duty and your responsibility. Now, I'll talk about function of counsel. It was the duty of the lawyers in this case to object when the other side offered evidence which that lawyer believed was not admissible under our law. They also had an obligation to ask to speak to me at the sidebar about questions of law, which the law requires me to rule on outside of your hearing. The purpose of such objections in rulings is not to keep relevant information from you. You should not draw any inference, favorable or unfavorable, to any attorney or their client for objecting to proposed evidence or asking me to make such rulings. That is the function and responsibility of the attorneys in this case. Now, what is evidence? As I told you, you are to decide what the facts are solely from the evidence admitted in this case and not from suspicion or conjecture. The evidence consists of the testimony of witnesses as you recall it, and any documents, photographs, or videos or other things that were received into evidence as exhibits. You may also consider any observations that you made while at the view that we took earlier in the trial. In this case, there may be certain documents or photographs that are entered multiple times. This does not mean that that evidence is any more or less important than any other evidence. You, the jurors, will decide how to evaluate the evidence, that is, what weight to put to it. Now, in reviewing documents and evidence, you might find that there's some information that's been whited out or redacted. This is because the court has made some legal rulings about what evidence is relevant to this case. You should not draw any negative inference against either party based on these redactions, nor are you to speculate about what information has been redacted. In addition, a couple of stipulations were entered into evidence during the course of this trial. A stipulation is an agreement that has been made between the parties. The contents of such stipulation may be accepted by you as facts and relied on you along with other facts that you find based on the evidence. Now, of course, the quality or strength of the proof is not determined by the sheer volume of evidence or the number of witnesses or exhibits. It's the weight of the evidence, its strength, intending to prove the issue at stake that's important. Some things that occur during a trial are not evidence, and you may not consider them as evidence in deciding the facts of this case. A question put to a witness is never evidence. Only the answers are evidence. So if a witness agrees with a fact or a proposition contained in a question, then the fact or proposition agreed to is evidence. However, if a witness disagrees with a fact or proposition contained in a question, then the fact or proposition is not evidence simply because it was suggested in the question. You would have to look elsewhere for evidence about that issue. You may not consider any answers that I've stricken. They're not evidence and cannot be used by you as evidence or considered by you for any purpose. The opening statement and closing arguments of the lawyers, not evidence. They're only intended to assist you in understanding the positions of the party. My instructions, anything that I've said during the trial, not evidence. All right. So if your memory of the testimony differs from the attorney's or mine, you are to follow your own recollection. You must consider the evidence as a whole. Now, I want to talk about direct and circumstantial evidence. There are two types of evidence that you may use to determine the facts in this case. There's direct evidence and there's circumstantial evidence. The law allows both direct and circumstantial evidence in a criminal case, and circumstantial evidence alone may be sufficient to establish guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Direct evidence is when a witness testifies directly about the fact that is sought to be proved based upon what he or she claims to have seen, heard, or felt with their own senses. And the question there is whether you believe that witness or not. Circumstantial evidence is when no witness is when no witness can testify directly about the fact that sought to be proved, but you are presented with evidence of other facts, and then asked to draw reasonable inferences from them about the fact that sought to be proved. There are, however, several things you should keep in mind about circumstantial evidence. The first one is that you may draw inferences and conclusions only from facts that have been proved to you beyond a reasonable doubt. The second rule is that any inferences or conclusions you draw must be reasonable and natural based on your common sense and good judgment. In a chain of circumstantial evidence, it's not required that every one of your inferences and conclusions be inevitable, but it is required that each of them be reasonable, that they all be consistent with one another, and that together they establish the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Inferences must never be based on conjecture, surmise, guesswork, or assumption. And whether the evidence is direct or circumstantial, the Commonwealth must prove the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt from all of the evidence presented in the case. Now, I want to talk about the credibility of witnesses, all right? It's going to be your duty to decide all the disputed questions of fact. You are going to have to determine which witnesses to believe and how much weight to give their testimony. You should give the testimony of each witness whatever degree of belief and importance that you judge it is fairly entitled to receive. You are the sole judges of the credibility of the witnesses, and if there are any conflicts in the testimony, it's your function to resolve those conflicts and to determine where the truth lies. You may believe everything a witness says or only part of it or none of it at all. If you do not believe a witness's testimony that something happened, of course, your disbelief is not evidence that it did not happen. When you disbelieve a witness, it just means that you have to look elsewhere for credible evidence about that issue. And when deciding whether to believe a witness and how much importance to give a witness's testimony, you must look at all the evidence, drawing on your own common sense and experience of life. Often it may be not what a witness says, but how the witness says it that might give you a clue whether or not to accept that witness's version of an event as believable. You may consider a witness's appearance and demeanor on the witness stand, the frankness or lack of frankness in testifying, whether the testimony is reasonable or unreasonable, probable or improbable. You may take into account how good an opportunity the witness had to observe the facts about which the witness testifies, the degree of intelligence the witness shows, and whether the witness's memory seems accurate. You may also consider any motive that the witness may have for testifying and whether the witness displays any bias in testifying and whether or not the witness has any interest in the outcome of the case. Now, I want to talk a little bit about prior inconsistent statements. When you evaluate the testimony the witness gave here in court, you may consider whether that witness made any earlier statements that differ from or contradict in any way their in-court testimony. That earlier statement is generally admitted into evidence solely for your consideration in evaluating the witness's credibility or believability. If you determine that an earlier statement is different from the way the witness testified in court, you may decide that the witness's credibility or believability is affected adversely, or you may decide that it's not adversely affected, but that is the only purpose for which you may use that earlier statement. You may not consider the earlier statement as evidence or proof of truth of any fact contained in the statement. Now, flip side, I want to talk about prior consistent statements now, all right? The testimony of a witness may be rehabilitated or supported by showing that he or she previously made statements that are consistent with their present testimony. The prior statement is admitted into evidence solely for your consideration in evaluating the credibility of the witness. Should you find the prior statement to be consistent, you may consider the prior statement only in connection with your evaluation of the credence to be given to the witness's present testimony in court. You are not to consider the prior statement as establishing the truth of any facts contained in that statement. Now, I want to talk about the defendant's statements that were made to evaluating psychiatrists or psychologists. You may not consider the defendant's statements made to a psychiatrist or psychologist in their evaluation of the defendant as establishing the truth of any facts contained therein. Those statements cannot be used by you as evidence of premeditation, extreme atrocity, or cruelty, or specific intent to kill. Such statements are admissible only as they relate to the basis of the doctor's opinion of the defendant's mental condition. Now, I want to talk about evidence of post-incident conduct. Now, if you have heard some evidence suggesting the defendant's actions after the killings, I'm not suggesting that these are the facts, because the facts are your exclusive domain. But there is some evidence to that effect, and I mention it here to describe the legal point that's implicated. If the Commonwealth has proven that a defendant did any of these things, you may consider whether such actions indicate feelings or consciousness of guilt by the defendant, and whether in turn such feelings of guilt might tend to show the defendant's actual guilt of the offenses with which he's been charged. You are not, however, required to draw such inferences, and you should not do so unless they appear to be reasonable in light of all the circumstances in this case. If you decide that such inferences are reasonable, it will be up to you to determine how much importance to give them. But you should always remember that there may be numerous reasons why a person not responsible for the crimes charged might do the things attributed to her. Such conduct does not necessarily reflect feelings or consciousness of guilt. So please bear in mind that a person having feelings of guilt is not necessarily guilty. In fact, for such feelings are sometimes found in innocent people. So finally, remember that standing alone, consciousness of guilt evidence, if you find there was any, is never enough by itself to convict a person of a crime. You may not find the defendant guilty on such evidence alone, but you may consider it in your deliberations along with all the other evidence that was presented at the trial. I want to talk next about expert witnesses. Now, there were a number of expert witnesses in this case. This term refers to witnesses who have specialized training or experience in a particular field. Generally, in cases that are tried in our courts, both civil and criminal, witnesses may testify only to facts that are within their own personal knowledge. That is, things they have personally seen or heard or felt. Because a particular witness has specialized training in their field does not put that witness on a higher level than any other witness, and you are to treat an expert witness just as you would treat any other witness. You may believe all of the expert's testimony, none of it, or anything between those two extremes. There is no requirement for you to believe an expert merely because they are an expert. As with any other witness, it's completely up to you to decide whether you accept the testimony of an expert witness, including the opinions that the witness gave. It's also entirely up to you to decide whether you accept the facts relied on by the expert and decide what conclusions, if any, you draw from the expert's testimony. You must, as has been explained, keep firmly in mind that you alone decide what the facts are. If you conclude that an expert's opinion is not based on the facts as you find those facts to be, then you may reject the testimony and the opinion of the expert in whole or in part. You are also free to reject the testimony and the opinion of an expert witness in whole or in part if you determine that the witness's opinion is not based on sufficient education, experience, or that the testimony of the witness was motivated by some bias or interest in this case. All right. Now, you may have noticed that Ms. Clancy did not testify at this trial. The defendant has an absolute right not to testify, since the entire burden of proof in this case is on the Commonwealth to prove that the defendant is guilty. It is not up to the defendant to prove that she is innocent. Under our system of law, a defendant has a perfect right to say to the Commonwealth, quote, "You have the burden of proving your case against me beyond a reasonable doubt. I do not have to say a word," unquote. The fact that the defendant did not testify has nothing to do with the question of whether she's guilty or not guilty. You are not to draw any adverse inference against the defendant because she did not testify. You are not to consider it in any way or even discuss it in your deliberations. You must determine whether the Commonwealth has proved its case against the defendant based solely on the testimony of the witnesses and the exhibits. Now, speaking of exhibits, now I'm going to talk about that. You will have all the exhibits and the stipulations with you in the jury room. If there's a need to play an exhibit or view one, the court will make a computer available for you to use. The things you heard me say we're marking for identification only are not evidence, and you're not going to have those items with you in the jury room because they're not technically part of the evidence. We marked them so we could keep track of them as we went from witness to witness, and there'd be a clear record of some of the rulings I made. So coming back, however, the exhibits that were introduced in evidence, you'll have those with you. You alone will decide the weight that they deserve to receive in helping you make your ultimate judgment about whether the Commonwealth has proven its case. You're not required to believe something simply because it's written on a piece of paper or it appears in a photograph. You're not, of course, required to disbelieve it just because it appears there either. Whether to believe what an exhibit purports to show and how much weight to give the exhibit is entirely up to you to decide. Now, the view. Early in the trial, we drove by some sites and visited an address in Duxbury. As I told you at the time, we referred to that as a view. The purpose of the view was to help you better understand the evidence that you heard during the trial and to help you appreciate the location and its surroundings. The view is part of the case. The observations that you made while on the view may be used and considered in your deliberations in reaching a verdict. Now, I want to talk a little bit about some photographs. The Commonwealth has introduced certain photographs depicting the victims. You'll have those photographs with you during your deliberations. The images depicted are not pleasant. As I instructed you at the time they were introduced, your verdict must not in any way be influenced by the fact that these images are unpleasant or graphic. The defendant is entitled to a verdict based solely on the evidence and not one based on pity or sympathy for the decedents, which might be occasioned by the images depicted. Consider those exhibits only as they may draw attention to a clinical, medical status, or nature of the victim's injuries, the cause of their death, or to the nature of the incident itself. Now, about notes. At the outset of the case, I spoke to you regarding the use of notes, and I want to repeat it this time. Your notes are only an aid to memory and should not be given any precedent over your independent recollection of the facts. Whether you took notes or you didn't, you must rely on your own memory. Do not use your notes to try to persuade your fellow jurors of the accuracy of your reflections, and no juror should be influenced by the notes of other jurors. Your notes are not official or even unofficial transcripts, all right? Now, we'll talk about the use of phones or computers. During your deliberations, you must not communicate with or provide any information to anyone by any means about this case. You may not use any electronic device or media, such as a computer or a phone, to communicate to anyone any information about this case or to conduct any research about this case until I accept your verdict. Kind of want to make that real clear, all right? So if somebody has a question in that jury room, you are not allowed to try and answer it by anything other than through the exhibits and evidence you've heard, all right? We said, so I just kind of want to make that real clear. Nobody is to use a phone to communicate, to try and look. Don't talk to anybody while you're deliberating. Don't try and look up anything, things like that, all right? Just kind of make that as clear as I can. Now, before I go any farther, I have to do one more duty, and that's to select a foreperson of the jury. We have a foreperson for two purposes. The first is to act as your facilitator. That's to gather everyone around the deliberation table to be sure that everyone has a full and fair opportunity to speak and to share their views and to ensure that all of you are always deliberating together as a group as you work to reach the verdict in this case. The second purpose of the foreperson is to act as your spokesperson here in open court. So when you're ready to return your verdict, we'll bring you all back out as a group. We'll ask you to remain standing, and we'll ask the foreperson on everyone's behalf if you've reached a verdict. And if you have, we'll go through the process of having that verdict reported by the foreperson on your behalf, and then it's recorded in the case. All right? So those are the two roles of the foreperson. So in this case, I'm going to appoint in seat 18, juror number 257 as the foreperson of this jury. Okay? Now, members of the jury, if during the course of your deliberations you should have a question about the law or about my instructions on the law, and by telling me this, I'm not suggesting you'll have one, but if you should do the following, all right? You should all first agree on the form of the question, have the foreperson write it down on a piece of paper, and the foreperson should give it to the court officer, who'll bring it to me. I'll call the lawyers together. We'll consider your question and how I should respond to it, and then I'll either bring it back out here in the courtroom and respond to you here in open court with an answer, or if it's appropriate, I might just write the answer down in response to your question and send it back to the jury room. So now that process accounts for, may cause a lag time between when you ask the question, get it sent out here, and I meet with the lawyers, decide how we answer it, and get the answer back to you. So if you can continue to keep deliberating while waiting for my response, by all means do so. If you cannot go further without my response, then stop and I'll get my response to you as quickly as I can. If it's necessary to communicate with me on any matter during the deliberations, I'd ask you to do so in writing, send me a note and I'll respond to it. You're instructed not to talk to anyone else about any aspect of the merits of this case during your deliberations, and that includes the staff, court officers, lawyers, witnesses, parties, family members, friends, acquaintances, anyone, all right? Now, your communications with the court officers should have to do, really just matters of scheduling and breaks, when you come back to the courtroom, that kind of thing. But even with them, don't discuss what's going on inside that jury room if you can. And then while you're in the jury room, you should all talk about this case only in the presence of each other. That is, at some point, we'll have lunch brought to you. So if you'd like, you may as a group decide to suspend your deliberations, have lunch, and then return to the deliberations. Or you might decide you'd like to work through lunch while deliberating. Either way, the only thing we can't have is some of you eating lunch separate from others while deliberating, all right? So no subcommittees in a sense. What you do as a group, all right? You do it all together. Now I'm going to get to a difficult part, reducing and sending out the jury, all right? When we impanel a jury at the beginning of a trial, we never know whether some personal emergency will arise or during the course of the trial, which would require one or more of the jurors to be excused from further jury duty. To avoid having to start the trial all over again, if that should occur, we impaneled, in this case, 18 jurors, even though the case will be eventually decided by 12 of you. And we made that decision because this is a lengthy case over the summer. The time has now come to reduce that number. This is especially difficult in this case where all 18 of you have been equally dedicated and attentive to this case during the course of this trial, but the case is to be decided by 12, all right? And so the way it's done is the clerk will draw the alternates' names, we put all the numbers, the exclusion of the foreperson, and then we'll draw out the names randomly for the alternates. And the purpose of the alternate, for those of you who are selected, is that even during the course of deliberations, sometimes things happen. You know, one of the deliberating jurors gets sick or a family emergency, and so we may, and it happens fairly regularly, they would have to substitute one of the alternate jurors into the deliberating jurors. Because if we didn't have the alternate jurors still here, we'd have to start all over again. So that's why we do it. It doesn't make it any easier, but I thought I'd just explain to you why we have to do that. As I put in here, fate makes you an alternate juror. Don't take it personally. Your presence to this point and continuing availability, if you should be needed, is an important contribution. The court officers will make you as comfortable as possible while the jury deliberates. If you're an alternate juror, you should not discuss this case with anyone at all while the deliberations are ongoing, nor discuss it among your fellow alternates, as the need might come up that you have to join in the deliberations. So in other words, the alternate jurors can't have their own kind of informal deliberations. It's very difficult, but I just kind of want to make that clear, that you have to do that, or you cannot do that. So at this point, I'm going to ask the clerk to reduce the jury at this point.
The following jurors are chosen as alternates. Juror number 157 in seat number 11. Juror number 162 in seat number 12. Juror number 385 in seat number 14.
What I kind of forgotten to talk about, I mentioned it with the foreperson and everyone in regards to the verdict, just the verdict slip. This is the verdict slip. This is what it looks like. There will be a verdict slip for each count, and it says right there's a count regarding Cora Clancy, there's a count regarding Dawson Clancy, and there's a count regarding Callum Clancy. And on each of those, there's a box for not guilty by lack of criminal responsibility, guilty of murder in the first degree by the theory of deliberate premeditation, or extreme atrocity and cruelty. There's a box for guilty of murder in the second degree. And there's a box for manslaughter. So when you have reached a unanimous verdict as to which verdict it is, the foreperson is to check that box that is applicable to the decision, sign it and date it, and let the court officers know we have a verdict. Okay, so it's pretty self-explanatory, but I just kind of wanted to let you know that. Now, I know I'm not telling you anything you don't know when I tell you that reaching a verdict in this case is not necessarily going to be an easy task. It's going to require conscientious service on your part. and a conscientious approach to your duty as jurors. I suggest respectfully that each approach it with a mutual respect for the opinions of your fellow jurors. You have a disposition to listen to each other. Don't be afraid to change your own opinion if the discussion persuades you that you should, but don't come to a decision simply because other jurors feel it's the right decision. It's your decision, all right? Each of you must decide this case for yourselves, and you should do so only after you considered all the evidence, discuss it fully with your fellow jurors, and listen to the views of your fellow jurors. You all heard the same evidence. You've all heard it with the same degree of attention. You're all governed by the same desire to arrive at the truth, and you're all under the sanction of the same oath that you took as jurors at the start of this trial when you agreed to well and truly try the issues between the parties in accordance to the evidence and the law. Now, I'm about to submit this case to you, and I need not remind you that you have an awesome responsibility. But I believe that you will bring to bear all the wisdom and the judgment and the conscience that you possess in reaching your verdict in this case. All that we can expect from you is that you decide this case with integrity and with principle. Now, everyone has feelings, assumptions, perceptions, fears, stereotypes. Those are implicit biases that we may not even be aware of. These hidden thoughts can impact what we see and hear, how we remember what we see and hear, and how we make important decisions. Because you're making such an important decision in this case, I strongly encourage you to evaluate the evidence carefully. Resist jumping to conclusions based on personal likes or dislikes, generalizations, gut feelings, prejudices, sympathies, stereotypes, or biases. The law demands that you return a just verdict based solely on the evidence, your individual evaluations of that evidence, your reason, and your common sense in these instructions. Our system of justice is counting on you to render a fair decision based on the evidence and not on biases. Please have confidence in what you're about to do, all right? I have that confidence in you. I don't think I've ever seen a more dedicated group of jurors in any trial that I've ever been involved in. You're all people of intelligence and common sense. Collectively, you're bringing a truly powerful force to determine the truth of the matters in this case. And I, as I said, have great confidence with this case in your hands. You're honest, thoughtful, and fair, and be that as you took the oath to be. I am completely confident you'll be able to arrive at a just verdict, whatever that verdict may be. So at this time, I'm going to ask if I could see counsel at sidebar just for a second, and then we'll have the clerks swear in the court officers, and then you'll be sent out to deliberate.
Dun, 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 dun. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. What do you think? What do you think? What do you think? I'm going to give them a few minutes to send the jury on out. We're going to see what the verdict watch looks like before we go exploring around. We're going to maybe have some guests upon the panel here. As soon as the judge tells us something. Good to see everybody here. I see the numbers growing. Thank you so much. It's your first time here. We do appreciate you. No, you don't get to eat lunch, Badass. I don't get to eat lunch. I have a couple of little chips once in 2 weeks, and I get down the road for that. I told you yesterday, Doug, those chips was going to get me in trouble. And they did. Trisha did not like the chips, and she did not like the chips guy. Sorry. Snorted. It's good to see you here, Crystal. Crystal's Crime Board. If you don't know, you need to know. Get over there and subscribe. Let's see, get her on up to 1,000. She's right there at the finish line now, guys. How many you got now? Hey, I haven't seen my daughter today, speaking of that. Oh, you're very welcome. We were glad to be there. My daughter must be having something very important going on today. Is it nerve-wracking, Wendy? It can be. It can be, Wendy. I see you with your crisps there. Little 3B. Here's Doug's prediction, everybody. Write this down because we're going to hold him accountable to his prediction. If I was on camera, I could show you how close I am to agreeing with him. Wait for it. Wait for it. I am that close. Can y'all see that? Where is my fingers? That close to agreeing with Doug. So close, Doug, to agreeing with you. I believe they may slide down to that. It's a good possibility they'll slide down to that. Didn't know the judge was going to put that on there. So sorry. I didn't mean to put you in timeout corner. I didn't know you did that. Who'd you put in the timeout corner, Crystal? Doug, can you see Pretty's chats without me putting it up on the screen? You may have already answered that, and I just haven't got down there yet. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. It's celebration time. Everybody celebrate. Whenever my media acts right. There it is, y'all.
Do each of you solemnly swear that you will take charge of this jury and keep them in some convenient place until they have agreed? That you will not speak to them yourselves, nor suffer anyone else to speak to them, except by order of the court, so help you God. As to the
Let me
alternate
turn my camera off and get me,
hands raised.
sneak me something
Do
to
you
drink.
solemnly swear that you will take charge of these alternate jurors and keep them in a convenient place, separate and apart from the other members? That you will not speak to them yourselves, nor suffer anyone else to speak to them, except by order of the court, so help you God. Thank you.
All right. Members of the jury, you may now retire to consider.
Welcome back
your verdict.
in.
Thank you.
Court, all right.
Via E-Live. We got no volume. Come on, y'all. Give us some volume so we can hear what they're saying. That would be really, really nice.
Jurors have exited the courtroom.
Oh, for the comment that's on the screen.
I just wanted to make one comment.
My bad, I had my volume
really
up.
is, unless
Sorry, guys.
you've tried a difficult
Oh,
murder like this one, you may not be aware how difficult and tough it is to try a case like this. It's emotionally taxing. It's intellectually challenging. It's physically exhausting. So I just wanted to commend all three counsel for their work and their efforts in this case, in this trial. I know how challenging it's been for them, so I just kind of wanted to acknowledge that and thank them for their efforts in regards in this case. So then before we break, could I see counsel just in regards to a couple of the exhibits?
Nice. Okay, now we don't got no volume for real. I was just talking away. Sorry, I got so many different places to do so many different things, y'all. These happen once in a while. We forget to unmute something, that kind of thing. Definitely congratulations to you, Crystal. 1,000, over 1,000 is a milestone in the community. Well, hello there, Summer Session. How you doing? How you doing? Love the picture of the puppy dog with the red, white, and
She
blue.
woke in the
What's that?
hospital
Whoa.
and she knew she was alive and the kids weren't. She knew what she did was wrong. She said she felt horrified. And then, while still with
Going
a
on
tube in
here?
her throat, she's asking, do I have
Alrighty. So, whoo, look, it's me. Hey, y'all. I didn't mean to go that big. I can tell you that much. Let's go down here for a little bit. Look, I'm over on the sidebar. Sidebar. All right, what's everybody saying up in this chat? Thinking guilty but not criminally responsible. Is that because you have confirmation bias? I love you, Justine. But hoping that one juror leads to a hung jury. Ooh, why would you do that? Because you want another trial, or? Oh, I know why. Because you think he actually did it. I remember now. We got a thinking hung jury, but hope not. Hello, Jet Set JP. What's going on with you? I see you over there in the other chat. Pray for this jury that they will not be fooled by courtroom antics and will use logic, common sense to go through the evidence. That's pretty good. All the lawyers in this case need to be slapped. Both closings sucked. I had to agree. She tried a little bit right there at the end to get aggressive like she should have been. Sorry, I got multiple devices going on all around me. PLC, if anyone says your typing is annoying, just so you know, they're gone. Where'd they go? That's what I want to know. Mm-hmm. Make sure you sub up to Pretty Little Clue. I hope it will be guilty. But I'm not convinced, mostly since they added, yep. I agree. Especially since they added that. Dun, 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 dun. We are on watch, y'all. Need to find the best place to put the clock. We need a verdict clock, and we need to find a good place to put that. Copy. Anybody can help, that'd be great. 2 subs away from 175 now. Look at her climbing the board, y'all. Climbing up, climbing up. Did anyone for my shout out? Did anyone sub for my shout out? I don't know. If you're talking about me, I don't know. I wasn't in the game last night, and I came straight into court this morning, so I haven't checked it very much. Hello, Carolina Carla. What's going good with you? That guy is so unprofessional. He is eating chips. Oh my God. The nerve of him is so loud and rude. Army say, where's his gummy at, y'all? A lot of people is not a fan of a lot of other people. Just like Trisha wasn't a fan of Young Wayne's yesterday. That's okay. I told her, I said, I hope you find what you're looking for out there. Maybe you want to try Anderson 360 or something. Might be more your liking over there. Just don't watch him on New Year's Eve. I can tell you that, or you're gonna be really upset if the chips thing got to you. I ain't saying. I'm just saying. All right, guys. Copied that. There's a link. Anybody want to give it a call up? Want to give it a shout out? Want to have a nice, good, healthy debate with each other? Come on up and let it rip, Tater Chip. I'll let you take your gloves off if you want to. Yes, definitely ask him. I've never seen him eat chips before, so I'm just saying. He might be the guy for Trish. Just maybe. Just maybe. Oh, we have a verdict clock. We have cameras and microphones, y'all. We're gonna go back to sharing again. Sharing is caring. No, we're not. We're not going there. They're doing the closing arguments again. We just watched that, like, literally. I can tell you this, though. Court TV had a different camera than Law and Crime did. If we could drop Law and Crime's link in the chat, that'd be great. Closing arguments. Guilty, not guilty. Dun, 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 dun. So it looks like Law and Crime are going to do the closing arguments again at 1 o'clock also. Anybody in the chat never been on a panel before? Want to come up here and say hello? That'd be pretty cool. Just to kind of get used to it. Just say hello. You don't have to stay a minute long. You don't have to show your picture or anything. You just come up, say hello right quick, drop right back off. See, Boomer's got something going on with the Rogers case. I don't know what that is. Dun, 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 dun. Ooh. About those floods, though, y'all. Nepal. It's a little bit crazy. I do have another trial. Here, I got a video for us to watch. We'll watch this one. Give me a minute, please. $62,000 watching over there. Didn't give me no beep. What's going on?
What's up, good? What's up, good? What's going on? I can't
What's
talk.
happening? Huh?
What's going on? Anybody think the verdict's gonna be today or tomorrow?
I'm leaning towards tomorrow. So they'll be ready to go home by tomorrow evening. So they're going. Some of the people that are on the fence will go ahead and give in to the stronger-minded people, I think.
Oh yeah. Well,
What's
I just wanted to pay since the trial.
Those got jokes, by the way.
Yeah, I just want to say, since the trial's winding down, I appreciate you allowing me to stream it to my channel. It's very kind of you, and I appreciate you doing that.
You're welcome, brother. You're very welcome. Here, let me make us a little bit bigger. Army vet coming in hot. Be ready. Army, you was just waiting on them to come up first. I know what's happening.
I'm setting up my Call of Duty. This gonna be easy. This
Gonna be easy, y'all.
Yeah.
What's up, Army Vet? How you doing, bud?
What up? What up, Angel? What up? How you energy, big dog?
I got reinforcements coming in. There's Misty Haynes done popped in the chat now too.
Hey,
Y'all in
twin.
trouble. You and Doug over there, y'all might as well just not even be up on the panel right now because y'all in trouble. Good thing Justine ain't here. It'd be an all-out war right about now. Yup. So what do you think, Vet?
Well, she going to jail.
Yeah. First degree? Second degree?
What?
Second degree manslaughter?
Well, it's I understand human behavior. I study human behavior, been trained in it over in Afghanistan and Iraq.
Right.
In the back of their minds, every juror. That's why I wanted to know who they are. I wanted to study who they are, because in the back of their mind, they know the world is watching right now.
Right.
Do you think they want to hold it on their conscience that they let her get away? You know what I'm saying?
I would never let it. Never in a million years.
And so I get the facts and what everybody's saying. I'm trying to pick at Doug. Come on, Doug. Oh, there go Doug.
There he is.
Oh, I'm here. I ain't letting you get away that easy.
Hi, Doug. How you doing, bud?
Because I
What's
know
up, Angel, Honey Vet, Wayne?
What up, big dog?
Man?
I know Doug is gonna say go by the facts. I totally agree. But me and we know you ain't gonna have that on your conscience that you let that. You know what I'm saying? Okay.
Nope.
So I get it, but I know human behavior, and they ain't gonna have this on their conscience. They ain't gonna do it. Go for it,
And
Doug.
I go by the facts that she did this act, and that's the end of that. And no excuses allowed in my book.
Hey, Doug, I got a question for you.
Oh, here we go.
Sure, shoot.
Earlier today, they said something when I think it was Reddington was talking. He said something about was it premeditated or not premeditated. How can they go off of that? Because they don't know what she was thinking at a specific time. So how can they come out and say if it was premeditated or not and she thought about it when they weren't inside her head and they didn't know what she's thinking at that particular time?
Yeah, premeditation is hard to prove, and it's up to the state to prove beyond a reasonable doubt the premeditation and malice. It's not up to the defense. So with the terrible job that the state did, I do not believe they reached the level of a first degree, like I said. And I also don't think the defense did a good enough job to get her not guilty. It's going to be one of them middle charges in between murder 2 and voluntary manslaughter. They're going to be going over one of the two. And let me tell you, Bridgeport Hospital is one of the worst facilities in the entire country. So she will not be getting let off easy if she's put into that hospital. She'd be better off going to the prison, in my opinion.
Pretty cheating.
You know that up there better than we know that up there.
Yeah.
That hospital is atrocious.
I think they proved it. I think they proved it because she studied how long it would take, and she already knew where the restaurant was, and she premeditated. That's why she sent him away so she could perform the act, make sure he was gone that long, and it was premeditated. I think they proved it, in my opinion. Hey guys, can you talk for just a minute? I need to grab this important phone call.
See, pretty cheating, y'all. Pretty is using CPTSD. It is very, 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 very frequent in veterans. So when you are under this, you have no control of the environment. You just want to leave. That's cheating. She ain't a veteran. Stop doing that. pretty smart and she cheating. Stop. What up, UK? What question? What question? Hold up. Let me gauge it. Doug, what do you believe she will be convicted of? And what do you believe in your thoughts, she's guilty of? You see what I'm saying? I understand what the jury might come back with. What do you want her to be? You see what I'm saying? Give me the two. And then Angel, you next. So I just want to see where y'all mind at.
I just did. I think it's going to be murder 2 or voluntary manslaughter.
In your opinion, what she should
In my
be
opinion.
charged
And I think the
with?
jury is going to land in the same boat that my mind is in.
So you're not ruling no mental health into this. She did it, send her to jail.
Well,
Am I right?
that can still be considered even with the guilty of the lesser
Involuntary.
charges.
And Angel, what do you think the jury going to come back with? And what would you want the jury to come back with? I'm grounding everybody. What's your thoughts?
I still don't see 12 people agreeing, so I still think it's going to be a hung jury. That's where I'm at.
What would you want her to be convicted of?
It's not what I want. I think if they convict her, it's going to be murder 2 or.
You don't get to dodge the question.
Yeah.
What
if
do
you
you,
were
what
sitting,
would you
yeah,
want?
what personally, your own personal opinion, just
Yeah.
you. Yeah, your personal opinion.
I think
What
it's going to be not
No.
guilty, but the reason of but not criminally responsible or whatever that
No.
one is.
You like a politician, Angel. He didn't say what you think it's going to be. He said what you want it to be.
Well, I believe it's going to be.
You doing it again.
That's what I think.
What do you want it to be?
Yeah.
What is your opinion that it should be? What do you think it should be?
Ooh, you were put on the spot there, people.
Yep. That's what this is. Welcome to True Crime. Everybody gets put on the spot.
Let me think about this for 5 minutes. I'll get back with you on it.
Okay, I'll go, and then we'll come back. We'll circle back to you. I think they most likely gonna go second degree now that it's on there. But what do I want? First degree, and I want the punishment to be way harsher than that state offers. But of course, they don't have it, so I'll accept first degree, and what that state gives out is what I want. But I think it's gonna be second because they'll step down and come to an agreement. Everybody say
Okay,
hello to Misty Hayes.
This is what I want. I think she needs to get the help she needs. That's what I think.
What does that look like?
In jail.
Oh, yes, she's gonna get it.
You know what I'm saying? You're gonna get it in jail. Ain't no doubt about that.
She go get some help right in there. They're gonna help her right out. Best believe that.
Hi, Misty. How you doing?
Hey guys, hey Angel Eyes. Hey Wayne.
What's going
Mommy
on?
Barrett.
I
Hey,
missed
Doug.
it.
You
Don't
always
sit there,
come in.
Misty.
She comes in the nick of time, y'all. When I need some help, boom, here comes Misty and rides in on her horse every single time. I'm like, yes, there she is.
What she do riding on her white horse and saying it's time to ride
Riding
in?
on her horse like seen a warrior princess or something. Talking
I come
about
riding in on that white horse, guys.
that's it,
That's
y'all.
what I just said. I said, does Misty ride in on a white horse and say it's time to go in?
Yep, she
Yep.
does. She does, and I don't have to fight these battles alone. Have at them, Misty. Go get them, little Scrappy. Tear them up.
I think the jury is going to decide premeditated first degree murder.
Woo! That's a big one, y'all.
That's big, Misty. Whoa, that's big.
That's the big boy.
She
You're not
she
alone,
sent
though.
she
You're not
sent
alone.
she sent her husband
Uh-huh.
to a restaurant they don't normally get, which
Right.
is further out.
Mm-hmm.
She also told him to stop by the pharmacy
Right.
for a stool softener for, I guess, her baby.
Yeah.
She then had the children in the basement.
one at a time.
Premeditation.
I
She went
agree.
from one child to the next child to the next child.
If they got 12 people thinking like the way we think and seeing it the way we see it, they could actually get to that first. I mean, but it's always easier for them to come. If somebody is not on board with it, they can kind of meet in the middle. If somebody's wanting, not guilty or guilty but not legally responsible, they may come up to second, and a person that's dead set on first, they may say, okay, we can just get together and say second degree.
Okay. Everybody's on the process. I need to go flip on the defense side. Ain't nobody over there. Okay, time for me to go.
I'm here. I'm here.
As I tell you're gonna have to give me 5 minutes. I'm gonna have to think about some good lies because I'm it's gonna take me about 5 minutes, y'all. Y'all gotta give me 5 minutes for this. I gotta think of some good lies.
Okay, well, here during your 5 minutes, let me tell you guys, I'm sitting right here beside my twin sister Michelle.
Hey, Michelle.
I'm Michelle.
She doesn't really have a voice because she had a procedure on her throat, but she wants to just use what little voice she has to say hey.
Okay.
So
cool.
here's Michelle.
Awesome.
Hey guys.
Hey, Michelle.
Hey, Michelle.
So good to hear from you. I'm
How
honored
much?
that you
Hope you feel better.
Thank you guys so much.
You're
I
very,
appreciate
very
Blessed up.
welcome.
Stay
I
blessed.
don't know
Well,
if y'all heard her, but she said, thank you guys so much. I appreciate y'all.
we did hear. I heard her loud and clear. I sure did. And we need her to get better soon so she can come up here and talk it up with us, Looking forward to it.
Absolutely.
I was honored to have her speak on my channel today. I'm very, very honored about that.
Two of them? Two of
There's
them?
two of us, Army vet. Yes.
Two of them?
Two.
Okay.
Two of them.
That's gummies for the chat.
I stacked the deck today, y'all.
There's 2 of them.
Nobody gonna get away with coming up here talking about not guilty.
We are identical. We are identical twins. Yes.
Nice.
Now I'm a little scrappy. She's a little sweeter than me, but
Okay.
we'll just leave it at that.
I believe that. 100%. I believe that. I mean, how could another one be more scrappy than you?
Now it makes sense why she called herself bad. That's her sister calling her. Yep, you being bad. Yep. That's where it come from.
Yeah.
You snitching
She
on
knows
yourself.
it. She knows it, and I own it.
Right. Hey, but that's the one.
I'm not ashamed. Anyways, back to the. Sorry, I don't mean to change this.
Oh, you're good. No. We can talk about this. I was going to say the more sweeter and quiet and stuff you are. Once you get to that point, though, then you better watch out for those type of people. Once you get them over the edge, then you.
What you doing talking? I was trying to give you your 5 minutes.
I can't come up with nothing. I'm trying my best. Yeah, I can't come up with nothing.
Ain't nothing happening. Doug can tell you how the prosecution sucked and that they didn't get there and didn't prove their case. Can't you, Doug?
Hey, you need to put up a verdict clock. I don't see one.
They did not, in my opinion. She should be ashamed of herself.
Yeah,
the state all the way around, through the investigation, through the witness choosing, through the handling of the witnesses during the prosecution, they fell flat. They did not do their job, in my opinion.
But going by the facts, if you just take the facts into the prosecution, was she having a mental crisis was she going through a mental crisis? Just use the facts, prosecution. Just use the facts. Yes or no? Yes or no, jury? Come on, Doug.
Am I responding to that as the prosecutor or as a juror?
I want you to look at it as a juror, and I'm the prosecution. Did I prove she was going through a mental health and needed help, and help was not provided? Yes or no?
I mean, that would be a defense thing to show. The prosecution wouldn't want to show that.
I'm just asking.
But they did. She said it in her closing arguments. They're not even disputing that she was in a mental health crisis. But they're saying that alone doesn't reach the level of not being criminally responsible.
What
But
is the
she also
definition?
stated that she did
What is the
not
definition?
suffer from
I
a
get, I get,
psychosis.
I get it. I get what you're saying. What is the definition of involuntary manslaughter, if not what you just said?
Well,
That's
we
the
have the chart
definition.
Justine gave us yesterday. Pull it up the
No,
chart
no,
again, Wayne. Let's
no,
look
no,
at it.
no, 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 no. What you just said
Pull that chart
was
up, Wayne.
the prosecution just proved
Okay,
she was
guys.
going through a mental health
You want to talk? You want
evaluation.
to chart? What is
Yeah, the prosecution proved,
Mhm.
dun, dun, dun,
but it
dun.
didn't help the prosecution. It helped the defense.
Am I still?
That's what I'm
Wait,
saying.
Yes.
I totally agree
Yes.
with you said. Isn't that the definition of involuntary manslaughter?
Wayne put me in
I
backstage. Am I still here? I'm not still
see
here.
you. Yeah, you
You're
still
still here,
here. I see
Misty.
you.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
You're
I
here.
hear you.
Okay, great.
I,
You're underneath the comment.
Okay. Just
Am I right?
making sure.
Am I right, Wayne? Like, if the prosecutor admitted that she had mental health issues and she had a diminished capacity, isn't that the definition of involuntary manslaughter? Am I crazy?
if they proved it, yes. If they proved it, I personally, I can look past the smoke and mirrors, and I think she was whack a long time ago. I think she was a pillhead. I think she faked it all out. I think that they proved that she planned that. She sent him away, and she did that right there. She did the dirty, dirty deed to them poor little babies, and I think they proved it. And I would have zero problem going first, from my point of view. And that's just following strictly by the law, not even following no feelings or no gut or anything like that. If we're going off feelings, then I say death penalty all day, every day. We're going off feelings, because that's the way I feel. You kill little children like that, I don't give a damn what you took, who didn't help you, what happened, what kind of mental state of mind you was in. You took 3 innocent lives and you were their mother. You're out of this world as far as I'm concerned. You don't deserve a breath on this earth any longer. That's feeling. Now, if I go by the law and what Massachusetts will allow, I think the prosecution proved that she did it, and she premeditatedly did it and sent him away and did the deed while he was gone. I can get there. I can get first degree all day, every day. The only way I would drop down to second is if there was another juror that would not come on board with me on first. I would drop down to second just to make sure she got something for what she did, because what she did
Absolutely.
was horrific.
And to get back to what
Go for it. Go for it.
to get back to what you were saying, Army vet, if she did not know what she was doing, she would not have taken her son to the dentist that day. But to get back to what you were saying, this is going to be, she's going to be found guilty. She's going to be found guilty.
Yep.
Did you make your notes yet?
I'm trying, but I'm with we. When they go back there in their mind, I am not letting this lady go. No matter what we feel with the facts, and you're gonna look at them. You in that jury room, you're gonna look at them 3 babies. You're gonna come to one.
Yep.
You're gonna be like, let the appeals do this, but I just understand human behavior.
Yeah, and
Right.
I didn't explain, to get back to your opinion. Taking her medication. Did she take them? She took them, what, 7 days? Stopped. Got the next one, 7 days. Stopped it. Next one, 7 days. Stopped it. She was given help. And even when she was in the mental facility, she refused everything. So, that being said, I believe if she is not behind bars, she needs to be locked up in a mental facility because she is incapable of accepting help. Go with that.
Right.
If you're not,
What do you think of
nobody
that?
can sit in your house and say, hey, take your medication. You got to take this. You got to take it. No, I'm not going to. You can't force pills down somebody's throat. But if this is mental insanity, psychosis, whatever you want to call it, and you're not going to take medication to fix these voices in your head telling you, well, sorry, she's already done that. But if you can't take your medications to fix these voices, you need to be locked up because nobody can force her to take medications.
That's coming straight from a nurse, y'all.
And
A
I
nurse herself.
Lock her
y'all,
up. Lock
I'm
her up, whether it's prison or it's a mental facility.
yeah,
She
I'm
does
trying
not
to
to
be the
be.
prosecution. I'm trying. Misty winning. I'm trying, y'all. I can't come up. And the only defense I can tell y'all is this: would you let her babysit your kids? And if your answer is no, come on now. That's a simple question. You see what I'm saying?
That's
She
always
can't
been my
be out,
barometer.
y'all.
I love that
You can't.
barometer right there.
Yeah, you gonna let her
You
babysit
can't
your
let her out.
kids, ladies?
No.
Come on, come on now.
And whatever the verdict, I hope that she is
I get it.
not free to roam around here with these voices in her head that she won't take medication for. Because who knows what she'll
Right.
do next? Oh, it was a male's voice though, so they told me to walk out here and go unalive another child. Oh, but the male voice told me to do it. Shut up.
I gotta go over to the prosecution, y'all. But
Good luck.
she ate so many of them mints so quick. I think it's hard to defend her. She told the
Right.
mints up.
Right.
I like it in the
And
glasses though.
here's one of the things I'm getting like from Justine and stuff. So if you believe the way that we are believing and the way we're stating our opinion, then we have confirmation bias. If you think she's confirmation bias,
No,
based on what though? Based on the facts? Does that make
no.
is that confirmation bias?
No,
She did what she did.
if you work in the
She
mental
said she
health,
did what she did.
if you work in the mental health like Pretty do, and I usually work with the veterans, that's why she brought up PTSD and all this. Every symptom that she is suffering from, probably 90% of our this is normal. What this case isn't a outlook. It's only an outlook because it's a rich woman. But if you was to take this to minorities or any veteran, this is every day. And I get what I always say this to her. Nobody gives a fuck about mental health in the United States because unless it touches you, it's hard to explain it. So I understand the frustration, but I also understand the other side of women don't want other women to use this as a weapon to hurt their children. So I have to figure out a way to understand the mental health part, but also understand the anger and the human behavior is these children need to be protected. You see what I'm saying? So I understand the bigger. It is such a hard conversation.
Yeah, and I agree. I agree. And I love Justine. And we can obviously agree to disagree.
Yeah.
She has a great, valid point. Yes. Mental health is
And she says I didn't read the rest of what
it's
you said.
ignored these.
So there you go. So say I didn't read the rest of what you said because the chat went away because I'm trying to pull up clocks and charts and all this stuff that everybody's asking for. And the chat went away for a minute. So that's the reason I didn't read the rest of what you said. But if you want to throw it back in the chat, I'll finish reading it right now because I'm not going to be biased or mean or anything. But I have a right to my opinion just like anybody else has a right to their opinion. Misty does, Vet does, Doug does, everybody does. Just because we believe one day, I don't think that means that we're having confirmation bias. I don't believe that at all.
And let's remember,
that means
guys.
that we're facts and we're looking at the facts and we're basing our opinion on the facts, not just because
Let me
we're
say,
biased.
everybody's entitled to their own opinion. Everybody can have
absolutely
a different view, a different opinion, and still get along. That's how I look at things.
And I get where Justine's
Amen,
coming
brother.
from. Absolutely. Yes. Absolutely. 100% agree. But let's remember, guys, I don't know if y'all saw this part of the trial. They had the Ziploc bag with all these different prescription pills. Each bottle had 7 taken out of each.
I've heard you say that.
It takes at least a month for it to be in her system. Yes, we know she said it made her, she didn't like the way it made her feel. She went from this one. And yeah, I would love to hear her conversations with the psychiatrist, whoever was prescribing these. I would love to hear that. So they took her off that one, put her on this one. She took 7. Took her off that one, put her on this one. She took 7. And that goes on and on and on. And they showed that in court. They showed that in the trial with the actual prescription bottles.
Right. Okay,
So
so here, let's follow up. Since she can't talk to us and she's at work, we're gonna let her get her opinion in here. I'm gonna read it, and I'm gonna let you guys respond. So you're saying that you know for certain that she was in control of her thoughts and actions at the time of the crime, given her long-standing issue with mental illness. How can you be certain?
I agree, Justine. I agree. But we can be certain that she only took 7 pills out of each prescription that was prescribed to her. And we
Beth,
can
what do
be
you say?
certain that
Now, Misty, you're a
she
nurse,
was,
right? Let me ask you a question. You're a nurse. You can answer this question that I got. They can test her urine to see if she even took those pills, correct?
yeah, they can draw blood and see if it's in her system.
They did.
Did they?
Yeah, all her
Was it?
levels were consistent with proper use, except for elevated levels of the Seroquel after the accident, like when she was in the hospital with the broken neck. That's what the
I'll-
So
test
what,
results showed.
let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. What was in her system when they drew the blood?
At the time, I think she was on the Seroquel, the Valium, the Benadryl, and the Trazodone.
Okay, trazodone. Okay, so let me ask you this. Which one of those remove voices from your head?
Sorry. I mean,
Which one removes voices? I mean,
Which one will
the
treat
Seroquel
having
is the only
auditory
antipsychotic
hallucinations?
medication. The Seroquel is the only antipsychotic. But the addition of the benzo and the trazodone could be the cause of said voices. So they're kind of just working against each other, especially
So at
with the
what point?
undiagnosed bipolar.
So at what point did she start? So the medications that we're saying was found in her blood. At what point was she prescribed those medications?
Um, the Seroquel was introduced earlier. I think it was October, but it wasn't until I think December, beginning of December, when she switched from the Ativan to the Valium and from the what's the other one I said? I can't remember what it was now, but it was in December that she switched from one to the other. So she was never taking all the drugs at once. It was always a combination of at least 3.
Oh yeah,
And with the
yeah,
addition of
absolutely.
new ones, they should have been introduced one at a time, not here's 3, take these, because they counteract each other and the symptoms can go up or down. So I
well, let me ask.
personally believe she should have
Go
been
ahead.
given one at a time and seen how it went.
That's hindsight's 2020 on what she should have, could have did, and what everybody else should have, could have did,
Yeah.
and all. It's with the jury now. So let me ask you this: every person that says I heard a voice tell me to kill my kids, and because we're not certain that they didn't, and that they said, well, I wasn't in control of my thoughts or my actions because I've had past mental illness. So we just accept that and say, oh, okay, well, you weren't in control of your thoughts, and you've had previous mental illness, and you heard a voice. So yeah, it's okay. You can kill your kids.
No, that's not
You're not legally responsible.
that's not
what I'm
what she's
saying.
saying.
That's not
How
what
can
I'm
I be?
saying either. No.
That's not what she's
So-
I'm
saying.
reading
She's
the question up on the board right here. Reading her question right here. How can I be certain that she was in control of her thoughts at
Yes.
the time, given her long-standing issue with mental illness? How can I be certain? I can't be
Yes.
certain that she was or she wasn't, but I can be certain that should never, ever, ever be an excuse or an explanation.
And
You
before we
cannot
get too
accept.
far gone past
Go ahead.
that, how do we know when what medication was added?
You just have to go back and watch the testimony. I mean,
Yeah,
it
there's
was
an
all.
extensive record of all of it and which doctors prescribed which medications and when
But
she stopped them. She
pretty,
And
even
she
pretty,
herself
stopped taking it. She
kept a
stopped
record of
taking
it.
it.
pretty is not talking about the medication. She is
Oh,
talking about when was she feeling this way and how long have she been feeling this way? If you
Several
go to,
times.
that's what now she's saying before she
Yeah.
start taking the medication, add the medication into the problem. But before the problem even arrived, before she put it in her mouth, she went to the doctors to say, I have these thoughts and ideas. Now you add the medication on top of that. She is saying, when did these emotions stop? Y'all are going to the medication. She's up in her head. Y'all are using the medication to describe the mental health issue. She is saying, what if she had this mental health issue the entire time and the medication made it worse? Y'all are having two different conversations.
I understand Missy's coming at it from a nurse's point of view, and she didn't take the medication they kept trying to give her for the length of time that she needed to make her illness that she's saying that she's had for this amount of time. They gave her the medication to take that, and she refused to take it. So that makes her even more culpable.
And what if she was going through a mental health episode at the time of being prescribed these medications?
Does it make it okay to unalive your kids?
Nobody said nobody. That's not what she's saying. She's not saying she's guilty or not. She's saying the medication made it worse.
But she didn't keep taking it. She took each prescription for like 7 days.
Mm-hmm.
So
she said she's been going through a mental health episode the entire time. Y'all are picking.
well,
the
I wonder why.
You see
I
what I'm saying?
wonder why.
Y'all are
No,
using
no.
the medication to specifically say this.
And-
She is saying,
and
how long have she been suffering like this?
We don't
Absent the
know.
medication.
We don't know. Evidently, the doctors don't know, and the nurses don't know, and we don't know. We know what she is friggin' telling us, and she is somebody who unalived 3 kids. I'm not taking her word that she had mental health issues because she is a killer. She is a murderer. I'm not taking her word. What makes me think if she can do that, she couldn't lie to my face and tell me I had mental issues when she had a pill problem, when she had a ego problem, when she had a selfish problem.
And I guarantee you, the doctors that prescribe these medications.
Somebody else wants in over here. Let me let this guy in, y'all. Do y'all want Chris in here?
Chris, I'm the only one fighting on the. I don't know what side I'm on. Yeah, what side I'm on? I don't even know now. Doug, I don't even know where I'm at, Doug.
That's how the jury's feeling right now.
I don't even know who I'm fucking arguing for right now, y'all. I need my gummy. I forgot. Fuck.
You know that I don't even do anything, and I think I need a gummy.
Damn, me too now.
I was trying to be
Just kidding.
respectful in the chat because I know certain people can't talk because they're at work, but it's hard to have a panel and answer paragraphs worth of information too. Guys, so I apologize. I'm not trying to skip over anybody, but heaven forbid any of you suffer from mental illness, and heaven forbid any of us do. But I can promise you this: from a sound mind right now, if I ever do suffer from mental illness and I do some shit like that, you can put me away. Please do it for the rest of my life. Put me somewhere that I can't ever hurt anybody again.
You can't blame the family. Like, get the children out of there. No, if she said the medication wasn't working and she was having voices to harm her children, she should have taken herself out of the situation. If she loved her children so much, like, no, I can't be around them right now because I'm having these thoughts. You can only blame yourself for your own actions.
I agree.
What do you think about that, Chris? There's Chris agrees.
I agree. No. I've heard just about enough. She's guilty. Yep. It don't matter.
Great. Coming in hot. He's coming in hot. You got a little bit of robot going on. I'm gonna mute you, Doug, for just a minute.
Hey, no, that's Chris.
Yeah, I seen Doug going on his microphone too. Chris, you got robot going on. We can't hear you now, bud. Getting a good signal? Do you need to go out and come back in? I will let you back in.
See, I get it. I get what
He's
everybody's. I get it, y'all. I get everybody, but
Chris is
I
over
get.
it. Chris is coming in hot. Y'all just know that when he comes back,
Hey,
he's coming in.
Wayne, I'm gonna have to hop down. I gotta take a phone call real quick.
Okay, buddy.
Yeah, you better
All
come
right, I might
back.
come back up later.
You better come back. Angel, you ain't escaping this. Better come back.
Your
I
punishment
will. I
like a
gotta
man
get a
now.
phone call real quick.
And Justine,
No, you're good.
I see where
Go.
Justine's coming from as well. Like I see it.
Right. People have mental health issues, but it just to me, that's you can't use that as an excuse. If your mental health issues take you over the edge and you commit to act like this, you got to go down the road. I'm sorry about your luck, and I'm really not sorry. I'm trying to be like as gentle as I can about it, but at the same time, you do not get to use mental health issue as an excuse to do this right here. If you go that far, you're done. There's no coming back from that. You can say the pills, you can say the mental health issues, you can say the doctors didn't do this, you can say the parents didn't do that, you can say whatever you want to. But when that cord went around those babies' neck and it got tight to the point to where they didn't have another breath left in them, I'm sorry, but you do not deserve another breath your damn self now. That's my hard opinion.
Well, now I honestly believe she's gonna win on appeal. Like she's gonna lose this case, but she will win on appeal. And
You
if
think
you don't
it's gonna
think
be
she,
just like Andrea?
yeah, of course,
I
exactly
don't
the
think
same.
I don't think this state's going to do that. But I mean, that was Texas, right? That they went on a bill. That's crazy.
Mhm.
And
But
I think we can all agree that she was she received help
right, I'm sorry, I was just laughing.
proven by the prescriptions. She was given help proven by her prescriptions. She refused to take them after 7 days. So, all in all, she needs to be locked in a mental facility.
But see,
Oh, at the very least, I mean, and that's you
At the very
being nice.
least, yes.
understand what y'all saying.
I got
Understand if you
somebody that's
make
going to
this.
disagree. I got somebody that's going to disagree with y'all. Y'all ready to hear what he's got to say? Check this out.
Can you hear?
Come on, Chris, you can do this.
Chris, I love Chris.
Can you hear me, or am
You try to
I
get
still
him in here.
messed up?
It's being extremely slow, and now you're in, bud.
Yeah.
Let it
Can you
rip,
hear me
Tater Chip.
now?
We can
Are
hear
you
you
Going in and
good?
now.
out.
All right. Sorry if it's bad, but
He's out walking around. He's got us in and out, in and out. One more time,
yeah.
dude. We'll try it one more time. Okay. You can stay in right there. You got it.
How about
It's
now?
been
Turn your
Now you're
camera
there.
off to save bandwidth.
Yeah, same bandwidth. I'm in a bad spot. How about
Yeah.
now?
Yeah, you're in now.
All right, let me just stay right here. Unfortunately, I am at the Angel Memorial, the 24-hour emergency veterinary with my cat, my baby.
Oh,
But yeah, she's not well. So, but
I'm
anyways,
sorry.
she's yeah, thank you. No, hopefully she'll be good. I don't disagree with anybody, but here's the thing. She's ill. She needs help, but she still did it. Lock her up, get her the help that she needs, and there you go. I mean, look at, she took the lives of her 3 kids. So there's no way around it. Sorry.
I
That's how it
agree.
is. I mean, she needs help.
And
Yeah.
that's being nice.
Yeah,
You know what
no,
I'm
it is.
saying?
I mean, look at, people are sick. You know, people have issues. I get it. I understand. I know people that have it. But, yo, you don't kill your kids. You know, I get it. They could be, you know, she could be hearing voices and all that good stuff. Great. But still, you did it. You got to pay the price. But she can still get
Right.
help. I mean,
Right.
In a locked mental facility, yeah.
right. I don't disagree. I understand the mental illness. I get it. But
Right.
you still killed your 3 kids. So, you know, there's
Exactly.
no, you
Yeah.
can't fight it. You can't. There's
And she
no,
can
you can say whatever you want to say. And I get what everybody is saying. Yeah, she should have took herself out of it. I'm not blaming the family, but, you know, they could have maybe did something a little bit more, but whatever. She still did it, and that's it. Sorry.
What up, Patriot?
You don't have to be sorry, my brother. You do not have to be sorry.
No,
A
I
lot
mean,
of people feel the
hey, you know what? I'm sorry for her too, because she's ill. I get it. But, I mean, that's not, you just don't do
And
that. I mean,
yeah,
you don't.
and when you receive help and you don't accept it, there's another problem.
yeah, definitely. I mean, let's say, do we know? And I haven't followed it 100% like a lot of people, but was she still on the medication or was she completely off the medication?
I
Does
don't even think
anybody
it's
know that?
about it. I don't even think it's about that. I believe
Well,
it's a moot point because
look at,
if they already admitted her and they have signs that she has done this and will do this and have told her family she's going to do this, and I understand, she's supposed to go to jail, but if you are, and all I'm doing is exchange her for a regular veteran, and that veteran is telling you, I'm about to shoot up some stuff, I'm gonna do this, get admitted for it, take medication for it, stop taking medication for it, still telling the family I'm gonna do this, y'all will understand this is a mental health issue. But I
right.
understand the excuse, but just back and forth. There you go.
Well, so yeah, obviously it's a health whatever, but that doesn't help me understand. You know what I'm saying? You took your kids.
And like I said,
Take
I'd
your
love to
Right.
hear what she said. Like,
take
if,
yourself.
how many different prescriptions she was given? So many. She didn't like the way it made her feel.
Right.
So I would love to hear how how 9, 10 something prescriptions all made her feel a certain way. What was it making her feel?
Right. Exactly.
How did
Listen.
she not like
And
it?
right. Well,
What's
You're
listen.
up?
gonna
And
have
I'm gonna
you're,
say when you are not on your medication, that's a problem. Or if you have the wrong medications that are mixed together. Listen, my two boys have, and it's not the same, but my two boys have severe ADHD and they take medicine. They have to, or they can't. They can't be normal. They can't. So when they don't take their medicine, uncontrollable. They're throwing stuff, breaking stuff, fighting things. It's incredible. When you're on the medicine,
Wow. Sorry.
it's still a battle, but it's better. I'm telling you right now. I know it from experience, and I know Misty knows what I'm talking about. When you're off that medicine, you're a different person. The medicine's there to help you, but if
And
you're not taking it, or you're taking the wrong stuff, yeah, can you hold the doctors accountable? Yeah, but how many doctors did she have?
a
and I'd
lot.
also like to throw in there, what did she tell these doctors? What did
Right.
she say to them?
Did she tell them the truth?
Probably not.
Right.
Most mental health people don't tell the truth. You know that coming in.
Right. But, listen, there's signs. You know what I'm saying? There's signs. Listen, you guys know when my kids aren't on their medication, oh, man, I can tell first thing is they get out of bed. You know they're not on their medication. Mental health people, I'm sure you can't tell everybody, but and she knows how it made her feel. And if she didn't take her medicine because she didn't like the way it made her feel, tough shit.
Right.
I'm sorry. You killed your kids, dude. There's
Right.
no out
Right.
for me. I'm
Not
sorry.
one,
There's no
not
out.
two, but 3. You strangled until they couldn't breathe.
Right. And you tell me that's normal? You know what I'm saying? Like, no, come on, man. No
I,
way. I get it.
I get.
I understand.
Okay. Okay. I get whatever. Okay. What about this?
Uh,
At what point? And I'm only looking at this from a veterans counseling perspective. At what point do you have to make somebody go in to take their medication?
at what point?
Yeah.
I mean, number one, again, we can't battle around this question either. What did she tell her doctors? Did she tell them anything? And if she didn't, we will never know. So I can't answer you that question because if I don't know her personally, I don't know how she was normal. I don't think any of us do. So
she admitted to her family she was finna delete her children at Thanksgiving.
Okay.
She admitted to doctors that she was having these thoughts. She has been admitted to mental health facilities of these thoughts. She is on multiple medication and not taking them.
Yet she was able to.
At what point do you know she's not thinking right and she needs to be admitted for her own safety, especially if she have kids?
When you're unable to make normal daily decisions. She took her son to the dentist that day. So if she's of sound mind, and remember that word, of sound mind, you cannot involuntary commit somebody to a mental facility.
Mm-hmm. I agree. That's what veterans go through. Meaning you could tell that veteran to take that medication and all of a sudden you see him at Walmart and he think he back in Iraq. What do? Same thing with her. Same thing with her. Same thing with her. I'm not saying it's true. I'm saying that's Pretty's argument. The same thing that a veteran might be acting right and he hear a gunshot, then all of a sudden he's back there and he's like, what the fuck is wrong with that person? All of a sudden he snapped. She is saying give that same sympathy to her, but I understand everybody's argument. I'm just giving y'all her side. You get what I'm saying? Okay. I'm a good foreman,
I have a question
y'all.
for everybody.
I'm one hell of a foreman.
Who here thinks that Lindsay was suffering from a mental health crisis, no matter the medication or what her diagnosis was? Was she suffering from a mental health crisis?
Yes, of course.
What's
Described mental health crisis, one of her own making. One of, how do you know she wasn't in her snorting pills? You heard about the pills getting crushed up. You ever seen somebody snort a Xanax? You ever seen somebody snort a Oxycontin to get off on it?
I've seen all of it. Yeah, I know
somebody
all
lie
the drugs.
Have you ever seen somebody lie to a doctor to get the pills they want? I've seen it several times. Oh Lord, well, I don't know if I should pull this button or not.
Hey, I'm trying to be the prosecution. Hey, daughter, I'm trying to be the prosecutor.
So that's a no from Wayne. No mental health crisis. What about you, Misty? Was she suffering from a mental health crisis
at the time of the unaliving?
Yeah.
Is that the question?
Hello, everybody hear me?
Hey.
Yeah, just hold on. You're on the panel. Angel, hold on. You're on the panel with several people and they're talking. So wait till it's your turn. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Go ahead, guys. Sorry.
Back to the question. Was she suffering from a mental health crisis at the time of the unaliving? Is that the question?
That was
Yes, it is.
No. But we have to state facts here. She said she all of a sudden heard a man's voice telling her to do this.
Right. And that's the only time she heard the man's voice. And once it stopped, she never heard it again. Are y'all buying that shit? Because I ain't buying that shit. Sorry. Not buying it. Not for a minute. Not from a killer. I'm not buying a killer's word.
This is what she said. This is what she said. And like I said, I'll say it over and over again. I would love to hear what she has said to whoever and how many ever doctors she had for the reason she didn't want to take the medications for more than 7 days.
What about the 2 phone calls to Aspire suicide hotline? Does that not show some sort of mental health crisis where she was turned away?
Anybody can call suicide hotline, but that doesn't mean you're willing to unalive your 3 children.
What about if you say it during Thanksgiving? What about if you say it during Thanksgiving in front of your family?
But what was her exact quote? Because I only heard she told people that she was having thoughts of harming the children. Not that she was going to unalive them and that kind of thing. I mean, thoughts of harming the children, like we discussed with Badass up here. times have you heard somebody say, if that little don't stop it, I'm going to blister his
That's
ass, or I'm going
different.
to strangle him like that.
That's
That's
different.
what
If
I'm
you're to
saying.
the
It's
point of
different.
if you're to the
We
point of
know
hearing
what she
thoughts
said.
like
She
that,
come out and say
and
that
then
I'm
you
going
can
to kill
go
him.
from day to day and live a normal life, and then pre-plan sending your husband to the farthest away restaurant, go into the pharmacy, and oh, it just so happens during this time she heard a male's voice and unalived her 3 children.
Right. Let's. I'm gonna give Angel a chance to speak. This
It's
is
an
her first time on
excuse. It's an excuse.
panel. Right. All right. Hold on one second, Misty. I'm gonna let Angel talk now. Or
I'm sorry.
Unique Angel.
Oh, Angel, hey,
Hi, everybody.
Wayne's daughter. Wayne's daughter.
What's
Good
going
morning.
on?
I'm a newbie.
What? Welcome to the big time.
Hey, Daddy.
Hey, what's happening? What's your
Hey,
thoughts on this case?
I've never done it before, so I thought it would be fun.
It is fun. How you doing? Would
I
you like
missed
to give a
everything.
popular opinion today?
Yeah. So my opinion is, at first I thought Patrick might have been involved, but now I'm starting to think that she was maybe trying to make it look like he was involved.
Okay.
You know, by
Yeah.
setting up little like the time thing, making it look like maybe he was the one that had done this. You know.
So you moved away from his involvement and
Yeah, I did.
started leaning towards she was trying to make it look like he did it.
Yeah, because he got home so like the time frame was so short that it just kind of makes it seem like, hey, I'm dead here on the ground and my kids are dead, so maybe he did it.
Right. Because she was trying to get at him because
Right.
she didn't like him no more.
I mean,
She couldn't
like
stand. That happens a lot.
from her, but as a man, like my husband says, it's hard for a man. Like they'll give the mom the kids,
Yeah.
and they'll give the mom the child support, and it's not as easy as just walking away and hey, let me just take custody of these kids.
Right.
So,
And it all goes back to show she was of sound mind.
right, planning. Crazy.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I think
Point
so.
on.
I mean, if you're a sound mind enough to send him away, and you're a sound mind enough to miss a call from him while you're doing it, call him back, and then get off the phone with him, and then continue to do it. I mean, you're not like freak crazy, like bouncing off the rubber walls and hearing voices and shaking back and forth because you're so sick. You're committing crazy acts right here.
Yeah, I don't think they really thought she was going to go through with it.
Sane people don't do stuff like this. So to say she was having a mental episode, yeah, you're having a mental episode. If you're doing something like that, that's mental. Sane people don't do this kind of thing. So being mental does not make you non-criminally responsible. That's just my opinion. My humble
Right.
opinion.
I have
But
3 kids.
legally, you have to take murder one off the table if you believe she was suffering from a mental health crisis by the description of the
Sorry,
law.
phone call.
Murder one is
Yeah.
off the table if you believe mental health crisis was involved in this case. You cannot reach that decision beyond a reasonable doubt.
According
So
to
let me
Matt's.
ask this. Did this male voice tell her to
Can't
unalive
hear
herself?
anything. Hello?
Hello? Who's talking?
Me? Can y'all hear me?
Someone
Yeah, we
said
hear
hello.
you, but you got
I
somebody
heard you,
else.
Misty.
Oh, sorry.
Somebody else saying I can't hear. Go ahead. You're good.
I honestly can't even answer that because I was
I can't
in
hear
her
you.
head. I don't know what the voice was saying or not saying, or I don't think anybody does.
I got somebody in the background, but I don't even see them, guys. So we'll just keep talking. Wherever you are, if you can hear me, try to hang up and then come back.
And on the same note, I don't think that she's going to be found not guilty. She herself claims that she did it. She confessed to it. The problem is finding which degree is right for the crime and whether mental health played a role in this
How come
crime.
I can't hear y'all?
It would be a disjustice to everybody if we just discredit the mental health part of it and say that she is just a crazy killer that unalives her kids with malice and premeditation. I just don't think the state reached that level beyond a reasonable doubt. I don't think it was.
And that's
I
a
don't
great
think that
point. Can
happened.
I say this? That's a
Go
great
for it.
point. So she was in a mental crisis hearing voices, yet she admitted As you just said, she admitted that she did this, so she knew what she was doing. She remembers it.
She remembered it. Said it was like watching herself do it, quote unquote.
That's
And I'm
bullshit.
sorry, also what
I mean-
she did, I'm not taking her word for anything. I'm not taking her word
Yeah.
that she was mentally ill. I'm not taking her word for nothing. I don't get, I'll take the doctor's word way before I take her words for any damn thing. Because she could be lying. If you can do this right here, you can lie through your teeth about why you did this right here.
Yep. And if you're in a psychosis state, it's going to be like a blackout state. You're going to be like, what? But no, she remembers doing it. She knew what she was doing. She is guilty. Premeditated first degree murder, in my opinion.
Right. I was going to say I had to drop Angel off, Unique Angel. Just I call her Angel. That's my daughter. I had to knock you off because you couldn't hear us and I could hear you. So that's the only way to solve it is to kick you off and you have to come back up again. Go ahead. I'm sorry. The link is gone. They said the link is gone. But yeah, I mean, sorry, I don't believe her. I don't believe what she's saying. I've seen people sit and shake and cry and claim that they were in terrible, terrible pain. And then I hate to say that I was hanging with a certain crowd, but I was. And then the minute that the Roxycontins made it to the door, and God for YouTube, forgive me, everybody forgive me for just saying the word right straight out like that. But when they got there, it was a miracle healing all of a sudden. Happiness was everywhere. The happy things are here. Let's get them crushed up. Let's get them in the straw and let's do our business. Yay, everything's all fine and dandy. I've seen them do it in front of doctors, cry tears, and then close. As soon as the door closed, I got him again. I fooled him. He gave me the script that I needed. That happens, y'all.
Oh, absolutely.
Myself with my own two eyes. In real life, I've watched people fake mental illness to get what they wanted. So how do we know she didn't cause her own mental episode by mixing up medications and she liked some and she didn't like the other and she made a bad mixture choice and that's what caused her to freaking go off the deep end. Is she liable then? If she caused her own mental episode, is she liable then? Because she was still having a mental episode, but of her own making. Now is she responsible? Criminally responsible?
Yep, you are responsible for your own actions. And I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, I'm finna go over to.
Thank you, Pretty, for putting that in. Uh-oh.
What that do?
Here he goes.
Wait. Yeah, I'm ready. Okay.
Angel, can you hear us now?
Yeah, I can.
Angel, can you hear us?
Yep.
Okay. All right, cool. Just making sure.
I figured y'all all see me enough to where I can actually go on.
What'd you say?
Yeah, I've been around enough to actually join.
Yeah, I'm proud of you. You got courage up and you come up on stage and you up here with some big hitters right here. There's some heavy hitters up here. Everybody that's here.
Angel, we love you.
Oh, thank you. I love y'all too. I thought that part of us, he was playing.
I'm honored to have these three guests right here. These are very intelligent, very strong mind people. Army vet, Doug, which you know them in the chat and stuff too, and you've seen them up on the panel. Doug and then Misty Haynes, of course. But we're going to all be friends. Even Justine over here, Pretty Little Clues and everything. We have a difference of opinion on this case, but at the end of the day, we're going to be each other's friends and we're going to support each other. We're going to go to each other's channels and watch different shows and that kind of thing. But it's in the heat of it now because we got the verdict clock ticking and we're waiting on the verdict to come back and everybody's letting it be known how they feel right now. And then whatever the jury is what we'll have to hang our head on for now. But Vet thinks she's going to lose here, but she's going to win on appeal like Andrea Yates did. What do you think about that, Unique?
Yeah, there's another case in 1954 they're comparing this to where the woman got charged with insanity and she got back out. And guess what? She did it again.
What? Oh, my God.
Yes, she did.
Beautiful example. Beautiful example.
Insanity again.
That's what I'm saying. That's what you got to look at the president's. Go for it, Vet.
This is what y'all need. This is why in the mental health facility for a female with children, this sticks out. Not saying that she's not guilty. She's completely guilty.
100%.
in our system, if that woman would have came to the VA and said she was thinking about, y'all know we would have removed them kids from her immediately.
Right.
If a dude come in there and say that shit, we are getting you away from your family. So the catches wasn't there. You see what I'm saying? The catches wasn't there.
A lot of people failed. I'll
Yep.
admit that.
No,
And
she
whatever-
failed herself too. We don't go.
Right.
Remember how we said, if you thinking about this, get away from your kids.
That's right.
Yes.
Everybody is
Get
very
away.
Most definitely.
Like,
right.
Remove yourself from the situation.
that's what
Exactly.
I would tell any vet. I would tell any veteran that. That's why it's
Right.
hard.
You trying to say something unique?
I'm saying that I would spare everybody, you know, including my children if I ever feel like that. That's crazy.
All right. Right. Because she can relate.
I have a
And,
really
you know,
hard life. Like my kid has severe autism. I have a toddler. I have an older boy. It's hard, but I'm gonna tell you one thing: I would get in that car and drive away.
Mm-hmm.
right.
Mm-hmm.
Where you gonna go? Just kidding.
This is why male counselors and female counselors differ, because male counselors will tell you to face your fears. If you come in here, the thought of losing your kids, that's part of but female counselors are, is complete with how men and women adjust it's completely different.
So what's your point, Army Vet?
That a lot of women.
Did she have a male or female counselor? Probably
No.
not. She refused it.
That's what I'm saying. A lot of men we understand the threat. You see what I'm saying? Men ain't
Army
gonna
Vet,
make
which
help.
man understands postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis? Show me one that completely understands it.
It doesn't matter.
How does
It's
that not matter?
I know several.
That's the
Well,
problem.
it most
with
definitely
several
matters.
women.
That do.
Pause.
And I love you all.
No.
and
I
disagreement
get.
is what needs
No,
to change.
I totally understand what you're saying, but the minute that she has self-harm, then talk about harming her children. This is it. When I get her in my office, this is a different conversation. Because usually people that talk about deleting themselves and their children will do it. So postpartum,
Right.
I get the conversation. It's great for TV. She was talking about deleting herself and her children. That's a different conversation. Ain't postpartum. It's saving her mind. Her mind is gone. Treat her.
And there's
not
somebody up on
problem.
the panel right now.
They
that
tried to treat her, Army Vet. They tried to. She
There's
would
some-
not accept the treatment.
That's what I'm saying. I would have locked her ass up.
There's a
My
nurse
bad.
right here.
I would have. My bad. I would have threw. If she wouldn't have needed help, I would have locked her ass up, because her outcome would have been this. That's why I would have locked her ass up. Pause. My bad. Yeah.
Oh, you good. You good, though. You good. But we're not the only ones that feel this way. Just because we're guys doesn't mean that we're not, we don't know anything about it whatsoever. We know about it. We've heard about it several times. We have daughters. Right here's one. We have mothers. We have sisters. We have a lot of
girlfriends,
people,
wives.
that's went through it, and they're here telling their story, just like somebody else is telling their story, and they're telling you also it's not an excuse. This is what they would have done if they were in that situation, and it's what she should have done. This is women that has kids.
Right.
That's telling you right now, and that some don't even have the same kind of accessibility to the health insurance and the things that she had, and the maternity leave, and a husband that's there at home trying to help 3 kids. One of them's autistic, and they're right here telling you, I understand that, but I would have never done that.
I would do everything else.
Right.
Yeah. And Justine, I see your comment. Girl, it is still, we want to hear everybody's opinions. Nobody's opinion is wrong. We're just trying to figure it all out ourselves.
Y'all know that men can have postpartum depression also.
Yes.
And just because it's a popular opinion doesn't mean it's wrong.
Patrick was having that too. He just, he don't talk about it because he's a man.
Yep.
But this was 6 to 8 months later, guys.
Right.
Let's remember that.
That is kind
Her
of weird.
third child, 6 to 8 months later.
Yeah. When it started, 6 months, and then when the deed happened, 8 months later. Yep. And then 3 times. Just say it happened one time. You make it go, well, okay, freaked out, but it happened 3 times within minutes of each other. Take one downstairs. And don't forget, she went with the little boy that she called the most difficult human being that she's ever encountered in her life. Her little boy is what she said on Facebook about her little boy. This is the most difficult human being I've ever encountered in my entire life. That's what she said about him. She took him downstairs first and took him into Daddy's office and did the deed right there. Went back up and got another kid and brought it down and did the deed over here somewhere else. And then upstairs again and another kid and brought it down a third time and did that. And you're telling me that's because of one mental break? I can't buy that. I'm sorry. I love everybody here, and I'm glad everybody's got good, strong opinions about it. But just because somebody has an opinion and it's popular doesn't mean it's wrong.
That's true. That's
And
very
we're
true.
debating
I just want
what people do. We're not going to stop debating because people have different opinions. That's actually why we debate, is because people have different opinions.
Exactly.
Like-
Yes.
Has it got easier for you, Lindsay? Is it easier now? Is
Right.
it easier?
Right.
Is it better now?
It's a great point. I'm afraid it's not, right?
God kept you alive for a reason, and that is for a reason.
And did she even, like, maybe she didn't even mean to fall on her head and be in such bad shape as she is. Maybe she just wanted to make it look like that, you know. And then, oops, I fell on my head by accident, and now I'm all messed up in a wheelchair.
Or she knew what she did, and she tried to unalive herself because she did it, but she was not successful.
How many stories did she jump?
2.
She was on the second story. She just went down one floor and landed on her head. And she come across her wrists, both wrists and her neck, but she didn't do it deep enough to do the damage.
Can we talk about
the time he got to her, she wasn't even bleeding no more.
You know,
What'd you say?
I said if my husband came home to that, you better believe, you better hope I'm dead, because I would be after that. He has amazing self-control, the father in this case. Just honestly, he could have finished her off.
I wouldn't have trusted her. The minute that she said she was going to harm my kids, my whole plan would have been taking my kids from her and moving somewhere else till she got healthy. That's just me. And y'all can call me cold if you want to, but you ain't going to say that in the middle of Thanksgiving and think I'm going home and sleeping with you. That ain't happening.
We're going to try Chris one more time, guys.
Come on, Chris.
He's got something to say today, and he's not going to give up until say it, Chris. Come with it, Chris.
Can you hear me?
No, Chris.
Oh, God.
You're on stage. You're on stage, bud.
Chris.
I hear Chris.
I see him.
You hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, how you doing?
How
Sorry.
you doing?
I had to run. They called us in for the cat, so I had to go run in. So.
Oh, okay. Good.
Was your cat okay?
Pause.
Think so. I think everything's going to be okay, but we'll see.
Right.
But yeah, they found an ulcer in her mouth, so they're just running some more tests. But hey, his license plate says "chill." I love it. So anyway, I want that license plate. Little bastard got it. You know, I can go steal it unless he fucking bought it. I'm gonna go get it. Chill. Or, you know, so anyways, what are we talking about still? We still talking about what's her face?
Yes.
Clint?
Yeah.
Lindsay Clancy.
What's her face? Yeah. Elsie.
Quiet.
What
I
up,
have
Jenny?
my other pain in the ass with me over here. Then be careful, Army Bet. If you start with me, I'm gonna make you talk to my son.
Your son know you scared of ghosts?
No, don't say nothing. So, oh damn. So yeah, guilty. See you. Have a good day. Sorry. That's all I gotta say about that. You know.
Right. And I'm not saying just because she said that about the one kid being the only thing. I'm coupling what she said about the kid along with the fact that she took that kid first to the dad's office, tied a band around his neck, and choked it out. And not like she did it kids. She tightened it and loosened it, tightened it and loosened it, tightened it and loosened it in multiple times. Where the other ones, she tightened it one time until they were gone. She
Question,
had
Doug.
extra anger with this particular child. So no, not what she said on Facebook alone, but the actions that she did after that as well, guys.
Judge, if we can bring up the fact that she said she didn't like the child, why can't Doug bring up the fact that she called 911 and all these health services asking for help? Why are you putting credence on one and not the other? Am I right, Doug? Am I right, Doug? I'm being informative.
Yeah, that's part
Nobody
of the
said he
process that we should be talking about. When somebody is in a mental health crisis and they call 911 and say they have suicidal and homicidal thoughts, you should not have to have a plan to get help. If you call a second time, you most certainly should not have to have a plan to get help. That is a problem with the process of the system. And
can I ask you
these
this?
conversations is how we debate, disagree, and figure out ways to make change to prevent this from happening again.
Amen. Especially the last.
Like you guys said before I had to jump up. She told people she needed help, right? That she felt that she needs to unalive her kids, correct?
She told everybody.
Right. Okay. So you know what? I blame everybody. I put the blame on family, authorities, doctors. I blame everybody. But sorry, let me ask you guys a question. And if your wife, your girlfriend, your something or other calls you and says, told you, hey, look I'm going to unalive the kids. Are you just going to be like, yeah, all right, whatever. Sounds good. Have a good day. No. I am. Nope. You are going somewhere.
Yep.
Or I'm stealing the kids, and I'm leaving.
I don't.
Yep, Chris.
Did we know, Doug, that she called 911? Did we know that she called 911 and said she's going to do something to herself?
Twice, not once, twice, and was
she called
turned
911
away.
Turned
because
away.
She didn't have a plan.
Huh. Okay. She wasn't taken to the hospital. The ambulance didn't come out. Nothing.
Nothing. Zero.
And that, my friends, I blame that on 911.
Right.
Because I'm going to tell you right now, we had to do that for my brother-in-law. Not that he was, shitballs, hold tight now. Not that he was going to hurt himself or kill anybody. It's that he's really, really sick. And, I mean, he's got cancer in every part of his body. But he wouldn't go to the hospital. And my father-in-law, who's, 74 years old, couldn't take care of him anymore. But yet, my brother-in-law would not admit himself into the hospital. So it got to the point where we had to call. They came and said, there's no way you can take care of yourself. You have issues. Your father can't help you any longer. They committed him. It can be done. We all know that. If you call 911 right now and say, hey, look, I think I'm going to kill myself, do you really think they're going to hang up the phone on you? Be like, yeah, well, you need a plan?
But hold up, Chris. But
that's what happened, though.
It did happen.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
Hold up, Chris. But now go into it. You've been in that situation. What would happen if you called and they said, I can't do anything? What would you do now? That's what he was facing. That's what.
Yeah, no, I would.
There you go.
I know what. No. I know what I would do, but I don't know who. Well, I'm not going to work. What the hell am I? I don't know who they know or what they know, but I know what I would do. But that's just me. And unfortunately, I have connections, but I hold that responsibility on 911. They should have taken care of it. That's what they're there for. And you all know that, right? We all know that. I'm not blaming all we all know that. And 911 is at fault. If they didn't send an officer to check on her, and then when they get there, they call call for an ambulance to do a psychiatric evaluation. I see them in my town every single day. In my city, I see probably 8 a day for psychiatric evaluation, and they don't need much. They only need a little. She already told everybody. It's their fault. Sorry. I mean, come on, guys, you know that. Army vet, you should know that. It's 911's fault for not responding. Sorry.
I can't talk about mental health because
Right, I get it, but you know 911.
Yeah, that's what I told them. The VA is different because it would have triggered, especially if you have children in the house. That's what I was telling. We're different.
Yeah, exactly.
Knowing that it's children in the house, somebody picked that phone up, a car is coming.
I need answers to why they did nothing. Right? Why didn't you send an officer to check on her? Why? I need answers. So, Doug,
The answer is because he didn't have a plan. That's the answer.
Well, that's not an answer for me. That's not a good enough. Doug, we got to take a road trip, man. We may have to go.
We need changes in the way that people in the system work. There should at least, at a minimum, be a 24-hour psych evaluation on somebody. Then officers should have went there, or an EMS person, and Patrick, being her proxy, had the power to Section 34 her when she told him, I'm thinking about harming our children. But guess what? He didn't, because you know why? Probably because then he would have to take care of the kids and all of the household chores on top of working. It was a selfish decision. Instead of doing what was better for Lindsay, he did what was better for him.
Yep, and listen,
bottom line.
I, right now, if I felt that Doug was off his rocker, not even if he's threatening to harm anybody or even himself, if I feel that he's dangerous, all I have to do is call 911 and I can start the pink slip. I can pink slip him. I just need one thing of proof to make them go and at least do a psychiatric evaluation. I don't know how it is in other states, but here, that can be done. But they did nothing. It's their fault. That's it. It's their fault. And for her telling the family, I blame them too. Sorry. That's your fault too for not saying a damn thing. Are you out of your minds?
The system didn't only fail Lindsay, they failed those children, and they are just as responsible as she is.
Yep.
And there needs to be changes in the way that things are handled.
We should start Cora's.
Say what?
We should start a new law for the kids called Cora's Law.
Absolutely.
That would be cool.
It could have been prevented many times over.
So are we saying that Lindsay Clancy called 911?
I didn't know
She
that.
called Aspire, the suicide hotline, twice.
Okay, well, they do nothing. They do nothing.
Yeah, they have a responsibility too. They're supposed to report that. So, look at somebody's at fault. It's somebody's fault, but hey, I'm sorry.
Hey, I'll be right back, guys. I'll be right back. Keep it going, please.
We'll be here.
All right, thank you.
She called the suicide hotline, or she called 911 local?
She called Aspire, the suicide hotline.
Okay, so she did not call 911, her local police department.
Doesn't matter. They're required to call 911. They don't have a choice.
Always.
So they failed.
Till something happens. That's the police. Wait till something happens, then do something. So crazy.
Yep. No, that's why you have a suicide hotline. Yeah. Can they talk you down? Yes, but they're required to report that. I mean, really. But hey, look it. In the end, we know people are at fault, but she still did it. And if you're asking me and you're telling me details that she tightened it and unloosened it and tightened it and unloosened it and took her son somewhere else and blah, 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 that wasn't spur of the moment. That was planned. So what's that charge? What do you call it? Meditated? What is it? Meditated, right? Premeditated murder?
That's murder one. Yep.
Yeah, we
Can I say this?
call that devil.
So I'm sorry. I mean, and I feel bad for people that have mental illness, but Jesus Christ, you killed your fucking kids. Come on.
Mhm.
Really. It's not, yeah. So, and I know, hey, you drink, buddy.
So Chris, let me ask you this. So if you call the suicide hotline, are they supposed to send police out?
They're supposed to call 911. If they,
So the person
hold
that's
on 1 second.
wanting to
I gotta
commit suicide should call 911, or the suicide hotline calls 911.
Yeah. If you call the suicide hotline and said, hey, look it, I'm about to kill myself, or I'm about to do this, and blah, 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 blah. It's number one, it's recorded. But
Mhm.
number two, you're responsible for the call. Did you break that?
I would
No,
love to
sorry.
hear.
Yelling at my kid. Huh?
I would love to hear those recordings so I can see.
What'd you say?
I would like to hear those recordings.
Yeah, I know, right?
So it's the person wanting to commit suicide. It's their responsibility to call 911, correct? Like I'm just asking. I don't know.
You would have to. You can't leave somebody like, because you can talk them and be like, oh, you shouldn't, blah, blah, blah. But in the end, if you don't do that and you just, okay, hey, it was nice to hear from you. Have a good day. And the person unalives themselves or a whole bunch of people, it's not, it's just.
Yeah,
The
but
people
my
answering
question
the
is
phone
it
at the
the
crisis center, the responsibility falls on them as a mandated reporter to report it to the proper authorities. And that just didn't happen in this case.
okay? Let me tell you guys this right now. Michelle can't talk, so she wrote it down, and I know this for a fact. One, mental health is used as an excuse. My sister has called 988 twice this week, and she has never once thought about taking her children's lives. It's bullshit.
I
888
know.
9888
Listen, I
did
don't doubt
nothing
you.
but ask her questions. Did they send police over here? No. And guess what? That's why I'm here. And my sister is still alive. So if that's a
They
true
should have been. They
fact,
should have sent somebody immediately.
exactly. They did not. They did not.
Hmm.
If the system,
Michelle's getting upset and it
Yeah,
makes it
they
hard for her to breathe. She's like, everybody needs to get their facts straight. So if she called the suicide hotline and nobody sent help, that's what Michelle is trying to say. But do we have proof of her calling the suicide hotline?
I don't know.
Yes, it was put into this case as evidence. We didn't get to hear it, but I'm most certain the jury got to hear them calls along with the 911 calls.
And they didn't send anybody? Is that what you're saying?
They didn't send anybody. No, there was no intervention taken. Zero. Because she didn't reach the threshold of having a plan. Just having the thoughts alone does not reach the level of intervention. And I'm saying that it needs to change. If you're having these thoughts, there should be some type of evaluation and hold, at least a 24-hour hold. Maybe not a 72-hour or a 2-week like a Section 34 would give, but there should be some type of intervention, even if it's just a police officer showing up to make sure that everybody's still alive.
Okay,
And to make a report.
Sorry, Angel. I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm so
It's
sorry.
the process that needs changing. The change needs to happen, or this is going to continue to happen.
So I'd love to know what day she called 988. Does anybody know that?
I have no idea. But Misty, you're in Alabama, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm not sure about how they work things where you're at. I'm in Oxford. when I had my baby, he's 2 now. When I had him for the first 8 months, around the first 6 to 8 months, I had a care coordinator harassing me around the clock, showing up to all my visits, making sure we were doing our visits, making sure the kids were okay, coming out to the house and making sure that their doctor's appointments are going well, their school's going well, everything. They harassed me to the point where I had to tell them to stop. I don't know if it's like that in every state, but I was so thankful, there's a lot of support out here. And it's just, honestly, it's truly sad. I really think moms should be like having a care coordinator like they do out here.
So, and so we're relating this to 6 to 8 months later.
Right.
Lindsay's hearing voices.
And he too, and they'll still call me and follow up, say, hey, how's Benson doing? Hey, how's this? You know what I mean? Like, Alabama's pretty good about that, actually. I just wonder,
So we're just referring to like postpartum. Is that what we're?
they like, was her doctors like making sure she was okay after she had Callan? Like, I mean, is there care coordinators in the state that do what they do out here? For like, I'm very thankful for the care coordinators in Alabama. They harass me so much.
Well,
I'm okay.
Hold on.
Baby.
Okay, I see where it's going. Okay. Here's the evidence. Here's a little bit that should tell you.
There's just a lot of resources out here in Alabama where I'm at.
I got it. Just weeks before she did this, she voluntarily admitted herself to a psychiatric facility. Weeks before she did this, she went to a psych. She admitted herself. That should tell you how serious this was.
but she refused all treatment.
No. I get what you're saying. I'm saying weeks before this, she admitted herself to the doctor because she knew she was about to. She walked in and said, I'm about to do this. And they released her. That's what Doug is saying. They released her.
Voluntarily admitting yourself, you can leave whenever.
Mm-hmm.
Was this a show? Was this just a show? She didn't accept any kind of treatment. Was this just all a show to say that she did?
But
Unless you're involuntarily admitted, you can leave whenever you want.
Yeah, but the admission that she said was the reason I'm walking in was I am having escalating depression and intrusive thoughts. That's why I'm walking.
Where did you get this information, Army Vet? Where did you get these words that she said?
It's just right there. It's in the trial. Doug, am I right? Like,
you're right.
In the trial, no, everybody in the
no,
trial,
you're right.
Like, that's how
she
I
voluntarily
knew.
admitted herself and stayed for 5 days and ended up leaving because she had to plan Cora's birthday party because Patrick couldn't handle it by himself.
Wow.
That's when you knew you nut.
That's why she checked herself out. To plan a birthday party for her children.
I would have got the kids and ran while she was in there. And I mean, but ain't no way I'm letting her around my children. I'm with Chris on that one. I'm out.
Same here. My husband agrees. Like,
I'm out. I'm out.
Definitely would not be working, and he would make sure that I'm not alone with him.
Yep.
That's just how you react. But and then also he said maybe he didn't think she was actually going to go through it. But I'm going to tell you something. If somebody says some shit like that, believe them. Facts. Believe them. Because if you don't want to live with regret, and that's what he's going to have to do the rest of his life now. Just believe somebody say something like that. They say they're going to kill themselves. They say they're going to kill their kids. Believe them.
Or what Doug's saying, he just didn't care.
Yeah. I have a lot of feelings about Patrick, but I do know that his kids are gone. He has to live with this the rest of his life, the what ifs. So I'm trying to give him a little bit more grace. Just not
Everybody failed these children.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Well, there should at least be some accountability for neglect on their parts of the people that.
Even in the VA, when we call, the first question is this: who is there with you?
Right.
Are you planning on hurting yourself or somebody? is somebody there that can call, you know what I'm saying? You need to be accountable for the people around that person. And then you're gonna tell me it's children in the home and you calling? Oh, yeah.
Y'all better believe my husband would be on the phone with my daddy and my mama real quick.
You
And
know what I'm saying?
down.
Over there, ready to kick somebody's ass.
Grandkids,
Crazy.
grandkids,
Crazy.
something it would not be that.
I'll be showing up at the door. Of course, I'll be blaming him because I'm daddy. I'll be blaming him, but I'll still be showing up.
That's
I
crazy.
said, it's your fault, Matt.
No,
Being man enough. Hey, don't forget, Matt can pay this back later, Angel.
I'm going to tell you, Matt says she's guilty as hell. Fry her ass, and that if I ever said anything like that, you better, or did anything like that, you better hope I'm gone when he gets back, and he would never leave me alone with him if I said anything like that.
Yep.
Right.
Moments where I was
True.
struggling, in the moments where I was struggling, he'd take off and make sure I got the help I needed. I'm clear. I'm good. Everything's cool. We're good.
Yep.
You know.
Right.
You don't just. I call it what I call it.
No, they failed her. Now I ain't gonna sit here and say they didn't. They didn't fail. They failed the kids, a lot. But just being a guy that's been around pillheads and people that fake mental stuff and everything else, I can tell you that it absolutely does happen. I've seen people fool doctors, and as soon as the door closes, will tell you that they just turned the tears on purpose and fooled the doctor to get what they wanted. I promise you, I saw that. And I could go into further detail of the end result of that same said person, but I'm not going to choose to do that right now. I'd say just God rest their souls. And there's quite a few of them that was in the same area that was running some game about that. And not saying that this woman was, but, this could have been of her own making because she liked to do the pills and she wasn't getting the ones she wanted. So she was trying to shop around a little bit. And then the cocktail was too much.
And
it
again,
caused her. Go ahead, Misty.
Again, it's a horrible situation. Horrible.
Right.
Horrific. But you cannot blame the family. You cannot blame others for her
Not for
actions.
not the final act, you can't.
And it just goes to show she was of sound mind. So nobody can take her children from her if she's of sound mind. Yet she did this to her beautiful 3 babies.
There's no way I would drive off a bridge first.
Right.
Absolutely.
It's very, very sad.
It's hard for me and Dad
Right.
to have pictures because my grandmother had
I
12
mean,
children.
they're showing pictures of them. Showing pictures on the screen of them right now, guys. And I mean, look at them.
It's heartbreaking. So heartbreaking.
It really, really is.
My
Terrible.
one of 12, you guys. My dad's mom, my Meemaw, had 12 kids and she survived. She's 92. So it's kind of hard to feel.
That's right.
Well, it's kind of really hard to feel sorry for people because there's some people that have it way worse.
Right. It makes it hard for sure.
She's 92 years old.
Yep. Never used no excuses either, and didn't have the health care and didn't have the support and things like that. So
yep.
My grandmother is 99 years old and will be 100 in November. November 16th.
Oh
she will be 100 years old.
Go girl.
My mama's birthday is November 16th.
Oh my gosh, are you serious?
I'm so serious.
What are the
I'm
chances?
trying to be nice to the chat. So, and I know Justine's at work. She can't be on the panel. She would like to be. So she wants to ask the entire panel a question, and we'll start with me on the left, and we'll work our way across.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Okay. There you go. It's going to be all guilties, I believe, except for one.
No,
that's little D. Little D right there.
Believe I'm
Let me
going
say this.
involuntary manslaughter.
Criminally responsible.
Yeah.
No other option.
Involuntary manslaughter.
Yeah.
If Lindsay was smart, she would have said she does not remember doing any of it.
Well, it's obviously she's not smarter. She would have never done that to begin with.
Oh, hell no. Hell no. But she has admitted to doing this.
In
which
open
means
court.
she remembers. Oh.
Yep.
Who is curling this girl's hair and doing her makeup so pretty? Like, seriously, you don't deserve to sit there pretty.
Right.
Nobody did Andrea Yates makeup. They all looking like dog crap. She comes in there with her hair fully curled and makeup on.
And you're sitting there, she's sitting there with the drugs in her systems that she wants, most likely. She's chill, she's calm, she feels good.
She looked like she was feeling good earlier today. I'd say that. She looked like she was high as a cat earlier. I was like, whoa,
Oh,
she's
those
feeling.
damn mints they had on that damn table. That shit was hilarious, boy.
Did you see the mints, Miss?
Man,
bet
that
you-
was
I saw him.
hilarious.
I saw him.
Okay.
I saw him.
Did Michelle see them too?
She did. She had to step outside because this is upsetting her, but because she
Oh,
keeps wanting to say something and she can't say it. She
Yeah.
wrote
Right.
something down, but she's
It's
just like, no,
upsetting
this
a
is,
lot.
yeah, this is bullshit. She's
It's
been through a
upsetting a
lot and
lot
she's
of people.
called 988 twice within the past month. They don't do shit.
Yeah.
And that's not to
Right.
defend Lindsay, but Michelle said, I have never, ever have thoughts of harming my children. She
Always
has,
yourself, you know, and then you try
Right.
everything not that, and then you try everything, you know. I don't. It's no.
now let me tell you this, Michelle has attempted to take her own life, but she has never, ever even had a slight thought to harm her beautiful children.
Right.
I'd rather leave.
And
Amen to
that's a
that.
lot of information, but she wanted
Yeah.
me to say it, so I did.
Yeah, just like in
Well.
psychosis, you try everything to hurt yourself first. So that's what's very confusing. Also, like you're
It's,
gonna
it's depression. It's depression. Depression doesn't make you kill your children. Or,
no.
I'm sorry, unalive.
And psychosis.
Right.
That lady was saying in the comments, she had psychosis real bad, and she just also harming her.
If you're in a psychotic state, you don't know what you're doing. You don't remember what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Jenny Charanza. That's how you say her last name. That is my daughter on the panel. She was asking in the chat. You guys go ahead. I like your picture there, Army Vet, with the coffee. That looks nice, dude.
Yeah. So hold up, Misty, have you seen people come into there just whacked out their mind, haven't you? Just
Talking about as a bedside nurse?
yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And she's right, y'all. When I get my vet, they don't remember doing any. They don't even remember how they got there. They just wake up and they like,
Right.
what happened?
I've had a
So I
whole
understand what she's saying.
lunch tray thrown at me,
Mhm.
going down,
Son.
knocking on every single patient's door. Thankfully, I was at UAB because all I had to do was call them with Sarah. They were up there. And this patient, one thing,
Mhm.
there's mental illness, and then there's
Right.
drug addicts, and then there's hospital, we call it ICU psychosis. But this woman was living at home. She took her son to the dentist that morning, the very morning that she unalived him and the two other siblings. So I don't want to hear that shit. This woman
How
knew
do
what
you
she was doing. She was of sound mind, and this is all excuses. Sorry, I'm
There's
trying
you
not to fuss.
a question from somebody who says I sound like the mermaid from Splash. She's got a question for you. Carolina Carla, who thinks I sound like the mermaid from Splash. Thank you for that compliment. I appreciate that, Carla. Misty, her
Crazy.
question to you is, could this have been prevented?
Yeah, if she accepted the help that she most definitely needed, but she refused it. So lock her up.
Right.
If you're that
And
mentally insane and you don't accept the help that is given to you, lock her
right.
up because she's not going to accept the help later on. If she's
And if
on the
I
street,
said,
she's gonna do something else
amen,
and
sister.
blame it on, oh, I was in a psychotic state. Oh, okay. Well,
Future in a scary way because there's a lot of copycats coming out right now, and it's starting to get real freaky.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Oh,
Going
yeah.
forward,
but again, in
you
a
don't-
psychotic state, you have like a blackout. Like you don't know what, just like my patient, you don't know what you're doing at that time.
Mhm.
You don't remember it. You're like, oh my gosh, I did that. She
Right.
admitted to unaliving not one, but two, but three children. And the way that she did, shut
Preach.
up. Shut up and mop her up.
So somebody said, talking about her being of sound mind. People of sound mind don't do these type of things, y'all. I can't say
And
that
she was of
enough.
sound mind. She
A
was.
possessor does.
If you're that psychotic, you're not going to take your son to the dentist for a dentist appointment, bring him home, ask your husband to go pick up this food order, ask him to pick up this.
Sounds like a demon, honestly.
And when I say sound mind, I'm like, that don't mean that you can't go over here and open the door, or you know what I mean, things like that. But I just like,
She
you've
was
heard people
doing
say,
daily activities that any normal person of
yeah,
sound mind would
yeah.
do. She was of sound mind.
You've heard it said, who
Miss
in their right mind would do this? Nobody in their right mind is going to do it. That's not even a question.
Misty,
So
are you
it's not a,
saying if she would have woke up and she would have did this when she first woke up? That's what she wouldn't have waited. She would have woke up whether he was there or not and did the do. She's saying because she
even if
was
it was in the
aware.
house.
Yeah. She said if it wouldn't have waited, she would have woke up and did it. That's what Misty is saying.
Yeah.
The
Even
fact
in the
that
middle
she
of the night.
waited to
She
the
pre-planned
fact that
it. She made sure
there
her
you go.
husband was gone
I got you.
to the farthest
Right.
restaurant, made sure he had another task that she asked him to do, picking up the medication for her baby.
Right.
And during this time, she unalived her 3 beautiful babies. Tell me that's not pre-planned. Tell me.
I'm not going to tell you that. Anybody else up here want to say that? Doug, would you like to say it?
I'm a good foreman. I'm a
Ooh,
good
no
foreman.
comment.
I'm a good foreman.
Let's go with no comment on that. And you're a good foreman. You are.
Yeah,
Make a good
she's
foreman.
she's
Can
right.
you get us all? Can you get the whole panel to one verdict though? That's the question.
No.
And that's okay. Yeah, everybody has their own
Yeah.
opinion, and that's that I can.
The thing about it is, Misty and Army Vet too, and Doug and my daughter, Nick Angel, is that is okay here on this panel and in this chat and across chats. My brother just came over and they said that's all they're talking about on the radio is this right here.
Mhm.
And
Day.
it's
Yeah,
okay
absolutely. We
with
can all
us.
agree to disagree and still stay good friends
Yeah, but
on
you
this
know where
panel.
it's not okay at? It's not okay in that jury room right now.
Yeah, and
They
from what
all
I'm
have to
seeing,
come to the same conclusion.
either you're gonna weigh what Misty is saying, or you're gonna weigh the medical advice, and it depends on that. That's what I'm getting right now. If you weigh on the medical, you are leaning that the medicine played a part. But if you don't lean on medical, you be like, you know what you was doing. This is
The
a
medicine didn't play
good.
a part because she wasn't taking it
I
as
love
long
this
as she should have.
conversation.
And
I love
whatever
it.
was in her blood, yeah, maybe that was the new medication they started that she took for 7 days.
Love it. Mm.
I'm gonna be quiet now.
I love it. I love
Oh,
it.
you don't have to be. You do not
Yeah,
have to
I
be
see the
quiet. You can say
conversation.
what you got to say. You can get it all out, y'all. We're letting everybody get it all out and say what they think and say what happened to them and what they think they would do or what she should have done and what she didn't do and who all should have done what and this, that, and the other. But at the end of the day, the 3 kids are gone and they're never, ever coming back again.
Oh,
Now, who gets what? Does somebody lose their medical license? Does somebody get charged for negligence and then follow her into jail, prison, mental institution for the rest of her life? What kind of example do you want to set for other people that's going through this in the future that's sitting there having those kind of thoughts? Do you want to say, well, maybe I can get away with it too because I watched Yates get away with it. Now I've watched Lindsay Clancy get away with it, so maybe I can get away with it
if
too.
you want to unlive your, I don't. This sounds bad, but if you want to unlive your children, you probably don't want to have that proof of medical help.
I'm just saying.
She got
That's a good
the
point.
help she needed. She did not accept it, and I'll say it 10 times over.
Yeah. I mean, she was getting a lot more help than some people would get, because she had, access to a lot of stuff that a lot of people don't have,
Chris
And
said, "Keep it the link again."
That's why
Chris,
I'm saying involuntary. Y'all remember that? I'm saying involuntary.
I'm
meaning the
saying voluntary.
medication. I know.
She knew
So
exactly what she was doing. She chose to not take the medication. She chose not to accept the help. And then she does this and remembers doing it. Let's
So it's being
think
dropped
about
again.
that. She remembers doing it.
yes. Now
Well,
that
she said it in court right there that she did.
like if you
Oh,
ever seen this, and that's what I'm saying,
backstage.
Misty must have seen this. If you've seen it and you seen them come down off of it, they don't remember shit. They couldn't tell you when, where, what, nothing.
You don't come down off
So
of something after taking it for 7 days.
yeah.
Is that what you're talking about?
No,
No.
like when you're in the ER and they're going crazy, then all of a sudden you tell them what they did. Most of them don't even remember they attacked the nurse, the doctor. They don't remember any of that till they don't
Oh,
remember.
exactly. Yeah,
They don't remember
exactly.
nothing. So I
So
understand
listen.
her argument. Go for it, Chris.
So listen, right? If
Do I sound like a dolphin, guys? Because they're saying I
you
sound
do,
like a
you
dolphin.
keep breaking up every once in a while.
It's occasional,
Oh,
but
okay.
I can keep
Yeah.
on.
It's all right.
My
Though.
bad. Maybe I
Like
should
right
go
there,
out.
you did say,
Fun
but
fact.
Sorry, Carla. Go ahead. Yeah.
so everybody here, right? She's guilty as shit. I mean, that's it. She just is. And is it a shame of what she's been going through? Yes, it is. Again, I blame others. I blame family, doctors. I blame it all. But she still did it. And if you telling me that she just woke up on, I forget what day. If she just woke up on Sunday morning and said, you know what, or Thursday morning, let's go to the dentist, kid, and blah 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 blah, and then sorry, it's premeditated, right?
If
So
everybody wants to like go to different doctors, get prescriptions, say they don't work, and unalive their children
there's a
and
problem.
blame the doctors,
Yep. The doctor didn't put the thing around their necks.
Come on,
The
Doug, you better
medications
fight.
did-
everybody wants to blame the doctors,
Doug is
Right.
outnumbered up here.
blame the
Doug is
medical
outnumbered.
system. But when you,
I'm
again,
not
Doug is
outnumbered.
sitting
if
I
you,
right here,
like
though.
being the bottom one.
Doug is sitting right here amongst us all, even though he is definitely outnumbered right now. I have to say that. So hats off to Doug for at least staying on the panel.
we love Doug. We love you, Doug.
Yeah, Doug's
love Doug.
here with me. Doug's in
I
this
love
with
the
me.
debate. I love it. I love it.
Well, here's the thing.
Nice.
Listen, if she obviously needed help, she was obviously a mess. Fine. Then, I'm okay if you come back, the jury comes back and says, look, we aren't gonna, we didn't give her we didn't give her, murder one.
M1. Yeah. Gotcha.
We didn't do this and we didn't do that and blah blah blah. I mean, is everybody upset if they gave her, M2?
Not upset. No,
Is
because I
everybody
understand.
upset? Is everybody upset if they gave her a manslaughter or type thing? Is that even on the table? Man one or something?
I don't think so. I think it's M1 and M2.
I thought there was
manslaughter.
something else I heard this morning. But anyways,
Maybe so. Doug could probably tell us that if you with us, Doug.
I don't remember what I heard, so it was so
I don't
quick,
remember
but,
exactly. Yeah, it was kind of quick though. I'm not sure that's on the table.
And I do get everybody's debates. I understand, but it still happened. It still took place. There's 3 children that are unalived
and suffered as they were unalived.
Yeah, they would. Yeah, and the mother is alive. And here's my question: is she on medication now?
Yeah, and let me just say right quick, because I see a lot of people are upset and even talking about their blood pressure and things like that. So if it's too much, I mean, it may not be a good idea to be chiming in or listening in or anything like that. You might want to tune out for a while.
My sister just went out back to sit on her deck because she just couldn't listen to it anymore.
A little disclaimer on that. Don't let this upset you to the point where your blood pressure is getting high or it's unhealthy for you or anything like that, guys. We're just trying to have a open panel, open discussions. We're friends. We've been friends for a long time. We met through the Nancy Guthrie case. We've talked about other cases. We're just now covering this trial, and we're getting to where we're watching the jury try to come up with a verdict. We're discussing different angles and different points of view, but we're not attacking anybody in any kind of way for their point of view, and we don't want anybody getting sick or upset or having high blood pressure or anything.
Get a gummy.
Like
Eat a gummy.
Get a
I already
gummy.
have high blood pressure.
Turn
So
the volume
Don't
off.
get a gummy, but just
Chat off.
step
Go
away
watch
if it's too
something
much.
else. Yeah, just go watch something else or something. I'm not begging for viewers to stay here if this is having a toll on you. Please do not. Don't stay here for me, please.
I mean, real talk. Imagine that jury room.
Oh yeah, it's heated right now. I'm sure. I'm sure. It's
yeah, I would not want to be on that jury. Sorry.
Me either, bro.
I'm thinking
No,
I'd
me
be
either.
on every
I'm
other
not.
jury that I've ever been seen. I not want to be on this jury. No
Right.
way.
Mm-mm.
Because
Me either.
look at,
Especially the foreman.
hell yeah. I mean, look at, you feel sorry for
Wait.
everybody. There is a
Yep.
part of me that feels sorry for her. You know,
Yeah.
but
I hate to
because
say it, but yeah.
the system failed her and the system failed the children. And
Good point, Chris.
you know, I mean, God, we
It's
all
four-
know people
remember,
that
it's-
have issues.
Chris, it's 4
And-
verdicts. They have to choose out of 4, not 1, 4 verdicts.
Yeah, they got 4 on the table.
That's crazy.
You know,
That's crazy.
and
It is
you know,
crazy.
I'm okay with being in the middle
Five,
somewhere.
Doug says. Can
I
you
see-
tell
I
us what
see-
they are, Doug? Any
Real,
chance?
real quick for the people that are upset. I see Rhythm's comment. You inhale for 3 and exhale for 6.
We got a
I'm
nurse
serious.
on panel. Just
For the record,
everybody
I'm
needs
not
to-
upset. I love all y'all, and I love this conversation. I'm just passionate about where I stand.
just-
Absolutely, we
Right.
all
You're
are.
good.
And
Absolutely.
Just I'm watching the chat.
everybody's
I'm
opinion
seeing people when
matters.
I don't want no high blood pressure going on my behalf or nothing like that. Please don't just.
You do
go
sound like a
get somewhere.
dolphin wing.
I
There
do.
is 5 choices though. There's murder
I'm gonna
1,
go back in. Y'all
Murder
keep talking.
two. voluntary manslaughter, involuntary manslaughter, and not guilty by reason of insanity. So there's 5 choices.
Just
If she gets
crazy,
that,
man.
I'm absolutely gonna go out of my mind.
Well, if she
Really
gets
am.
off, you can blame the prosecution for that
Yep.
because there's enough evidence to at least reach an involuntary manslaughter. And I would be on board with that in my opinion, but I think the jury's going to fall on either murder 2 or voluntary manslaughter.
True.
And I can agree with that. It's not
I'm
going
okay.
to be, it's not going to be not guilty.
Never in a
We-
million
I
years
think
is
we
it
can
going to be
all
a not
agree on
guilty.
that.
No.
And I don't think it's going to be a murder 1. I just don't think they reach the level to prove beyond a reasonable doubt the premeditation and the malice. I think
Right.
murder 2 is the highest that it can be.
And I
she
can respect
needs
that. I respect
help.
that.
You know, no doubt she needs help. So I'm okay with in the middle somewhere. You
Me
know?
too.
I mean,
Me too.
This is the same conversation the jury's having right now. They're talking
Yeah.
the same way we are.
because I'm sure there's somebody in there saying, hey, you know, this poor lady, I get it, but still done. Sorry.
Not
Do I
the way
sound
I'm
better now?
reading it. Woo, you sound like you put
Yes,
some
Wayne.
bass on you.
Who are you?
I am the foreman of this jury.
Oh, okay.
Gonna need
Foreman
everybody.
sounds
Have
great.
months, then.
Thank you.
Submarine?
What'd you say?
Hello?
In a submarine?
Am I in a submarine? I may be. I've been a mermaid now. I've been a dolphin now, and now I'm in a submarine. What's next,
Hey.
guys?
Dolphins work for the government. I found that out last night. Fun fact.
And you like dolphins, so there you go.
Dolphins work for the military. I didn't know that till yesterday.
They do work for the military. Absolutely, they do.
That's crazy.
It is crazy. Yep.
They do surveillance on folks.
I feel so honored to be beside Wayne's daughter on panel.
Oh,
I feel so honored.
Her first panel too. Thank you so much for coming on, Unique.
Not
Yep.
me busting. Oh.
you talking about jumping into the fire at feet first? Jump up on this
Right?
panel. Let's do.
I was thinking, I was like, I wish much confidence in my daddy.
Right.
From what I'm gauging, and I know they haven't gave us the exact number, But if this is a female dominated jury, oh, she guilty. She guilty by the end of the day. I promise you that.
By the end of the day.
Yeah, they ain't giving no slack.
We got 2 hours now, guys. 2
I don't know
hours.
I don't
1
know
minute.
what Doug actually does, but
Yikes.
don't they try to even out the jury? Like female and male? Or
It was random though. Remember, there was all 18 names went in. They drew 12. Those are the people that sit on the main, and the 6 that were not chosen were the alternates. And nobody knew during this trial who was going to be sitting where. It was done randomly right before the jury selection.
or who was female or male?
And who was chosen, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thanks. I didn't know that.
And
I
I don't
did not
even,
know that.
they didn't tell us where it landed. We don't know how many men and women are on it. They just said seat numbers.
5-5-5 technique. What does that even mean, Ash?
His breathing techniques for.
Oh, we're still okay. Yeah, everybody breathe in for God's sakes. Take a walk outside, get some fresh air, get some
In
sunshine.
through your nose for 3,
Hey,
out through your mouth for 6.
But
I don't know if I can get all the way to 6.
this is what me and Doug was talking about can you look at the evidence? And I'm always saying everybody comes into every situation with your own internal biases. And no matter what you do, they come out, man or woman. Men believe she should walk away. Women believe there's no reason you should do this. Everybody walks in with their own biases, no matter what we do. And I love studying this.
Sadly, that's you have to find the jury. You have to
Just
find
not this
juries.
man. This man don't think that like them other men think that by any stretch of the imagination. I think it's already being merciful and light. Just the charges alone and the punishment alone is being merciful and light, in my opinion. Because it's boy, I don't know. Maybe it's because of old Sparky and the things we know around here, right, Misty? But
Yeah,
boy,
and regardless, our opinions, debates, anything, it's up to the jury. It is
that's
up to
right.
the jury.
It is. It is. And I guess the judge decides the punishment. Is that right, Doug?
I'm not really sure.
So I think
I
that
think it's
jury
the jury.
finds
I think it's the
whatever
jury, and the judge has to confirm it.
the
I know it's
sentence.
different in different states, and this is his state,
Oh.
actually, Misty, by the way. So that's why I was asking him, because he's from up there.
They didn't specify, so I'm not sure, Wayne.
Okay, we'll look into that. And you said there were 5 different outcomes that they can come up with. Is that right?
5. Yep.
Okay, I missed them because I dropped out and I came back on. You mind repeating those for us one more time, please?
Yeah,
sir?
that was what the judge went through in the very beginning. There was the murder 1 charge.
Gotcha.
Murder 2.
Gotcha.
Voluntary manslaughter.
Okay.
Involuntary manslaughter. And not guilty by reason of insanity. So those are the 5 choices.
Okay.
And I
So
wasn't
what
trying to disrespect. I was just saying the jury decides the verdict, and then
you're
the judge decides.
You said worse than that, Misty. Come on now.
I don't know. Like I said, I'm not trying to act like I know everything. That's why I asked Doug a question.
Pretty's brain
And
is
again,
broken.
the
Broke
jury
the brain.
decides the verdict, and the judge decides the sentence.
That could very well be true. I'm not sure because they didn't specify.
Right.
I'm sure they will once they reach a verdict and the jury comes back out after deliberation. But he didn't specify in the beginning.
Gotcha.
I think they're conscious, like me and their conscience is gonna overweigh the facts. I just agree with, ain't no way that they conscious gonna let this. It's your conscience. The facts I get, the conscience gonna come into play, y'all.
Right. Sorry, I'm just seeing pictures of the basement over here on the side, guys. So,
I'm just curious if it's different though in different states. So the jury decides the verdict, the judge decides the sentence. Is it?
I don't know. Anybody Google that? Because if I do, it's going to make me sound like a dolphin or a mermaid again. So if y'all could Google that, that'd be great. Anybody in the chat? Have a 6:30 Central Time, but may move it back a little bit. So I think Pretty's going to do something on it too later.
Oh,
Six.
just I'll be there. I'll be there, girl.
I was
Missy
muted.
will be there. Ain't no telling where we're going to be, y'all. The way things have been going this year, almost all year, it's been crazy. We might be back in Tucson before we know it.
I know,
Okay,
for some
sentencing
reason.
and outcomes. If the jury finds her guilty of murder, the judge must impose a mandatory life sentence.
True.
If she is found not guilty by reason of lack of criminal responsibility, the judge will order her hospitalized for examination and potential commitment to a state psychiatric facility.
Yep.
Right.
So the sentencing is going to fall on the judge.
And then how long would the sentencing be for if that second one?
It's going to be up to the judge. He's going to have to use his.
No. She's asking when she go into the loony bin, if she get healthy, will she get out? I already know what question.
She has the possibility to get out.
That's
Yes.
the sentencing, yes.
Oh, because then if she gets out again and she recommits, why?
Christopher,
Pause.
we're
I
not
get it.
leaving.
I know what you said.
I heard somebody call Christopher.
Yeah, Chris and is done arguing on guilty or not guilty, maybe.
Right.
What? I heard my name.
Well, we heard your name.
Hey, Chris,
Sorry,
how did the ghost treat you last night?
It was fine. They weren't there.
Oh, great.
I gave them the night off.
I knew I scared them off. I knew
Well,
I
I know.
scared them.
I'm still there waiting for you. You were on your way, but you never
I
showed
came
up.
in on 2 wheels. You didn't come out. I tried to save
Sure
you.
you
I
did.
can only do so much, Chris.
Sorry, Carla. Sorry, Carolina, Carla. I didn't mean to imply that. No, you're good. You're good. Wayne Channel and Daryl Hannah, the mermaid. Yep.
Daryl Hannah, Wayne's Channel and Daryl Hannah.
Exactly that. Yep. I am. Yeah, they're still deliberating, guys. From what I see, 2 hours and 8 minutes worth. And Pretty did give us something yesterday to a chart to look at. Let's see if I can get that pulled up, and that might help us out a little bit.
Okay. Give me, and I don't know this, so I'm asking. I ain't asked my AI yet. I need
Here we
to.
go.
But the longer the wait, does that favor the prosecution or the defense? I don't know how I'm wording this question, but
Who knows? Who knows? It's somebody does not agree with the other.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Does it? There you go.
Yeah,
defense.
Because if it was if they all thought she was guilty already, then they would already be back in 15 minutes, 30 minutes, because they usually do a vote first. Let's go around the table and vote. If everything in there is guilty, then there ain't no reason to sit there and debate. You just fill out the verdict form and go right back into
There we go.
They're doing exactly what we're doing.
Right.
Well,
they're
she's
having a
sick
moment
and
right
she
now.
needs help and blah 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 blah. And that
Yeah.
I mean, hey,
Daddy should have did this and Daddy should have did that, or her parents or his parents or the doctor should have done something. And
I'd
so
be
there's
in
a lot
there
of
saying
people.
the same damn thing.
I'd say it's looking more like a hung jury the further it goes, because some people is not going to come off guilty. They're not going to come off guilty. I don't care what you do to them. They're not moving.
Yep.
And that's going to be a fact. So it's either going to be guilty of something or a hung jury.
And
go ahead.
I feel the prosecution is the majority, but there's maybe a few on defense that won't jump on board, that just cannot.
Yeah.
I think it's too many. I think people are like us. Some people believe it's the first one. Some people believe that the medication played a part. I believe it's going to be hard to get all 12 to agree on one when you have 5. I think that's crazy.
It's just
You
a little
have
bit crazy.
5 to get 12 people to agree to. Not that's a lot. Yeah, that's a
I mean, if you can get all 12 on the first, then you can disregard everything else after that. You know what I mean?
Oh, what a good
that's
chart.
a lot.
So,
Oh my gosh, y'all, can you imagine when we actually watch and see when the verdict is read?
Oh yeah, it's gonna be everybody's gonna be biting their nails, and then there's gonna be some really mad people, and there's gonna be some not so mad people.
Oh, look, and let me
It
ask you a
will be what
question.
it will be, but
Who's
Yeah.
going to
like
be mad if it
I'm
comes
gonna
back
be
to the
okay.
hung jury?
Yeah, and
There's
then you
not-
got appeals, and then you got a possible second trial. I mean, for God's sakes, you can't even just get like a commonplace guilty verdict and somebody's sent off, anymore. It's all this. Now it's a mistrial, or now it's this or that and the other, and they're back in court again, just like Murdaugh or whatever. I mean, come on, man, dude, this is ridiculous. But here we are. Hey, shout out to Justine Pretty Little Clues. The chart that you're seeing up on the screen right now, or wherever you're looking at it, she sent that over yesterday, so that kind of gives you a breakdown. And Doug was very gracious and well read yesterday. He read everything on that page to us yesterday, line by line.
Good.
So can y'all see that pretty good? And do I sound all right?
For now.
yeah, all is good. But guys, I'm gonna jump down because I'm gonna go hang out with my sister Michelle.
Okay.
This has been amazing, and I love hearing all the different opinions. Like I love it, and I get very passionate when I talk about it. But
Yes, you do.
everybody's opinion matters,
Amen.
and it does not matter. Neither of our opinions are going to persuade the jury. So
True.
when that verdict comes in,
Gotta
I
go.
hope we're all right here watching.
Love you, Dad.
Love you too, Angel. See you later. I'll kick you off.
Bye, guys. Thanks for
Love you,
joining, Mitzi.
Angel.
Love you guys.
Love you,
Love you,
Angel.
Doug. Gonna jump off and go hang out with Michelle.
Okay.
Bye, Missy.
Tell her we love her, okay?
Yes,
Well,
Love you
I
too,
will.
Murray
Michelle.
said hello.
Fine.
Love
Bye,
you,
guys.
love you, Misty.
Bye.
See you, Misty. Thank you. Well, we
Remember,
got rid of
folks-
2 females, y'all. It's just us now. Here we go. It's just the guys.
Ooh.
Verdict watch, cyber
Dun,
judge.
dun,
Get the
dun,
hell out of here with
dun.
that crap.
I'm
And I'm
I'm-
still in the minority.
no, I don't. You, Chris, agree? I think me, you, and Chris all agree.
Hey, Doug, you could be here by yourself
Yeah.
and be in the minority.
Look, I feel bad for her. I really do. I
Right.
generally feel bad for her because obviously she's a mess, right? But in the end, you still did it.
Sausage party. Come on, Carla.
Involuntary. So, Chris, are you saying involuntary or voluntary?
Chris?
I'm thinking.
Okay. Make sure you heard the question.
Yeah, because if he's saying the medication played a part, he has to go involuntary.
Right.
Right.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, look at if.
I could get there. I could be persuaded down maybe that far. Maybe.
Well, yeah. I mean, look at I can too because she's sick. She needs help.
Very sick.
And yes, she unalived all 3 of her kids. So she is responsible for that. Right?
Right.
But
Yep,
look
yep.
at if the medication plays a big part, right? And this is a huge part of this because if she stopped taking her meds, you really don't have a leg to stand on.
But isn't that
You're-
involuntary?
Well, I'm just talking because like if I don't take my high blood pressure medicine, I know it. Hell, I know I didn't take it, and it's like, oh shit. But I'm not. I don't know how she feels. And do we truthfully know she stopped taking it?
Okay. Replace
said
high
earlier.
replace high blood pressure with psychotic medication.
I couldn't tell
And
you
you
because I'm
stop-
not psychotic yet.
But if you stop taking that medication,
Mhm.
would you have any understanding of what's going on if you stop taking it?
I can't answer that question 100%, but I would think so. I mean, if you have, well, I don't even know what the hell are the names of that shit. Like, what can you take? What medicine? I'm thinking of a medicine that I can use that I know will affect how you are.
Ambient.
Prozac.
Well, my
Yeah.
bad. One of
Was
them
that?
sleep,
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
well, hey,
Yeah,
look,
no. Yeah.
go ahead.
Yeah, one of them sleep medications that will have you sleepwalking and you not knowing, one of them. So we can't say regular drug, but that you'll take one and you think you're going to sleep, but you're actually sleepwalking and going through. What if you have a crash?
Sorry, PLC.
Pretty is crazy.
That's the funniest.
I'm
That's the
done.
funniest thing I've heard all day long.
Done.
PLC, you're killing me.
I told
Nice.
you, dark humor.
No.
That girl
Oh,
is
yeah.
hilarious.
The best, dude.
She
She's
is
the best.
hilarious.
She
Everything's
is
coming
the
back
best.
around now. Everybody's calming down now a little bit. Everybody blood pressure good?
I'm good.
But yeah, I mean, the only way I can
It's your little Viagra.
the only way I can see it is
Hysterical.
or how you would actually may feel is like if you don't have your fix for the day, are you a different person?
She did though. They tested her at the time, and all of the medicines she was supposed to be taking were at therapeutic levels, which means she was taking them, except for high levels of the Seroquel, which is the only antipsychotic medication she was taking.
Okay. Now, did anybody speak on whether or not all the medications that she was taking together worked together and were okay for her to take together? Because that's
She
a
never,
question.
she never
so
felt
much.
better on any one of the different plans from any one of the different doctors.
Because I cannot be honest, I don't have the psychotic stuff. Well, I could, but I don't, it doesn't come out, but I take 12 pills a day. So,
Hey, buddy, that's a lot, man.
oh yeah. High blood pressure, and I'm a type 2 diabetic, and I got this, and I got that, and then the whole cancer thing. I baby aspirins, and then I take all at night, more high blood. Yeah, I'm like a pharmacy on feet.
I
What
say
you need, but
what you
and
need,
when
what you need.
yeah, when I first had to start this regiment of pills,
Right.
I was on 7 pills at one time, subscribed by the same physician. And in the books, yeah, these can all be taken together, but in the end, they couldn't, because it's all about your body and how your body takes those chemicals, and my body wasn't having it. So
Right.
it took about a month because they had to find the correct dosage. Because, I mean, for me, it was a little different because one you take for high blood pressure, one you take for type 2 diabetes, but the one that you take for type 2 diabetes isn't good for the high blood pressure. The one you take for the high blood pressure isn't good for the type 2 diabetes. So where do there's got to be an in between. So it took about a month and a half to find the right thing. But I mean, I was monitored weekly. Like every week I was in the doctor's office getting blood work and getting was that being done for her?
No
I don't
test,
care
not
that
one ever.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, they don't know how she reacted on these medications. And if she's not saying, hey, am I supposed to feel like this? Or should I be drooling at night when I sleep? Or should I have shakes like 2 or 3 times a day? These are the things. And if she didn't bring that up, or she didn't think it was not normal, these are the things that come up. And we're like, back and forth, but she unalived her kids, and in the end the system failed her, but she still needs to pay for the crime. Right. Unfortunately, she still needs to. And like I said, I don't need to see murder 1. I'm okay with M2, and I would, because if you do the whole what are the others? What are we looking at for the others?
That's
voluntary and involuntary, man.
Involuntary or voluntary manslaughter.
So Chris, how would you talk somebody down from voluntary? You know what I'm saying? Knowing that the medication and the 911. So how would you talk? Because a lot of women are stuck, right? You see what I'm saying? From what you've heard,
Yeah,
these
no,
women,
I get it.
how do you talk them down? That's
I don't
crazy.
know. I don't know, man. But let me tell you something. I went through cancer, and it was scary. And luckily, it was one of the easiest things I've ever had to deal with, just because that's how it was. But I think mental health is even above the drug problem that this entire country has. I think mental health rises way above that, way above that. And we don't even know people we may know all these people that we are friends with. And look, at any one of us on this panel right now could have a mental health issue. Would I know? No, because you ain't going to come out and say it. Do I know if Doug's taking 13 medications a day because he's a schizophrenic? And you know what I'm saying? Like, no.
Are you, Doug?
He is not.
That's a negative. I have taken a lot of the drugs they talked about, but I don't take any medications currently for anything.
Nice.
And,
Me either, Doug. Heartburn medicine. I'll take heartburn medicine.
oh, yeah, I love
Yeah,
that shit.
fantastic. That's it.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's so much mental health issues that are just overlooked every single day. Like, I mean, just people that you think about, people that we see on here, like,
right.
And it doesn't have to be schizophrenia or, anybody that says, hey, I'm thinking about harming myself. You have an issue. You have a serious issue, because that's not something that you joke with. And I know, back in high school, my girlfriend, you're going to break up with me? If you break up with me, I'll kill myself. I'm not talking about that teenage shit.
Right.
I'm talking about today, and we all know that mental health is one of the biggest issues in this country. And I think it is the least talked about issue that we have.
Right.
We talk about, who stole Nancy Guthrie, who stole this one, who unalived this one. We need to focus on getting people help, right? I mean, some of these people can't afford to get the medication. Like, that shit ain't cheap, man. I take Ozempic once a week for the type 2 diabetes. If I didn't have insurance, that shit's over $1,000 for one vial of it.
Crazy, ain't it?
If you don't have health insurance, and a lot of these people don't, how the hell are they going to get their medication?
That's where we're
there's programs and stuff, but they don't want to do programs.
But we're the judge and jury, and that's where we're at. No,
I know.
We are in the crosshairs right now between badness and madness.
Right.
What she did was madness. It's a sickness.
Yep.
Amen, brother.
But her mind, and we don't know as a community where's the difference. And that's what we're seeing. That's what we're fearing, because we don't know if she was chemically unbalanced or she was sick. And as a society, we're sitting there, both of them look the same, and we can't tell. And that's sick.
Very
that's
hard.
Us. It's us as a community saying, oh my God, we cannot tell the difference between badness and madness. Point blank. We see it on panels, the work. Yeah, we've seen this on everybody's channel. It's a distinct. It's distinct.
It
I've
is.
seen it today.
Hey, I just want to say hi to Seth Rogers. How are you,
Hey,
sir?
what a big dog.
Welcome, with Seth.
Welcome.
Definitely. Hello, Seth. Good to see you, my brother. Fat Rita was here too. Good to see you.
Hello, Fat Rita.
I think he just popped in and popped out. He's been doing that a lot lately. But that's why I put the link in the chat. Anybody's more than welcome. Tyson, Seth, anybody wants to come up here and chop it up with us, come on up. We're just normal guys up here talking about abnormal things, to say the least. It was a lot more balanced when the girls were here, but I think that we got a pretty open mind to what's going on here. And I can get from, M1 down. I don't know if I could get all the way past M2 down, because I would be kicking and screaming trying to pull whoever it was that I needed to get up there with me to 2. Like, I would be saying, I'm not coming off of 1, and just go at it with them until we're just so sick of being in the same room with each other that, okay, if you'll go to 2, I'll go to 2. Okay.
There's no way you're getting me to murder 1, so we're gonna have to settle on 2.
That's where everybody. That's where everybody. But you've heard
but only
these
because
females.
would have to get you there.
I believe if you're a female on the jury, you're at 1, and you ain't moving.
And you ain't moving for nobody or nothing.
Nope. Now, when it comes to kids, you ain't moving.
In the thought process, though, you don't think they're realizing, hey, if I don't come down to 2, then this jury's going to hang, and she ain't going to get anything right now.
They want her to be held responsible for her actions.
Me too.
That's what I'm getting. I'm gauging everybody chats and the conversation.
Right.
If you believe mental health and the medication played a part, you are going to give her involuntary. If you believe that she knew she woke up that morning of sane mind, you think she planned this. You know what I'm saying? I see where everybody's going.
Right.
I see it.
I mean, it looks like she planned it by the amount of time she put into research, how far it was away and how much time it was going to take for him to go to the store and everything, man. I mean, like I said.
So doesn't that tell you something?
People keep saying she told this person this and she told that person that. I hate to tell y'all this, but I don't believe a damn thing she says. I don't believe a damn word out of her mouth. I'm sorry, I don't. I just do not believe her.
So
and I'm not going to believe her.
So you will go.
Not after she did this.
So you will go M. You would be the first. You be first.
Well, I'll
go
M. 1.
If you don't believe anything she says, then you can't even believe her confession. So
I don't believe her now.
So you believe her confession and saying she did it, but nothing else that she said?
Yeah, let me take that back then. I do believe one thing she said when she said in court, I did it, but I'm gonna try to find another way out of it. I believe that part of it. And you told me her name was, Lindsay Clancy, I would believe that, something to that effect. But as far as I will see her voice or this, that nobody will help me, this, that, and that, I'm not buying her shit.
See, now y'all got Chris and Doug. Y'all job is to convince we to go down to 1, because that's the jury right there. We is. He's saying 1, and you ain't gonna convince me otherwise. Go for it. Good luck, Doug. He's stubborn
You
like
ain't getting me to 1. So if we're either gonna compromise on 2, or this is gonna be a hung jury.
If you can go to 2, I'll go there with you. I can get there with you.
Yeah, I mean, I can see 2.
But I'm not going to do it like the jury's been out for 2.5 hours. I'm not going to go get down to 2 in 2.5 hours. I'm going to keep you in the room with me for as long as I possibly can.
Yeah, they're going back and forth, and I'm sure they're once again sitting in there going over everything again in their heads. Like, listen, well, and I mean, it's all on the table. Everything that you can think of is on the table. Like, was it planned? Well, there's some evidence that might say it was planned. Trying to find this and finding that. Is there a medication issue? Yes. Did she do it? Yes. Now let me ask you, Doug. And again, I'm sorry, man. I have not taken the time to watch this trial.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any proof that she did it besides her saying, yes, it was me? Did they have video anywhere or anything? Did they?
Yeah, in court.
There was no video of her doing it. No.
Was there any evidence?
And her confession happened 6 days after the incident, after she was in a coma for 6 days and intubated.
Okay. But is there,
she did it in court too. She admitted to the judge that she did it and that the prosecution did not have to prove she did it.
Yes, she did it. She did admit guilt in court. Yes.
No, that's
Yes.
fine. I'm just trying to find out was like
But
any of
it's
the kids'
is
blood
she
on her.
confessing based on actual memories, or is she
Mm.
confessing based on what she has been told since the day it
Exactly.
happened by everybody else?
That's what the jury room right now is doing. Like, what do you think? Because I mean, was there any blood on her, or was there?
They can,
You know what I'm
I
saying?
don't
Like,
think they can consider that since she gave up her right to try to have that
no,
defense.
I know.
No, that's
They do it.
wrong. They said it in the beginning. Even though she gave up her right and said and confessed, it's still the burden of proof is still on the prosecution to prove beyond a reasonable doubt any of the charges, including murder one. It still has to be proved, even with the confession.
Now, somebody in the chat, Marianne,
Shouldn't be
my
too hard.
lovely
It shouldn't be
Marianne,
too hard to prove.
she just said that Fox News just announced the jury ID now made of 9 women and 3 men.
Voila. This
Nice.
should be done by the end of the day.
Hey, that's the exact number I said it was going to be. 9-3 in favor of guilt.
Because
Okay, now what's the lottery number?
I don't
I
know.
know. But hold up.
Right?
If I'm in that
9-3,
jury
that's
room,
crazy.
if I'm in that jury room and I can pull you down to second degree, I believe I can change your mind to involuntary. Easy.
I don't
If
know about
if I
involuntary, maybe voluntary. I think it's going to be between voluntary manslaughter and second degree murder. I don't think involuntary is on the table. I don't
it
think
is.
not guilty is on the table, and I don't think murder one is on the table. They're going between murder two and voluntary manslaughter.
The only way you can say involuntary involuntary M is because the drugs took over. That's involuntary. That's what I'm saying. If I can pull you from second degree, from first to second to I can get you to involuntary because all I got to do is start introducing the medication and then now I can. So I just honestly think this is involuntary versus second degree.
I mean, I
In my
personally feel that's where it should be. Like, if I had to pick a choice, I would choose
Yeah.
involuntary manslaughter. But as a juror, I think that they're going to fall more on the voluntary and M2 based upon what I'm seeing from people that I talk to about this.
As long as she don't get out, I think most of them are of that mindset. As long as she don't get out and can never do this again, and she's getting the help she needs, that's hard for me
I
to
guess
say.
like if you say you got involuntary manslaughter, right?
Yep.
What does that carry for a term? Is it undecided, or can you still do life and stuff?
No, I think on the chart it said it. I'm pretty sure it's 5 to 10 years per count.
She's legally insane.
Let me pull that
There's
up.
the
then.
chart.
Yeah,
Let's
let me
look
get
at
there.
it.
Involuntary
There you
M
go.
is legally insane.
There's your chart up on the screen if you can see that. As soon as that comment goes away. Let's see if I can see it myself there.
Mass general laws.
Well, they only have manslaughter. They don't have the voluntary and involuntary on this chart.
Oh, I don't have it on this chart.
But it says
We're gonna
up to 20 years per count.
We need you to do better than this, Justine. I'm just kidding.
Oh God! Thank God I'm not you, pal.
I just got myself in big trouble. My bad. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
you
I was just
did.
playing around. Trying to lighten things up a little bit. My bad. I'm so sorry.
Just so you know,
Who
PLC,
said
if
that
you
on
watch
this
this
panel? Who
later,
was that? I'll kick them off the
I
Who said
had
that?
nothing to. I had absolutely nothing to do with what he just said.
You sound like Flipper.
Not me.
You sound
Come
like
on,
Flipper.
Chris.
That's all I'm gonna go.
I sound like
me.
Flipper again.
Yes, you do, Flipper. It's all
Yeah,
right.
I thought
Every
it
once
was
in a
me.
while.
I'm moving my laptop around. I thought it was me at first. To the damn
Well,
chat told me it was
when I
you.
was at the emergency vet, I thought that was me making the noise. That's why I kept leaving. So I was like, uh-oh. But just so you guys know, they called. She is okay.
No.
She had CAT scans, X-rays. She's okay. It looks like it's an upper respiratory infection. So she's gonna have some. Right now, she's in an oxygen tank box thing where she's getting some oxygen, and she'll be coming home. I gotta go
Prayers
pick her
for
up
the
in a
fur
little
baby.
while. My baby. That is my life. She is mine. She doesn't like anybody else. She hates everybody. She only likes me. So Oh my God, she's my everything. But yeah, no, so that's good. She'll be home. She'll be home. So that's good. But yeah, hey, the longer it goes, the more I feel that it's a uh-oh.
A
We
lesser
can't
charge. The longer it goes, the lesser the charge. Because they're
yeah.
going to start at the top and work their way down.
Yeah, because if they all thought she was guilty on her own, this was nothing to do with this, nothing to do. We'd already have a thing. She'd already be guilty, you know. So
Does this sound any better? Sound
yeah,
sound
you
any
sound
better?
fine. It's not all the time either. It's every once in a while.
According to the dude that I know that's in judging the court, he said this is coming down to the 18 minutes. The 18 to 25 minutes when she told him to leave. They said this is what the case is coming down to. Was she saying between them 18 minutes? He said this is what the case is coming down. Them 18. Everything that y'all seeing, he said, is a smoke screen. This is coming down to them 18 minutes. So, Doug, what happened in them 18 minutes that he's saying? Was that when she sent him on the errands? So they saying it's coming down to this.
I thought it was 42 minutes, so but I'm not sure. I'm not sure
the
what
minutes.
the 18 minutes is.
Yeah, the minutes. Well, however, when she left, when Patrick left, they said this is coming down to that. What does that mean?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure where the 18 minutes number came from because it was longer than
not
that.
18. Yeah. Let's just say it's longer than that. Not 18, but I'm just
it was
giving
9 miles away. I think the minutes were like 41 minutes. So it's coming down to the planning and the decision making and the amount of time she had to do each act.
Was it in her town or was it 9 miles in somewhere else that she had him go?
It was in the same town, but 9 miles away.
Okay.
It was a restaurant that they had eaten at before, but had never gotten carry out from before.
Okay. I mean, there's these little things, right? Are you
and then the addition of the stop at the Walgreens or the pharmacy, whatever it was for the Miralax.
Who needed Miralax?
The daughter, Cora.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. She's the oldest, 5.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And what happened when he got back?
Bad stuff.
It shows him running to her outside where he claims that she said that she tried to kill herself. And he says, "Where's the kids?" And she tells him in the basement. And then we get the 911 call that we didn't get to hear with the frantic screaming and the yelling. And then after EMTs arrive is when he then goes to the basement and finds the children all unalived except for baby Callum. They actually brought him back to life for a little while, but he ultimately ended up dying.
Okay. Now, did she try to kill herself? Did she?
Yes.
Did she slice or something, or what'd she do?
She slit both wrists with hesitation marks and then a deep mark. So I think it was 3 on each wrist, 1 across her throat. Then she jumped out of the window and landed on her head and paralyzed herself.
The prosecution claims that she didn't really, that's a fake attempt.
No, that wasn't fake.
That's what he said.
That was fake?
No, that wasn't fake. You know what I'm saying, Chris? I'm like, no, that ain't fake.
No.
You know what I'm saying? People ain't seen this. I'm like,
hold on
no,
one second.
no.
Let me cut
because she didn't cut deep enough. She wasn't even bleeding when he found her on the ground down there.
Let me try to cut my wrist and let me slice my neck, but in the end, I'm just going to throw myself out the window.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't think she meant to fall on her head.
No, but what I'm saying is, I seen the blood loss.
There was some blood in the room. Now, I'm not going to lie about that. There's blood in that room for real.
But it was a lot, Chris. It was a lot.
Yeah, from her neck.
Chris, it was a lot.
Neck and wrist. But here's one fact: no fingerprints are on the knife. So after slicing her wrist and slicing her neck, she cleaned off the fingerprints before then jumping out the window. Make it make sense.
My daughter said maybe she wanted to make it look like he did everything.
Right. That's what I
Or
was
did
just
he
thinking.
actually do what happened to her?
I don't.
And that's where I was in the beginning. I think she did what happened to the kids, but I think Patrick was part of what happened to Lindsay.
Did she call? Did she make a phone call?
She called him, or she called him back because he called her to ask her was generic okay, and she didn't
Yeah.
answer because she was in the middle of the actions. And then
Okay.
she called him back and then proceeded to
Say
carry
it.
out the.
Say that again. She called him what?
She called him back, so she
That-
missed the call because she was doing the deeds. Okay, so then she went to the phone and called him back, and then got off the phone with him, and then proceeded to finish the deeds.
So
Now,
you
side-
said, Doug, let me just jump in here for a second.
Go for
You
it, Chris.
said, Doug,
Go.
that he ran to her. and
Allegedly,
then-
that's the story. That's the official story. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so he ran to her and said, "Where's the kids? They're in the
They said-
basement."
They
So
said, "What
he
happened?"
He didn't go find his kids until
After
somebody-
he found her. You want me
About
to give you
15 minutes later.
I can tell you how it went down. When he got back to the house, he came in the kitchen and he set stuff down on the counter. Okay. He didn't hear any noise in the house, which was highly unusual because he has 3 kids.
right.
So he started looking for people. He opened the door. He said downstairs, "Hey, are y'all there?" No, nothing. He goes upstairs. Both kids' bedrooms are empty. And then he goes to try to go in his bedroom and the door is locked. He gets a key from the kids' room that'll open all the doors and opens the bedroom door. And that's where he finds the blood, the knife, and the window open. He goes to the window and looks on there and sees her laying on the ground. He immediately rushes down to her and said, "What happened?" She said, "I tried to unalive myself." He said, "Where's the kids?" She said, "In the basement." He called 911, and when they got there, he left the emergency workers with her and went into the basement, and it's where he found his kids. His middle boy was in the office, his office, unalived. And then he came over by where the window is where she actually was laying, and he found his other 2 kids unalived, and he was yelling and screaming, and the officers heard him, and they come in there, and that's when they tried to save the kids too.
I'm sorry, but maybe I don't. When she said they're in the basement, I'd have been like, "All right, go on, see you, bye."
Right,
She would have been up there by herself because I'd have been finding my kids. Sorry.
right.
Sorry.
And I think it was
sorry.
like just a short amount of time until they were there on the scene. You know what I mean?
Right.
So-
Right.
But yeah, and I don't think that he, like knew that she did anything because he just thought that she tried to take herself out and the kids were just in the basement. Not that they were in the basement. Something wrong with them.
I'm sorry, man.
It's crazy, huh?
I can't
crazy.
imagine like doing that to kids.
Brother.
I can't imagine.
Me either, and not just
Maybe-
once,
Maybe she's
3
a
times.
woman that, yeah. 5
if
for
you-
me.
If
You
you
know-
lost it and you snapped on one kid or something, I mean, and you're on medication and this, that, and the other, I could be like, maybe I could be, but when you done it 3 times,
But hold
Bro.
on. But what if she tell you she's gonna do this for months, and then she actually does it?
it don't excuse it.
Right.
I can
I
tell you
don't
that.
never said excuse it, but if she's been telling, you know what I'm gonna do. You know
Yeah,
what I'm
no,
gonna do.
if she's been telling the husband for months,
I mean,
Yeah.
they should have done something. If
you
you
know
want
what
to
I'm gonna
punish,
do, Chris.
if
You
you want
know
to
what I'm gonna
punish
do.
or
Oh, God.
That's
punish
crazy.
them, punish them too. If you want to punish them, but
No,
that don't get her off.
No. I don't
That-
think he realized she was a loaded gun. That's what
And
me and
it-
Chris
I
is
don't
saying.
know, man. I don't know.
She
Probably
You've been telling her for months?
months.
Yeah, I'm not so
Yeah,
sure
that's-
she was telling them like the way we think that she was telling them. Like I said earlier, when you say, "Man, I'm going to strangle them to death if they don't stop doing what they're doing," not like hey, y'all, I'm actually really planning on wrapping a thing around their neck and unaliving all 3 of them while you're gone to the store that I sent you to.
Well, see,
That she
No,
wasn't
not-
telling them like that, telling them, you know what I mean? Because I'm sure they would have, if she would have said like, I'm really thinking about taking them out, I'm sure they would have done something.
Oh,
then
I see what you're
What I'm
saying.
hearing from the prosecution is
No,
sometimes
that's
she
true.
was saying that, and then she was turning right around and saying, no, 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 I'm okay now.
Doug, okay, Doug, did
Yeah.
she ever come out and say, I'm going to hurt the kids to everybody? Like,
She
did she
told
say this
everybody
public?
at Thanksgiving that she was having thoughts about hurting the kids, but she never reached the plan, and that's the problem. She never said, I'm thinking about strangling the kids, just the thought that something was going to happen to them.
So that's an alarm right there. Number one.
I know, right there.
No
At
harm.
Thanksgiving in November.
Yes, November. So, but I know
What
what
the fuck?
you're saying. You're saying we is how she said it because, listen here, I threaten to kill my kids every day. I will fuck.
That's
Yo, you talk to your mother like that, I'm gonna kill you. You know what
yeah,
I'm saying?
exactly.
That's
Hell yeah.
exactly what he's saying. But then on the other turns, if I went to my wife and said, "Hey, look, I really think I'm gonna kill you," you know, I would
Yes.
expect the police to be here, everybody to be here, because listen here, you know, that's a problem for me. If you said that and she was really being serious,
Right.
and months ago, your ass would be you would have been in the fucking hospital.
Why didn't you remove
That's
yourself?
what I'm saying.
Why didn't you remove yourself? If you seriously think you're going to do something to your
Yeah.
kids, remove yourself from the situation. Why do you expect somebody else to do it for you?
Okay, I'll give you.
Again.
I know, Doug. I know. What about this? You have a
Because you weren't
veteran.
mentally capable of removing yourself from the situation.
I got
That's
you.
what
I got you. I got you. I'm
You
finna
want
put her, instead of being a female, let her be a male. You have a woman in the house with 3 children, and the man is having these suicide deletion in his mind. What should the
Right.
woman do?
Same thing.
All the cops
Take
get
your
rid of his
kids and
ass.
fucking go.
Right?
Voila! Shouldn't he
Good
have
point.
taken the kids and go, Chris? That's what
But
I'm
that's
saying.
what I'm saying. Like that's what I'm saying.
Yes.
I blame the family and the
That's
law
it.
enforcement.
That's
But
it.
yeah, he should have been like, all right, we'll see you later. But you know
That's
what?
it.
But here, from what I've
That
heard
don't make
from
her
Doug
innocent.
about him and
No.
what I read a little bit, I'm not sure he wanted to take the kids.
There you go. That's
She
what
was
Doug is
incapable.
saying.
That's why she didn't just
That's
leave.
what Doug is saying. That's what Doug is
Exactly.
saying.
You know, hey, look, we're all at the same place. The only
Right.
problem is if we agree that what level she should be guilty of, 1, 2, voluntary, involuntary.
Yeah.
But again, we
Exactly.
all I mean, there should be nobody in our chat or on this panel that don't believe that law enforcement and family are part of the responsibility for this. They should all be responsible.
I mean, in some form or fashion, yeah. And it just depends
The
on how
family
much
did nothing.
punishment you want to give them.
I
mean,
mean,
they're-
even mother, fathers, grandfathers, uncles, cousins, brothers, sisters, best friends, neighbors. I mean, what the fuck? I mean, if you say that, dude, come on,
I'm telling you.
man.
I'm
Right.
calling mama, grandmama.
Yeah,
Hey, I
dude.
need y'all to take the kids. She gonna flip her wig because I'm telling these women, if given the, put these
I'm
women
going
in
to
the
the
same
cemetery to talk to the people that aren't alive too, and be like, "Listen, here, she's crazy." Like,
put these
you know,
put these women in the same situation, and that dude is talking crazy and
They're
getting
gone.
admitted to they getting them kids and out.
you wouldn't even know if two would be over. Like,
Out.
they'd be in another country. Like, see you later, goodbye.
Yep. And
But
he
it's
Easier
just
to
went
get
to
the
the
kids
store.
away.
Yeah,
Easier to
that's
get the kids
crazy.
away from a man than it is a woman, though. It's hard to
That's
take
cr-
kids
I don't.
from a mom.
Mm.
It's very,
And
very
just
hard.
two-
Let me tell you something.
Remem-
If my mom, my God, if my wife was in that, gone. See ya.
Yeah.
Where you going?
Remember,
Bye.
remember
Where you going?
2 weeks. Doug, am I right? 2 weeks before
Anywhere.
this, she admitted herself for 5 days. I would have got the kids and skedaddled. Bye.
Gone. See you later. 5 days.
Peace.
Bye-bye. Have a good week.
Yeah, that's it.
I
Chris,
can
See,
go anywhere.
in the wind, Chris. In the
Would you would
wind.
have? Would you have came back if she said she was okay?
No.
No.
No way.
Ask the
Never.
females.
I'd have been
Ask
at
the
the courthouse
females in the
going,
chat.
this lady cuckoo, she's nuts, she's crazy.
Ask the females
she
in the
eats
chat.
people.
They'll tell you. They'll tell you.
Yeah,
Ask the women in the
things-
chat.
Never coming back
They'll tell you.
again.
They'll
You're
tell
gonna
you.
fight her
Ask
for
them in the chat.
custody and everything.
They will
Oh,
be in the wind.
left and right here, y'all. They are chiming in. Believe that.
And them
So you
women would be
would've
out the
left.
door.
And if you came back, you just take the kids and never come back. And then if the court says, yeah, that's their mother, and she's still going to get to see them, she's better now. What do you do then?
You get
As
visitation.
long as you have custody, you're like, I don't trust her.
Exactly.
Dangerous. She wanted to kill my kids. I'll do supervised visits at the police
Yep.
station. I'll
Then
do
you know
supervised
what I'm
visits,
saying, Chris?
but she ain't taking them on herself because that's what they would do. That's what she would do to him, right? It works both ways, right? Women, men.
You got to find it out in court.
If you do this type of crime, both ways, bing bang, see ya.
Yeah, but she has but still she has a track record. And if I present this track record in court that she threatened to delete her, oh, the judge gonna be, are you serious?
Mm-hmm.
Some of them.
And you know, luckily when it comes to kids, luckily, you know, they tend to think more about the child's safety.
Yep.
And you know, we have a dad who's got no issues whatsoever. There's no problems, never had this. He doesn't take any medication because you're deep diving into him. They're tearing his ass apart. What's up with you? Blah, 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 blah. No. All right. You got the kids. And you know, you come back being like, hey, you know, she's all better. I don't think so. You know what I mean? I don't think so, Judge. I don't trust her. I don't nothing. You know, there's, you know, if this comes back today that there's a hung jury or, you know, well, it's involuntary manslaughter, you know, what is it? 10 to 20, whatever. I mean, it's an injustice, man. It's unjust. I mean, that's just, I hope, you know, and a
should
lot.
never walk again. Never, ever walk.
And the judge can say whatever he wants. No, I ain't taking that.
Good
You're
luck
done.
with that.
See you later. You know. But you know.
Good luck with this one. Good luck with this
I mean,
one.
this is a sad situation, and Doug, get ready
luck.
because if she comes like, you know, found not guilty due to, you know, insanity, there's going to be a riot somewhere.
Yeah, I'm telling these women gonna throw their bras all at Walmart. It's over with. It's over.
Shit.
Let her, man.
What's it gonna do?
Go live, man.
They going to Walmart and throw their bras at the Walmart. I'm telling you, man, they're gonna go crazy. These women gonna go fucking nuts. They gonna go nuts.
Yeah, this is Massachusetts, which, you know, whatever. But look at what they did for what's her face in Quincy. You know, the backed up over the cop there. What's her name? And look
Karen
at the
Reed.
riots. They chased JLR out of here.
Walmart
Did they really?
All
No
red
kidding.
wine will be bought out of Walmart. These women gonna go crazy. It's gonna be a red wine expose going on at Walmart. They're gonna go fucking crazy. That lady, man,
They're gonna be everywhere. They're
All
gonna
the
be at
red
every
wine is
fucking
gone, y'all. All the red wine is out of here. That is crazy.
I'm gonna sit in the chat and eat a gummy because you will see female content creators lose their damn applesauce.
Because if she comes out like that, you know, not guilty due to insanity, I'm gonna lose mine too. I'm gonna be on here too. Be like, what the fuck? You know,
I'm gonna keep my applesauce, y'all. I'm keeping my applesauce, but I like to be shocked, but not shocked. I mean, because look at some of the other people that have walked that you know damn good and well they were guilty, but the way they went.
I have one person in thought. What the hell was his initials? OJ, was that his initials?
Yeah. And what the lady down in Florida? What was her name? She got away with Casey Anthony. Yeah. So
you can't
said they
bring these names up. They will go crazy.
They will go crazy.
They gonna go crazy. They should go crazy because kids don't deserve it. They don't.
Amen to that.
Take yourself or take your husband. Shit. I mean, whatever. I mean, not
Chris, tell me about them bringing JLR out of there. What happened with that?
Oh man, Doug, did you watch that?
I didn't know.
Oh man, because JLR was loud and he was getting loud, but they were all over him. All the people outside. Then
That Karen Reed?
Oh yeah, Karen Reed. Oh yeah, he had to go.
So he thought she was guilty, and he was on that side, and the crowd said, "Get out of here."
Yeah, I don't. That one's a little off. You know, I don't even have an opinion on that one because I mean, I don't know, but she needs to be guilty here. There's no other sentence. She's guilty, man. She admitted it, so you know that. But man,
them females gonna have a hit list out on her. Them female content creators ain't gonna be playing with this case. Let that lady come out.
Crystal said, "Who, me? Yeah, you.
What?
You a content creator?
Watch all these feet, man. Let that lady get off. All hell gonna break loose on YouTube.
Oh God, yeah. Massachusetts,
YouTube,
freak.
Facebook, X, everywhere. It's all going down for real.
I'm trying to
if
think.
You got money. Oh, they just gonna go crazy, Chris. They gonna go crazy.
I'm trying to think who lives closer to that. Me or you, Doug? You?
I think you. It's in Plymouth, so.
Fuck. Yep, it's definitely me.
Get on out there, Chris.
It's still far away, but yeah, no. I mean, I could be into Plymouth within the hour. Wow,
You got to
traffic.
Take a little over 3 hours for me.
Oh yeah, never mind. You're closer. You're closer. I don't care what you say.
Women across the world will be holding up mints as they walk down the street and protest.
Well, you know what? They should.
Right. I agree.
They should.
They should.
I mean, you got a lady that admitted to it, like in court, admitted it.
And Mr. R said, "Boots on the ground. Let's go."
Yeah, I don't think so.
I don't think any jury is ever going to reach a not guilty verdict.
No.
I don't even think that's in the realm of possibility.
No, she's guilty. I think it has to be in there.
Hold up. Let's play on that female sympathy because y'all aren't looking at it from a female perspective.
Right.
Why would you leave why would you leave your wife there knowing that she could do this? And then she do this. To me, that's saying involuntary. I'm looking at a female perspective, like what Doug said. You just didn't care. That's what they're thinking.
Did he take the stand, Doug?
He did. He was the first witness. Yes.
So what did he say about the time within, before, weeks and months before? What did he say she was like? Just normal, or
she went to the
most of the time? Yeah, he didn't understand it, and he didn't really care to understand it.
Did she?
In fact, he even said the day of was one of the best days they had all year.
Yep.
She did.
Thank you, Chris.
That's why.
Did she get admitted? Did she get admitted weeks before that incident?
She didn't want the treatment that they were offering her, so she
No. I get that, but did she admit herself to a psychiatric place saying that I have crazy thoughts?
Yes.
Did she admit herself?
Yeah.
Ladies, if I get it. Ladies, if your veteran or husband say I am having mental health thoughts and go into a mental health facility, are you gonna think he's okay when he come back out and be able to take care of you? What? Like, are we missing something? This is a psychiatric act. That's crazy.
Super happy that day? Was that part of the plan too? Let me act like I'm okay. Let me act like I'm super happy. Let me go build a snowman with the kids in it, so he wouldn't think anything's wrong.
If she told me she was gonna hurt, if she tell me she's gonna hurt the kids in front of my family, then turn around weeks before she did this, get locked up for 5 days because she's having thoughts of doing the exact same thing. And then 2 weeks later, she did the exact same thing that she got admitted for and said at the family Thanksgiving. I kind of didn't take her serious.
And 2 Aspire phone calls.
Come on now. At some point, you got to take.
To the crisis, to suicide hotlines.
Oh, yeah.
No. I mean, come on, y'all. When y'all going to take her serious? Like, when was they going to take her serious?
They taking her serious now.
Yeah, they are. A little late for that, huh?
You see what I'm saying, Chris? At what
But I
point
get-
do you? That's
And
crazy.
guess who got the ride off into the sunset with their mistress?
The
That's
husband.
crazy.
Yeah. Like, I
That's
mean,
crazy.
did that play a part? What, did he just find her after this whole thing, or was he cheating on her before?
Yeah. Do we know that he was cheating on her before
It's
she did
never
it?
been proven. Patrick's not on the. He wasn't
Right.
on trial. She was.
I
It
get
was
it.
insinuated. Yeah.
All I'm saying.
Insinuated, and now he does have a new woman and he's moved on,
Yeah.
but it's that's not allowed though. People
Well,
are
no, but
really
my
pissed off
question
at him
is
because
about my
he's got a
question
new
about
wife
that
now.
is
That's
did it play
crazy.
did it play into her mental health? Oh, my husband's cheating on me, adding into everything.
Right.
Did that add
They
more on her?
they never explored that avenue, whether he cheated
Yeah.
on her or anything like that. That was
Right,
never
I mean,
brought
hey,
up.
look, I'm sure there's a ton of shit we don't know.
Right. Yeah.
Was he abusive
Probably
at
is,
all?
yeah.
Do we know that?
What's that?
No.
No reported
wondering if-
abuse anywhere within the house to each other or to the children from anybody.
Okay, good,
Right.
good. But I'm
Zero
just like,
abuse.
if she was, if he was cheating on her, that plays a role too. I mean, shit.
He didn't
But-
have an exit strategy.
Yeah, he was
didn't have
taking
an
a lot of business trips to New York City where his mistress
didn't
lived
have
and
it.
spending
Right. So he,
days or weeks at a time.
doubt.
So yeah,
I mean, I'm not
no
blind,
exit strategy. No exit strategy.
but in the end, it don't matter. The kids
Nope.
are unalived. She did it. And yeah, she may have mental health issues, but you know what? You still did it. You're still guilty. You're responsible, and that's it. I don't
Right.
need, like I said, I don't need murder 1. 2's fine.
Yeah. I
but
go along with that. I can
she's
get there.
guilty.
Y'all see
Absolutely.
how good I am. Y'all see how good. I told you I'm the foreman. I brought them. I got we all the way down from 1, y'all. He said he ain't moving.
Once
He said,
again,
"Hey,
might I
move."
remind you, as we are on this live,
Not
I am
until I get that
texting-
Alfred plea. When I get that Alfred charge from the judge, then I'll move. But I ain't moving until then. Though.
I don't want you guys to forget, or anybody in chat, as we're on this live, I am actually on the phone texting Army vet what to ask and what to
Ah,
say.
you so crazy.
And I'd also like to put it on the record that I took a lot of business trips to Chicago and never cheated one time.
Me neither. No, I mean, I'm not saying, I'm just wondering because that plays a lot into it,
I wanted to put that on the record. I've made
I did
business.
not say Patrick cheated. I was said that through the trial,
Possible.
it was insinuated that it was possible.
Right, and
Yeah.
a lot of things have been insinuated, and particularly online, and that's where a lot of the stuff comes from. But it is a crazy coincidence that she did wind up being from there. But who's to say if he did, if he didn't? And it could be part of the plan. And she found out that he did, and so she went nuts on his ass and said, "Well, I'm going to show you something real quick. I'll kill your kids and myself,
I'll show you.
and make it look like you did it."
Yep. All right, y'all. I got to bounce. I got to go pick up my baby. She's ready to come home.
All right,
Awesome, Chris.
So
brother.
yeah, so I'll catch you guys. Doug, are you going on later at 5?
Oh yeah,
Yeah, because he's in Chicago. So
perfect.
yeah.
Okay.
All right, guys.
All right,
will
brother.
catch you
Chris, I'll see you
Chat.
there.
See you guys. Be good.
Okay, Chris. See you, man.
Thanks, we.
Thank you.
This will be the last question, Doug.
Yes,
When
sir.
is the end, when is the end of the day? When does you probably know this, when do they release the jury for the day?
It's probably up to this judge, but if I had to guess with this judge, he's been letting them go home early every day. So I'd say probably in 15 minutes to an hour from now. But as far as anything being in stone, I don't think they have like a set time. A lot of jurors, the judge says just keep deliberating until you're done.
Mhm. Yeah, I
But-
think he'll let him go to probably 8 o'clock till dinner time.
But
See
this
what I'm
judge is
saying?
very, very liberal about like starting late, getting longer breaks, getting longer lunches, leaving early every day. So it could be different with this guy.
He's trying to prevent the mistrial.
I
Right?
know, and if that's what I'm going with. If they are having this heated of debate in that room, would you want that room to go home and start this debate all over again tomorrow morning? You might lose them. I'm thinking as a foreman. I'm trying to
I would
get.
look
I'm
at how
trying.
complicated it is. I would give them a night to go home and sleep on it and come back in and start afresh in the morning. I absolutely,
I
I would.
wouldn't. I
You would
wouldn't.
not. You,
No. If I got you convinced in that room right now, I don't want you to leave that room. I'm trying to
right,
convince another person and another person and another.
right,
Yeah.
right.
To start all back over with the stress, like you said, the stress.
It's happening, y'all. It's the stress is happening right now. You can believe that. Over 3 hours in now, 3 hours and 7 minutes into this deal. So you know the stress is up there, but they've had lunch too. So maybe they didn't deliberate through lunch like you told them. They had the option of either deliberating together and having lunch, or they could stop deliberating, go have some lunch, and then come back. So we don't know. If an hour or so of that was lunch, but 3 hours of being in the same room with the same people. It's the pressure's turning up. It's a pressure cooker in there. I promise you that.
The females are running that. The females are running that jury. If it what you said, Doug, 9-3. Oh, they running it. They running it.
He didn't even use the hat or any kind of process about picking on. He just picked who he wanted. This way, I saw that. He was like, "Juror number 18, you're my foreman." I was like, "Whoa, what?" So was he paying attention to him the whole time and reading vibes off of him, or you know what I'm saying? How did he pick the foreman?
I'm pretty sure the jury themselves got to vote who they thought the foreman should be.
I agree.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that would be cool if they did.
That's usually how it goes.
Right.
9-3 though. 9 females, 3 males.
Right.
You got to think like
9
a female in this
females
case.
and 3 males. Woo! I don't know, man. I don't know, brother, because I see a lot of females just leaning her way, and but I see a lot that are not leaning her way, and males are mostly staying, away with her, no matter what the excuse or the reason or the explanation or anything else is.
Yeah.
Like Doug is in the minority. He's the exception to the rule. You've seen it up here on the panel today. He's the only one, the only male saying, he's got some kind of.
Well, I do. I agree with Doug. Like, if you ask my opinion, I work with the veterans. I know this can happen easily. So, but that's my feelings. What do I think the jury will come back is involuntary. What I think it should, I think the medication and everything played a part. All I have to do is replace her with a United States veteran, and the pleas and the scares and the medication, she was a loaded bullet. She was a bullet.
Yeah, that's what they said, Carla, according to Fox News. No, it's 9 females and 3 males. Right, guys?
9 feet. Yeah.
Yep.
That's what someone posted.
They running that room.
That's what Mary Ann said. Fox News said that. So you can look that up. Prove it.
It scares me that what you just said, that they didn't come back quick. They should come back so fast. If with 9 females, this should have been wow.
Yeah. Should have been like wham bam, thank you, man.
Yeah, like
that
I ain't hearing
tells
what you
me
gotta
that
say.
first degree is off the table, and that also tells me that not guilty is off the table. An initial vote in the beginning, you could have either been all for not guilty or all for guilty of one. If there's a discrepancy, you got to move into the middle 3. If the majority thought in the beginning not guilty, they would have went up. If the majority thought guilty of murder 1 in the beginning, they would have went down.
But if you work in the mental health facility, you should give her a pass. That's what I'm saying. If you read the medical and the mental health and what led up to this, you should give her a pass. I mean, the last one. I don't know what the last one was you said, Doug, but it's the last one. Not guilty by crazy, whatever that was.
Yeah.
But I don't think everybody, like you said, you are not going to look at the fact. They didn't look at the facts in real life with her. Why would they do it now, Doug? You see what I'm saying? Humans don't care.
Hopefully the system can actually work this time.
They don't care, Doug. They don't care. You know what I'm saying? That's what I just understand the mental health system. they supposed to pick this up on day one. The fact that they didn't pick it up tells me now you're going to try to give this to 12 people after what we just seen. They have no idea either. And then you're going to add on what Doug said, 5 more charges? Oh, yeah, they clueless. Man, they going crazy back there.
There's a picture of her neck right there on the screen. If y'all see that.
Woo!
Yep.
Ain't no damn way,
No.
y'all.
She
Come
went
on.
3 out of 4 that day. She was able to take 3, but she couldn't get the 4th one done. So I guess she was tired by the time she got to herself. Oh, I said it. I put it out there on the record, y'all. I'll put that on the record.
Yes, Carolina. That's what I'm saying. I think men are just going to agree with y'all. We don't know what the fuck we doing. I think this is going to be about women.
That's funny.
I
The
get
3
it.
guys, they're just like, whatever y'all say, we're going to go with that.
Yep. Pretty much.
So what's for dinner?
Yeah. Like, ain't about to sit up in here and be the cause of this. Yeah. Yeah. Doug said the same thing. I think Doug said men should sit this out. This is about Doug. I totally agree.
I don't think that's how it works, but
no.
I think a good foreman can really pull some people in a direction if they start throwing facts out on the table and they got a board up there and they start saying, okay, this is what we know is actual facts. This is what we know is allegation. This is what we know is this. How much weight do we want to put on this witness? How much weight do we want to put on this? And if they go through it piece by piece like that, I've seen some interviews with some jury foremen that said that they were the foreman of the jury and they started out in certain areas and then they broke it down for each person and was able to get the whole jury to come to a final conclusion.
What if the foreman was leaning towards a not guilty?
It's going to have some big trouble up in there. I can tell you that. It's going to be a huge problem in that jury room. I'm just saying.
We can't assume that the foreman was leaning for first degree. We don't know. They could be leaning towards not guilty.
I don't assume they was anything. I don't even assume that they know how they picked him. I'm not assuming that the judge didn't just say himself, you're the juror. I mean, you're the foreman. I mean, because I didn't see nobody say that the jury voted for the foreman or he reached in a hat and got a number or anything like that. I just seen him walk out there and say, I pick you. That's all I saw.
Yep. It was predetermined. However, they came to the decision. It was definitely predetermined.
Yeah. Yeah, like it was a friggin' NFL draft or something. With the first selection in this year's NFL draft, the judge chooses juror number 18. Yep. So it's a little bit crazy, to say the least, y'all.
If they go home, it means something. If they go home, it has to mean something.
Yeah, if they go home, I had to agree that you're not going to have the not guilty and you're not going to have the one. If they go home, you're going to, what are they going to come to in the middle is the next question. Is it going to be 2? Is it going to be involuntary? That type of thing.
Yep.
Involuntary.
So I had to say Doug is.
I know me. If I can pull you from first to second, and if I know I can pull you from second to involuntary, I know I can pull you all the way down. I'm just saying how good I am in a courtroom. I know. I mean, how good I am. I can get you there. I can get you there.
You won't get me off of that. I'm not coming. It'll be the next jury deciding it because I ain't coming no further down the 2. I mean, to me,
let's see.
Let's
see. Can I get you there, Wee?
Go ahead. I'll kick back and relax for a little.
Okay, Wee. Let's see. Can I get you there? Doug, I use Doug. I'm gonna use Doug as the proxy. How much clout do you put into that she seeked out mental health help because she was afraid of what she was going to do to her children? How 15, 20, 25, how much do you put into that specific statement?
Quite a bit. At least 50%, but probably a little higher, probably 70. But then you got to take into consideration the professionals that weighed in and said that she did not suffer from psychosis. And that's also got to be 70%. So you got the 270% going against each other. You got to
Did
consider
the,
both.
did the prosecution and the defense prove that she was suffering from mental illness? They both proved that, right?
I mean, the doctors proved that, yes.
Okay. So now we know she was suffering from severe mental illness. We both know that.
I don't know if I
How
would go.
much do is
I
that
wouldn't go
true?
so-
Hold up, Doug. Is that true? Is that a fact or is that feelings?
No, that's a
Maybe-
fact. There was tests administered. She scored, her highest was a 23 out of 30, which is severe depression.
Do you believe that?
Depression, maybe. Mental illness to the point to where you don't have any control or capacity. I mean, no, I don't believe it. I think she was messed up on her pills, and she lost her friggin' mind. I think she was mad and she was angry, and maybe she did find out he was cheating on her. And just like my daughter said, she could have been trying to actually do it and take them out, take herself out, and make it look like he did it to the end result. But she had the ability to be online and to look up how long it was going to take and to order the food and to send him here and to send him there and to take them downstairs one at a time and do what she did and then go upstairs and do what she did. She had control of her mechanical control of her body. She knew how to walk. She knew how to talk. She knew how to call him back on the telephone. She wasn't like a crazy person that you see in a loony bin type crazy. She wasn't that far gone, y'all. Was she a
hold on.
angry? Was she an angry woman? Yeah, she was a very, very angry woman. And was she on pills? Absolutely. Could she have been manipulating the system to get what pills she wanted? Absolutely. I've seen that done with my own eyeballs before.
Gotcha. But the facts of this case, was she suffering from severe mental illness? This is a fact. Yes or no, Doug?
All the doctors agreed. All the doctors agreed. The ones that treated her at the time and the ones that interviewed her after the fact all agreed that she suffered from severe mental illness. They couldn't all agree on which illness it was, but they all agreed that there was some type of severe mental illness at play.
So do you believe she suffered from a severe mental illness like the prosecution doctor said and the defense doctor said? They both proved she was suffering from severe mental illness. They just didn't know what it was. Yes or no?
I'm not so sure that all of the prosecution's witness said that she suffered from that. In particular, that last witness, I don't recall him saying she suffered from severe mental illness. Mental illness, yes. Severe, I don't recall that word coming out of that FBI guy's mouth at the very end. So I think we're stepping over a little bit. Everybody said she suffered from mental illness.
He interviewed her 3 years after the fact. He did agree to the number 23 on the scale at the test that was administered, and he agreed that was severe mental illness. So unless he's going to discredit another doctor, he agreed with the doctor who administered that test. Yes, he did.
And these are the same doctors that failed her, that wasn't competent enough to do whatever they needed to do, right? The same doctors that wasn't competent enough to help her, but we can believe them when they said, yes, she suffered from severe mental illness.
Yeah, so which doctors are you going to
believe? Right about that, but they were wrong about not doing what they needed to do for her.
That's the problem, yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, I think she may have drove herself a little bit batshit crazy. Even if she was severely mentally ill, I think she helped get herself there. Honestly,
that's what now you,
that's
you see what
very, very unpopular opinion, and it's going to be an unpopular opinion. But I'm sorry, guys. I've lived with pill heads before, and I've seen them up close and personal.
No, I know dealing with the VA. I know exactly.
We're not dealing with narcotics and pill heads here, though. We're dealing with benzodiazepines.
How do you know you're not?
Antipsychotics and SSRI.
How do you know you're not dealing with a pill head and narcotics? How do you know she wasn't addicted to what she was getting from those doctors?
She was addicted. She's the one that told the doctor she was addicted to the benzos.
Right? So we are talking about pill addiction then.
Yes, but not narcotic addiction. It's a little different. It was the benzo addiction, which she should have never been prescribed if, in fact, she was suffering from bipolar. And that was given to her because of the sleep. That was for the severe anxiety and to help her sleep at night. And the SSRIs are what gave her the insomnia. And the insomnia is what led to the hallucinations and the psychosis.
Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen
According,
that happen.
according to who? According to who all that was going on? Her or
Everybody.
what she told the
Everybody.
doctor? But that's what she told the doctors, right?
I mean, yeah, that's all we have.
Exactly. We have her
No,
word.
no. Yeah, we are saying this, Doug. He's saying, where is the proof that she, like, he's saying, where's the proof that she said she's gonna hurt the kids or herself? He won't. And I understand what you're saying. You are in depth in the case. You know everything. He is saying, give him proof mentally that she was about to do this. He won't proof.
I thought the question was about her being addicted and misusing the pills.
Yes, but in the back of his mind, he is saying she's a pill head. She wasn't going to do this.
I ain't say she. I say she.
Prove to him that she was already this.
I ain't saying
Patrick had all the pills that could be abused. He had possession of them when she changed medications, and the amount of pills that were left were indicative of the amount she would have been taken from the prescription. So there is no proof that she was abusing anything. It's actually the alternative. Everyone's saying she wasn't taking the medication. You can't have it both ways. You can't say she's abusing it and then say that she wasn't taking it. It was one or the other.
She was shopping, doctor shopping, pill shopping, just trying to find what she wanted. She didn't like what they were giving, so she was moving on to the next thing. And I've seen people go from the doctor's giving me narcos, so I don't like the narcos. I want something a little stronger. So they're giving me Oxy 10s. I'd rather have Roxy 25s. So they keep on going to different doctors until they can get their hands on what they're trying to get their hands on.
Okay, I got you, Doug. Doug, did Patrick know something was wrong with her?
Yes.
I think everybody did know that something was wrong with her, but
that's what
wrong with you. I mean, you can
see what I'm saying? That's what you got to prove to him. You see what I'm saying? That's the evidence you have. Prove to him Patrick knew she was capable of doing this. Prove to him that the mental health agencies knew she was capable of this. Prove to him the family knew she was capable of this. And then you will have why they don't think she were capable of doing this. Prove it.
I mean, they knew she was saying it, but they didn't honestly believe she was capable of it.
Go for it. There you go, Doug.
Yeah, you got to just listen to everybody's testimony. There's way too much to go over to prove or disprove.
I know.
That's what the whole case was about.
As you got the prosecution's version of events and what was said and how it was said and why it was said, and you got the defense's version of it. And they're trying her because they think that she is legally responsible for what happened to those kids. That's why they got her on trial. It ain't just Wayne saying it.
Patrick said that. He went on the stand and said that he believes she suffered from postpartum psychosis. Right. That came out of Patrick's mouth. He's not a doctor. He was the husband, and he was there.
A lot of women do. I mean, that don't give you a right to, whether you've got some kind of mental illness, you're suicidal, you're threatening, you're taking pills, you're postpartum, everything. That still doesn't give you, you don't get off the hook.
No, I don't think you should be off the hook. That's not what I'm saying at all.
No.
Right. I mean, it's telling the next person, hey, if you're going through these things and you unalive 3 of your kids in systematic fashion, you send your husband away, you take one downstairs unalive, go back upstairs, get another one, bring it down unalive it, and on it goes, and then go up and try to do yourself in and let somebody find you there. you can not be responsible for having done that. Legally responsible. You're not responsible because you were going through all this stuff.
I don't
mean-
think she wasn't legally responsible. I've
Oh, they
never
going
said that.
home for
I
the
do
day?
not think that in any way, shape, or form. I don't think she's
Wow.
gonna reach not guilty by reason of insanity or legally irresponsible. That's
they'll
not what happened.
No, they'll never get there. You're right about that.
Wow. They,
And then, like you said, you can get to 2, and I can come down from 1 only if I have to get a verdict. But I'm going to I'm going to keep dragging and dragging and dragging until there's no other way to go. And I'm going to have to come down to 2 and to get a verdict and not pass it on to the next 12 people or 18 people, however many it'll be, and the next judge and all that kind of stuff, you know. Somebody's going to have to make a decision about it. But in any event, it's just a matter of where she's going to wind up at. She's going to wind up in a psychiatric ward for the rest of her life, or she's going to wind up in a prison for the rest of her life. And according to you, Doug, she's better off if she goes to prison, because the psychiatric ward in Massachusetts is worse than prison, right?
Oh yeah, you don't want to be in Bridgewater, man.
Bridgewater. Okay. We got a place similar to that down here too. I forget the name of it. I want to say Brookhaven, but I don't think that's right. But Bridgewater is the name of the place, and you don't want to be there because it's not very good, huh?
Not very good. It's been the same since the 1800s. It's been there for as long as this state's been around, for pretty much, and it's just not a good institution at all.
You think that's where she'll go if she gets 2, then she's going to prison, right? Just
Yes.
a matter of whatever the judge decides, however many years. And then if she gets the involuntary, then she could possibly go to the psych ward.
That's right. Yep.
And then it's just a matter of evaluating her over the years then to see if she can kind of be rehabilitated and that kind of thing.
Exactly.
Okay.
It would almost be like a parole. If she gets better and the doctors treat her right, then there's a possibility of her getting we'll call it parole.
See that, and that's why you'll never get me down that far, because there's a possibility of her coming out.
Yeah.
You say
I would hold mistrial over you to get you to give me. I would hold it over you.
I would stay. I would never get down past 2. I would never get down past.
Then you will never get the answer you want, because if I got the other 10 or 9 on my side, then a mistrial to you is like, you want to know what? If you do not agree with me in this room and us in this room, she goes free, and we're going to do this again.
No, she won't go free though. She'll still be committed.
In a mistrial. It's a mistrial.
We won't let her out into the world though. Yeah, we'll do it all over again, but she'll still be in custody.
Or you can agree with me and send her to prison for the rest of her life in a crazy house. So I think they're gonna hold weight. They're gonna hold this stuff against each other. You see what I'm saying, Doug? If you don't come with me, I think they're holding mistrial.
Right. And that's why I said I think it's gonna be between they're gonna be debating between the voluntary manslaughter and the murder too. You're going to take off the top one and the bottom one. And I don't think they're going to be able to get to involuntary. I think it's going to be either the voluntary manslaughter or murder too.
Right.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I don't think the women, and if it was men, I got it. The fact that it's not 9 women, I don't think 9 women want a mistrial in this case. You know what I'm saying? No. I don't think that.
I think everybody can agree that a voluntary manslaughter would be a concession on all parties. And an attainable goal. But I think it can reach the level of murder too. I think they could probably get to murder too.
Right.
But I'm thinking like a female. I'm thinking like a female content. Like if there were 9 females, 9 females in there, y'all. 9 females.
Right.
Get to see this evidence. Not men, we look at it logically with no emotions. 9 females are going to look at this emotionally.
Right.
Their bias
Our place is Willowbrook, by the way. Willowbrook is the name of the place here.
Ah, yeah. Sounds like a lovely place.
Yeah, don't it sound like a lovely place?
I mean, let's just put it this way. The place where she's going to be going, that it was actually practiced to do lobotomies. That's one of the institutions where lobotomies started. It was a psychiatrist from that hospital that started doing lobotomies.
What? That is insanity.
And that's how long it's been there. Yeah.
That is crazy to me, boy. Tell you right now, it is. They're gonna. She's gonna have some fun no matter where she goes, but she's going somewhere, even if it's just back to trial again. She's going somewhere for sure.
Yeah.
Cases and
I don't think she's
conversations
getting
said that
acquitted.
they
I just
released.
don't. That's not going to happen.
Right.
Did they release them for the day? Cases and consequences said they released them for the day.
That's what Michelle said. Yeah.
Whoa.
Really?
That is not good.
Still sitting outside.
That ain't
Cases
good.
and consequences said that.
Mm-hmm.
Or conversation said that.
Cases.
Michelle said that.
No answers today, guys. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Does that mean that they released them today, Michelle? Are you still in here? 3:58.
I don't know how they can let them go home during deliberation. They got to be staying in the hotel tonight.
Go around the panel. I'm gonna go around the panel for. Oh, Army vet, if you was on the jury, what would you do? Throw your vote in the hat. Got one involuntary. Yeah, you only get one.
That's it. I want to go to the last one because of my training, but I'm gonna go involuntary. I'm gonna say because she knew she was cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs and she was taking medications for it. There you go.
What'd you say earlier? She flipped her wig. I ain't heard that said in a long time.
In a long time. That's exactly what she did.
Yeah. I used to hear that before. I forgot who it was who used to say that, flipped their wig. Man, it used to make me laugh. And you said it, and I hadn't heard it in a long time. I was like, my God, there's that saying again.
Welcome to the
South. We know where Doug is. Doug wants involuntary, but he would come up to voluntary or 2 if you had to, right, Doug?
That's right. Yep.
Okay. I'm at 1. I would come down to 2, but that's as far as you'll ever get me down.
But if Misty come back on panel, I'll go back where we was.
Right on. And we try to pull Doug. Well, Doug's there. He'll get to 2 with us. So if we could all get to 2, then we would be happy, and we would send her where she needs to be. And it won't be Bridgewater. It'll be where would it be? I wonder. I guess it's just up to the system, huh?
I think Framingham, women's prison.
Okay. They wouldn't send her where Maxwell is, huh? Sorry.
I don't think so.
I had to throw that one in there, y'all. And throw that little bit in there.
But if I'm sitting in that jury room and we start holding up pictures of them babies, I'm back to 1. I'm back to 1. I'm like, yep, I'm back at 1. Yep, my bad, y'all. I lost my mind for us. You know what I'm saying? That's how tragic this is, y'all. All we gotta do is just show me one of the babies. I'm back to 1.
Yeah, see, and I'm trying to be careful because we're on YouTube and stuff. But if I was in that jury, just like when that lady was giving her closing arguments, and I was using your comments to say each child and their ages, and I kept playing them over and over, and I started getting a little faster when she started getting a little passion into her voice and speaking for the kids. You know what I mean? And that's where I'm in that jury room. You're not going to get away from looking at those pictures of those damn kids. And you're not going to get away from looking at those 3 things that were wrapped around. I'm going to slap that shit on the table. That defense attorney was slapping the table. And I'm going to say, this is what she put around their necks. This is what it looked like. Here's a picture of it. And I'm going to keep doing it.
My logic going to go out the door. I'm going to be like, you're right. You see what I'm saying? All my logic, fuck it. I'm with him, man. Fuck her. My bad. I know me, man. I know me. I'm telling you.
I gave you my prediction. I think it's going to be murder 2. Guilty.
Tomorrow evening, I think. Maybe sometime early tomorrow. Sometime tomorrow. Let's put it that way.
We show me that picture, I'll go do it. Man, I'm emotional, man. I'm emotional. You can't show me them pictures, man. You can't show me them pictures.
Yeah, it's going to be like that too, y'all.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I get it, but that's why I told Doug logic ain't gonna play in that emotion because we gonna be having that picture all up in my face, and I'm gonna be talking. I'm gonna be like, no, I can't. No,
You
no.
best believe it. I'm gonna do it over and over and over again. I'm gonna
Yep.
keep saying names over and over again. I'm gonna say their ages over and over again. I'm gonna keep saying how she sent him away over and over again. I'm gonna take you
Yep.
all the way to where the leg was jerking at the last minute and all that. There you go. Let's say hello to a new viewer we got here, guys. Stacy in Georgia. Hi, everyone.
Thank you, Georgia. Good to see you.
Yes, thank you, Doug. It would be one for me, but do I think family professionals all involved failed those kids and we need more mental health awareness still in this country? So, got a lot of people agrees with you there, Stacy in Georgia. And then my daughter and my aunt are saying hello to each other in the chat, by the way, guys. So, it looks like the jury is gone home for the day. I'm sure you guys probably, especially Doug's going to want a break before he gets over to Devil Dogs, right, Doug?
Oh yeah, I do gotta get over there. He's still not back yet, but I've been looking.
Yeah, about 45 minutes. So, and we haven't had a break today. If
Dee
the
Dee had to
jury,
go to Chicago today for, I think it was for his brother's funeral.
I hate to end this because this has been a good one. It's been a great panel, and we up here and
Absolutely.
the chat's been very active. I'm glad everybody was able to keep their heads together and get their blood pressure under control and all that. It did get a little bit heated there for a little while. I even turned into a mermaid once.
Mm-hmm.
Look, Vet dipped. He didn't say bye. He don't like saying goodbye, does he?
That's Army vet style right there.
Yes, he got, man. I was just about to tell him, man. You want to say anything? And he was gone. He knew it. He saw it coming.
But yeah, Wayne, thanks for having me on. Thanks for the chatters, subscribers. Everyone hit that like button. Subscribe
Appreciate
up. No, yeah, I'll see you around.
Hanging tough, man. I know you was in a minority and that kind of thing, but you hung around and you hung tough, man. I appreciate you doing that, brother.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you, Wayne.
If you're not somewhere else, when the verdict comes in, man, feel free to come on over here because you know I'm gonna cover that live. That's for sure.
Will do. Breaking news. I'm here.
Okay. All right, brother.
Right, have a good night.
You too, bro.
You too. Bye.
Bye. All right, ladies and gentlemen. That was that. Let's see. We're going to go ahead and take Court TV off of here right quick. And we'll take the little other thing that I got pulled up. We're going to get that off there. I could agree to two, but worried she would get out. I don't think she'd get out. I think the judge would say, you know, give her so many years that she's not going to get out. I'll remove that one from the studio. So good to see everybody here. People that are coming in late, I'm sorry that the stream is about to end. But we've had a straight through 7.5 hour pedal to the metal stream here today, and it's been really good. The numbers have been really good. I hope you guys hit the like and subscribe buttons. I do appreciate every last one of you more than you'll know. Keep your notification bells on too, guys. So when the verdict does come in, I will absolutely be going live. So you just turn that notification bell on and let it say all. And when the bell says all, as soon as I go live, you'll get a notification on your phone or whatever. And it'll let you know that I'm live. And that means that we're getting ready to for the jury to come back in and the judge to be there and for the verdict to be read. And I'm sure there's going to be a lot of emotions going on. So we definitely want to do that. So I'm going to play us one song. Thank you, Stacy in Georgia. Appreciate it. Thank you, Michelle, for being here. Do appreciate it. Dragon, much love to everybody. Carla, appreciate you. Pamela, Renee, Angel Unique, all my good friends, Linda, everybody that's watching with Bad Ash and everybody that's watching with Angel Eyes over there. Thank you all very, very much for being here today. Very much appreciated. And like I said, y'all turn that bell on, and as soon as the jury has a verdict, which is not going to be tonight, of course, but in the morning. We probably going to go live anyway. I just don't know that I'm going to go live immediately at 9 o'clock, but we'll see how it goes. If you turn the bell on, you'll know when I'm live. So let me play this song, get us out of here. I may actually play 2 songs because some people that's here hasn't heard the songs before. And if you have and you want to go ahead and go, that's cool. But I do appreciate you. So I'm going to play the Red and Black from Major Rammer Jammer. Then I'm going to play We Baller, and then I'm going to hit that outro, and then I'm gone, y'all. But I'll say something else before I go.
Late night case files on the desk, names on the page, blood on the vest. Wayne hits record, starts to run. He chases the truth, gets the job done. Old court notes, cold phone calls, crosstown rumors, broken walls. One clue, one step, one locked door. He keeps digging, wants the core. Hands on the wheel, eyes on the trail. Every lie he cuts, every cold detail. We investigate. We take a case. Never lose a taste. What's that coming down the line? It's the mean machine in red and black. Go down. Bring the truth back. Go down. Go down. Wayne in the booth with a heart of grin. Georgia on his chest, let the hunt begin. Bleeds that red and black. When the suspects talk, he talks back. A timeline breaks, a witness folds. Paper cuts, secret stories sold. He wants the facts, not the smoke. Every episode, another rope. Kick the dust up, light that flame. Follow the clues, say the name. We investigate. We take the case. Never lose a chase. What's that coming down the line? It's the mean machine in red and black. Go dogs, bring the truth back. From the first call to the final hour, he pulls the truth out of the shadows. No cheap talk, no empty heat, just the evidence and the heartbeat. We investigate. We take the case. Go dog, never lose a chase. What's that coming down the line? It's a mean machine in red and black. Go dogs, bring the truth back.
And now we're going to drop one on you from our boy Tyson, a.k.a. Fat Redile. We Baller, y'all, is the name of this one. Fat Redile's got them hits, y'all. That was a good one, too, from Major Rammer Jammer.
Yeah. We investigate. Wayne on the live. Whole crew checked in. You ain't got to hear about it tomorrow. We watching it happen tonight or in the early morning. Turn that up. Wanna see the story while it's going down. Wayne got the live with his boots on the ground. Courtroom running, whole chat locked in. We investigate. Let the watch along begin. Real time cases. We ain't waiting on the news. Everybody in the chat got a different point of view. From the courtroom feed to the streets outside. Wayne got the crew and we along for the ride. Wayne hit live, hit come the notification. Another long night with we investigation. Could be at the courthouse, could be out on location, could be watching testimony with the whole congregation. No polished TV with a commercial every minute. If something happens live, everybody right there in the courtroom on screen. We ain't letting that thing breathe. Chat catching details while we watching witnesses speak. Then unique angel sliding like, what's up, Dad? Whole chat knows that's Wayne's little angel in the chat. Family in the building, now the room feels right, but somebody better tell Wayne. We might be here all night because a 10-minute update turns 3 hours deep. Some of y'all got work, but ain't nobody gonna sleep. Wayne says, one more thing. Yeah, we've heard that before. Next thing, the damn sun coming through the door. You see the story while it's going down. Wayne got the live with his boots on the ground. Courtroom running, whole chat locked in. We investigate. Let the watch along begin. Real time cases. We ain't waiting on the news. Everybody in the chat got a different point of view. From the courtroom feed to the streets outside. Wayne got the crew and we along for the ride. Angel Eyes got the wrench, keeping watch on the side. Truth Warrior checking chat when the comments get wild. Faradow's name in blue comes in and provides the grooves. Mine's holding down the room while Wayne stacking watch hours and miles. Pretty little clues came through. What's good? Rhythm and clues in the house like you knew we would. Army vet checking in, Misty came through. Graham in the building, doggy fresh there too. That's the part outsiders probably never understand. It ain't only Wayne talking with a camera in his hand. His names you start knowing, personalities you learn. Somebody misses 2 names. Yo, when they coming back, I'm concerned. Check got jokes while the courtroom takes 5. Then the judge comes back and the whole room goes quiet. 1 second, everybody laughing, emojis getting tossed. Next second, testimony hits and the joking turns off. From the chat to the court to the street, we there. If Wayne's boots hit pavement, you know that camera going with him. Unique angel, what's up? Minds, hold it down. Everybody checked in? Good. Let's investigate. Good. Let's investigate. Boots on the ground, ain't sitting behind glass. Wayne taking everybody where the story actually at. Walking those locations, letting viewers see what looks different in person than it did on TV. Then it's back to the live when the courtroom starts. Watching real proceedings, now somebody's chopped up parts. No narrator telling you what you're supposed to believe. We're sitting through the hearing, watching everything we can see. And that's why the watch-alongs hit different at night. Everybody sees the same thing and the chat comes alive. Did you catch that? Running back. What did he just say? 100 people caught 100 details, different ways. That's Wayne's lane community mixed with the case. Sometimes from the screen, sometimes physically at the place. And the crew keeps growing every time he hits live. Another notification and everybody can ride. Story while it's going down. Wayne got the live with his boots on the ground. Courtroom running, whole chat locked in. We investigate, let the watch along begin. Fat we dial, Truth Warrior, Angel Eyes too. Pretty little clues and the rest of the crew. Rhythm and clues, Army vet in for the ride. Mr. Brand, doggy fresh, checking in the night. No, wanna see the story while it's going down. Wayne got the live with his boots on the ground. Unique angel pops in. What's up, Dad? That's family right there. And the whole chat glad. Real time cases, everybody inside. From the courtroom to the street, we're along for the ride. When that notification lights up your phone, pull up a chair, you already know. We investigate Wayne and the crew. Wayne and the crew. Courtroom. Open panels. Boots on the ground. In that chat, that's a whole different investigation. Yeah. We investigate. Go Bulldogs! Go Bulldogs.
My last question is, how about them dogs? Just kidding. 1 second. Strolling across your screen right there is a link for Seth Rogers' missing son. He's been missing for over 2.5 years out of Hendersonville, Tennessee. There's a printable flyer. If you could get that link right there, you can get the link, get it in a PDF form. You can send it over to Staples, UPS store, print out some flyers and pass them out any and everywhere you can to help out try to bring his son home, please. That's the link you see scrolling across the bottom of the screen. I appreciate that very, very much. I appreciate everybody being here today. We fixing to take it on out of here, y'all. Much love. And until next time, we're going to hit this outro and we gone. Much